Thought I told you never to call me here.
Some of the things I love are photography, travel, skiing, and cuddling.
This is a very exciting time for my life because I'm just starting a new claims adjusting business.
I don't know, the type of girl that I'm looking for is one that's really attractive to me.
I like an attractive woman, someone who might look like Christy Brinkley or Jacqueline Smith.
I have a very strong sense of humor. I've read recently that everyone thinks they've got one, but my friends do agree that I do.
Might not appear it, but semi-crazy.
Kind of your typical research mathematician, I guess.
Walking down the street or just going out for letting me take pictures of her with my camera.
He's somebody that maybe even gets rough once in a while, you know, and
I'm a ham. I've been on Jeopardy.
I decided that I'm lonely, but I'd love to go roller skating.
Are you a little crazy?
Extremely high verbal skills.
Co-ed bubble bath sounds like a real fun idea I want to try out.
And whoever's ever with me has to like to do it too, or they're going to go nuts, because I'll drive you nuts.
I seek a person who is childlike.
somebody that'll embarrass you by ordering too much food or, you know, somebody like that.
I'm a nice fellow. I don't know.
I'm particularly attracted to black women and women of different races. So if you like me, give me a call.
Basically, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
This is tasty. Yeah.
What is it? Huh?
Shh. It's a surprise. Pickle surprise. Pickle surprise. Take an English muffin. Spread sandwich spread. Plop the ham thusly, please. Did I say honey? Repeat my mantra. Ham. 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 Pickle surprise!
Honey casserole. Oh, Mary.
Where's the pickle? That's the surprise! Pickle surprise!
Woo! Good morning, my friends. Hope everybody's doing well. And I hope everybody's ready for the day 2 of Proctor putting himself through the ringer again. It's pretty weird that he would put himself in this position again, but yeah. Man, it's great to see you guys. I'm glad we're hanging out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still trying to get my morning together. I'm in a weird mood today. But yeah, so yeah, let me just get this out of the way because somebody brought it up in the chat. Because I know it's going to get brought up a million times today, and I just want to get it out of the way now and just like be done with it. So and I don't think people are making a bigger deal out of it than it really is. First off, in regards to the whole Karen Reed, Howie Carr, Turtle Boy thing, like this is probably going to be an unpopular opinion, and so be it. You know, I'm totally with everyone in the sense that if I had my way, Aiden would have like carte blanche with everyone. Like if in a perfect world that I believe is the right thing to do, I believe that every single member of Karen's team should have given Aiden the first interview for every single thing, in my personal opinion. But that also is somewhat contradictory to what I have been saying in regards to what they've been doing and how they've been strategizing their public appearances. There we go. Oh, never mind. I don't know why I replaced that. I already had it up there. So there's nobody in this movement. There are two people who I admire most in this entire movement. That would be Karen Reed and that would be Aiden Carney. Simply because of the things that they have done, the things that they have sacrificed, the tenacity that they've had to fight. And I could go on and on and on about the reasons why I admire them both. But there's no beef between the two of them that I'm aware of. I hope nobody is like trying to like interpret it that way. I don't see that. I don't even really see a beef between Howie Carr and Turtle Boy, really. You know, I see what seems to be somewhat of a misunderstanding. I see Aiden justifiably having feelings about certain things. But you know, as far as where my opinion goes as to what should be happening and what shouldn't be happening, that's contradictory. If I were to agree with everyone, you know, as far as like, no, this is wrong and blah blah blah, then you know, I'm contradicting what I've been saying. And what I've been saying here is I don't know what the method to Karen and her defense team is as far as strategizing public appearances. And I do believe that it would be naive, and it would be naive to think that they don't have a well thought out strategy in this entire thing. And it would be also foolish for them to not have a strategy in all of this. I don't know what that strategy is. I don't know what Aiden's place in that strategy is. I don't know what my place in that strategy is. I don't know what anybody's place in that strategy is. You know, but I sympathize with how Aiden feels about it, because I get it. I totally get it, but I'm not Aiden, and I haven't been doing the things that Aiden has been doing. You know, I don't know. I'm in a position where I'm just like, my perspective is I'm just grateful to have been a part of all of this in the place that I've had. You know, I'm just glad that what I've brought to the table is something that people have enjoyed and appreciated. Um, you know, but and yeah, I tweeted about it yesterday. Those were my initial feelings about it, and I stand by those words, because my perspective is also, and again, this is not me minimizing how Turtle Boy feels about it. You know, my perspective of this is as optimistic as it can be, and I see no matter what's happening, everyone's going to win. You know, Aiden's going to win. Aiden, the thing is like, they don't make movies about people who aren't likely legends. That's why they make movies about you. And sometimes when they make movies about you, it helps push you into being legendary. And so Aiden right now is in a position right now where he is about to be legendary. So when I see something like sitting in on a Howie Carr interview with Karen Reed and Alan Jackson, in comparison to what I see happening for Aiden, like in the grand scheme of things, when I see that and compare it to, an interview with Howie Carr and, a radio station that he's been on, I mean, countless times all throughout both trials. It's to me, it's like, okay, and again, I could see how that might come off like I'm minimizing Aiden's feelings about it. I'm not, because I haven't made the sacrifices that Aiden's made. He's absolutely entitled to his feelings about whatever's going on here. And I back him up 100%. Like, I respect the guy. I care about the guy, and I hope that at whatever he does, as far as involving this, what he's trying to get done, this fight that he's engaged in, I'm gonna have his back, and I have his back on this too. It's just that I'm like, I don't feel as strongly about it as a lot of people do who are not Aiden. I'm talking about you guys or anybody who are his supporters. I just don't feel as strongly about it as some of you, because I just happen to see great things about to happen that are inevitable for Aiden. So I'm not letting myself get upset about this. It was probably the best way to put it. I'm not going to let myself get upset about this. But I absolutely feel that Aiden is absolutely entitled to feeling however he feels about it, but I'm not going to get involved in it, and I'm not going to get in the middle of it. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh my God, this person's right and this person's right and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I don't know how he runs his show. I don't know I don't even know if Howie even knew of the exchange between Aiden and his producer. Like, I don't know if Aiden's or if Howie's producer just handles everything, and Howie's just like, just whatever, just get whoever the fuck. Let me know who I'm gonna have on the show, and then I'll fucking do what I gotta do. You know what I mean? How do I know that that's not the dynamic in his studio? You know what I mean? All I'm saying is I don't before I start forming these strong opinions over who's right and who's wrong, I'm not gonna like. It just seems irresponsible when I don't know all the facts, so my default mechanism is to just go to the positive things that are happening for Aiden. You know what I mean? That's just my default mechanism. That's all. So yeah, that's how I feel about it. And I, you know, I hope you can understand. If you can't, too fucking bad. I don't know what else to tell you. Yeah, I mean, from what I'm seeing is that's my point. Is I don't have enough information to like point fingers at anybody and be like, "You're wrong." You know, I just don't. So, yeah. I mean, I'm with everybody. I'm dying to see a Karen and Turtle Boy interview. I'm dying to see that. I want to see that. I want to see that happen immediately. And I like to think that it doesn't matter who she interviews with. This is what people really want to see. You know what I mean? Like she could go interview with fucking Nancy Grace tomorrow. And would that annoy me? Absolutely. It would annoy the shit out of me if she did that. But at the same time, it's not going to take away from the joy that I'm going to get finally seeing Karen be interviewed by Aiden. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to take away from that. I'm always going to like look at that as like, okay, this is fucking what I've been waiting for. It's just like when Nurse Kim interviewed Yannetti. You know, it was short, it was fun, it was funny, it was laid back, it was chill. And the fact that David Yannetti was on Runkle and was on, you know, Defense Diaries and all these other channels before that didn't take away from me how much I enjoyed the dynamic between Nurse Kim and David Yannetti. You know what I'm saying? Like it didn't do anything. If anything, I anticipated it more. You know, so all I'm saying is before I start to develop strong feelings about it, the jury's still out. You know, like let's see where this. I'm in a place in my head where I'm like, let's see where this goes. Let's see what they're gonna do. You know, and you know, that's it. To me, it's just a little too early to start throwing strong feelings around about it and throwing strong opinions about certain people about it. You know, that's all. Yeah, and you know, I mean, I don't know about any of that. I don't know. You know, yeah, exactly. She told Aiden that she's just saying hi. Okay, so what's gonna happen if, you know, what's gonna happen if it turns out that that's not even true? What's gonna happen if she sits down there and then Howie starts asking her hard questions and she starts laying it all out? Is that gonna piss off the whole world? You know, I mean, it might piss me off. I don't know. I'm just saying I'm not there yet. You know, like I just don't want to start letting myself get worked up about something that I just don't have enough information to get worked up about it. You know, that's all. All right. All right. So here we got Michael Proctor is the Civil Service Commission. He's at a Civil Service Commission hearing and he's fighting for his job. And the Massachusetts State Police have a representative there that is basically ensuring that there's absolutely no excuse for giving this guy a badge and a uniform and a gun again. You know, there's just no, yeah, you know. This guy did the worst things that a cop could possibly do for the most part, and associates himself closely with cops that we know are dirty as well. I mean, this has to be a break in the chain, you know, at the very least. That's where I'm at. I feel like this should just be a break in the chain of the corruption that's taking place. At least a kink in it, you know? So we can get this moving. Because I still have faith. Maybe I'm naive, but I still have faith in. I still have hope that there could be justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe. I still have hope. I mean, how can you not? You know what I'm saying? Like, how the fuck can you not have hope when you know these people are just fucking out there and you know what they fucking did? You know what I mean? Like, how can you not maintain hope? I can't imagine just being like, well, fuck it. You know? Like, people wouldn't be taking their pictures in public and shit if they didn't have hope that some way, you know, maybe they buckle and fucking confess or something, you know, anything. Now, we know that's not going to happen. But I'm saying, like, it seems naive, but at the same time, it also seems almost irresponsible to not have hope, you know, knowing that these people are walking around, knowing what they're getting away with right now. But the thing is, you know, this federal investigation here, it's brought up, and then this person on the Massachusetts State Police even acknowledged that the federal investigation was over. But still, I have nothing substantial to tell me that this federal investigation is over. There's nothing substantial to tell me that. You know what I mean? Like, where did we hear that this was over? We heard it from Helena Rafferty. We heard it from Spanky Brennan, right? These are the people we heard it from. And then we hear it from this guy who represents the Massachusetts State Police. And the fact of the matter is the only reason that I think Michael Proctor is being fired, has been fired, is because the pressure came so hard that they had to do something. They had to throw a bone to the dogs. Us. Give them something. And then they have Michael Proctor fall on his sword. They don't bring him in on it because they don't want him to whistleblow if the time comes. Plausible deniability, all that shit. They don't let him in on it. They just fuck him over. And so here he is sitting around, drinking, getting fat, driving his wife crazy. And then he's like, I don't know how to do anything else. I'm going to go try to be a cop again. This is bullshit. These other guys were doing this shit, and I'm the one who gets fired. Bullshit. Because he's not so low key saying, I'm not the only dirty one. Why am I being fired? By saying I'm being targeted, I'm being victimized here. He's basically throwing everybody else under the bus without saying so. I mean, that's his whole defense here. That's his whole thing is this isn't fair. Right. I mean, think about it. That's been the dynamic from the beginning, dude. That's been the dynamic from the beginning, dude. This dude, he loosely knows the Alberts, but not as loosely as he makes it out to be. He's just somebody they know through people, and they attend weddings with each other, and that's somebody that the McAlberts keep close, just close enough for times like January 29th, 2022. And so here is Michael Proctor, eager to come to the rescue. How do we know he's eager about it? Because he's bragging to his friends back home on text message threads, going, nope. Owner of the house is a Boston cop too. No way she skates. This dude is enthusiastic about cleaning up their messes. They groomed him to clean up their messes.
Good morning. I am Angela McConney, a commissioner for the Massachusetts Civil Service Commission. With me today is Rob Quinnen, the General Counsel for the Commission. The time is approximately 9:30 a.m. This is the second day of hearing held in person at the offices of the Civil Service Commission located at 100 Cambridge Street in Boston, Massachusetts. Additional days of hearing are scheduled for later this year on October 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. We're continuing from yesterday with the appellant's cross-examination of the respondent's witness, Detective Lieutenant Kevin Dwyer. Mr. Moynihan?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, GLP. So I just wanted to go back to our appellant exhibit 19, APP 0107, first of all.
Correct?
Correct.
I'm there, sir.
Yeah, see, this is just his effort to get back in the circle. He doesn't realize he's being ostracized. He doesn't realize he's being.
So what we had there, sir,
he thinks
was
this
a
is his enemy.
26, two from, as you call it, from you to Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
Correct.
And we asked you yesterday what the purpose of this was, and I think we sort of characterized it as potential violations, and you told us that you were spitballing about potential charges, correct?
I wouldn't use the term spitballing, but yes, it was the possible violation.
I think
yes.
I asked you about spitballing.
You did.
You agreed with me.
You did.
Okay. And so in this, you told us also that you're not responsible for the ultimate charges in these cases, are you?
Correct.
And that's up to someone else.
It is.
And who's that someone else?
Again, I'm not part of the process. It's the leadership in DST, along with the legal section, I believe.
Colonel Shoemaker?
He would be part of that process, yes.
And so you're drafting this email, I'm sorry, this to from before the mistrial and the relief of duty. And you are highlighting and potential charges, correct?
Correct.
But why would you do that if you're not responsible for the ultimate charges?
So again, I'm not responsible for the ultimate charges, but part of my job is to identify possible violations that directs my invest into what violations I should be looking at.
Right. And in here, you mentioned 5.23, which we went over yesterday, was dissemination, correct?
Correct.
And Michael Proctor was not charged with that, correct?
I don't believe he was.
And you also highlighted and mentioned admin 18, bias policing, et cetera, correct?
The admin 47 for bias policing, yes.
Yes. And he wasn't charged with that either, was he?
So I'm not positive, but I don't believe he was, no.
Okay. Now, you're aware, sir, are you not, that Michael Proctor was ultimately charged with unsatisfactory performance?
Yes, sir.
You didn't mention that in your to from, did you?
I don't believe I did, no. No, sir.
All right. So somebody else came up with that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we discussed yesterday that we had some discussions early on, whether it was on the day of the duty status hearing or immediately thereafter, about getting Michael in for an interview pretty quickly, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told us that nobody told you that you had to hurry this case up.
That is correct.
And in the normal course of an investigation, you would normally do interviews of witnesses first before a subject, correct?
If there were witnesses to To interview, correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that a trooper is entitled to an interview as per policy, correct?
Yes,
And a trooper is entitled to an interview as per the collective bargaining agreement, correct?
correct.
And in fact, he's entitled to an interview per those two sources before any conclusions are reached on an investigation, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that your report, well, let me back up. First of all, after you conclude your investigation, you prepare a report, correct?
I do.
And that report is done after you've interviewed witnesses, if it calls for it, and the subject, correct?
The final copy is yes.
Because the subject might be able to offer important facts in the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And mitigating factors.
Yes, sir.
And it's actually a matter of due process, isn't it, sir, that a subject should be allowed to be interviewed before conclusions are reached about an investigation?
Yes, sir.
And we saw yesterday under the policy that the subject of an opioid investigation is entitled to all constitutional protections, correct?
Correct.
And all collective bargaining protections, correct?
Correct.
This guy, man.
And could you turn, sir,
Proctor's
to
lawyer is
52 APP 0336?
like, he's just going to ask a bunch of questions that just don't matter. And like, I believe that the civil service commissioner that's overseeing this thing, I believe that she,
Page number again, sir?
APP 0336.
she already has her mind made up about
Yes,
this.
sir.
Okay. So I think we went through this a little bit yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is the general order, essentially the rules for our OPIA, Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on page 2, it describes the procedure for opioid cases, correct?
It does.
And the normal process is that you prepare a report on the investigation for DST, correct?
Correct.
And we said yesterday, DST is the Division of Standards and Training, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's the division that you're part of.
It
correct?
is.
And in your report, you provide supporting facts for each allegation, correct?
Correct.
And then a classification of the complaint, correct?
Yes.
And so the report is done after the investigation's finished, right?
Yes, sir.
And the findings, your findings, are presented in the report after the investigation is finished, correct?
Correct.
And so any sustained findings that you make would only be presented in the report after your investigation is finished, correct?
Correct.
And this investigation would include the interview of the subject, correct?
It would.
And it says in here again, and I don't want to repeat myself too often, but the report is submitted to the colonel.
I agree,
of
Jerry.
DST, who is Lieutenant Colonel
I
Shoemaker
agree.
at the time of this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker is the designee of the colonel, of Colonel Mott, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like either a cop or an IT
And so in the
guy.
normal course of events, you would conduct your full investigation, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Interviewing the subject, witnesses, and you'd prepare a report,
Yes, sir.
and then you'd present it to Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
Correct.
And you'd have findings and conclusions.
Yes.
And after the report is finished and it's sent to Colonel Shoemaker, fair to say that the report is then reviewed by Colonel Shoemaker
Yes, sir.
and the legal department?
Yes, sir.
And in the normal course of events, if I'm the attorney for the trooper, then that report gets sent to me with a recommendation, correct?
That is correct.
And many times, negotiations take place between myself and the department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And a matter of fact, it's a small percentage of cases, is it not, where we have to go to a trial board?
So I couldn't speak to that, but that's my
Your
understanding.
experience?
Yes.
Could you, sir, go to Exhibit 27, Appellant's Exhibit 27, which is APP 0131.
Everybody's got their fucking binders.
Yes, sir.
All right, you there?
I am.
Okay, and so on APP 0131, we have an email, correct?
We do.
And that's from you to me?
Correct.
And that's dated Friday, July 12th at 3:22 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Friday afternoon. And you have attachments, subject, the second one is Trooper Proctor subject calling letter, correct?
On the email page.
I'm looking at the email.
Yes, yes.
And then your email is, good afternoon, Dan. Attached to this email is the subject call-in letter for Trooper Proctor for 7/19/24, correct?
Correct.
Dude, who fucking cares, man? What are you even talking about right now?
If you have any questions, if not, have a good weekend. Kevin, correct?
Correct.
So you sent me that on Friday afternoon on 7/12 at 3:22 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Who is Suzanne Caravaggio?
She is the department prosecutor.
Do you work hand in hand with her?
I work with her, yes.
And are you or are you not aware, sir, that Suzanne Caravaggio, is the department prosecutor, was trying to schedule a trial board with me on the morning of July 12th before we even agreed to an interview date?
I was not aware at that time, no.
Okay, fair enough. Were you aware that Suzanne called me on Friday afternoon to discuss that?
No,
That same Friday afternoon?
I am not, no.
Were you aware of my email back to Suzanne on the following Monday, the 15th, concerning the irregularities of this?
No, sir.
Fair enough. It's still your testimony, though, sir, that nobody at the department told you to rush this case along?
That is correct.
Zach, can I have, is it 29, why don't you give me all 29, 30, 30. Could you, DLT, turn to exhibit 29, please? Zach, 30, 30.
Yes, sir.
Are you there? So exhibit 29, APP 0140. You with me there?
What was the page number again?
APP 0140.
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is an email from you, correct?
Yes,
And it's to Bruce O'Rourke.
it is.
Who's Bruce O'Rourke?
At the time, he was the OPAA unit commander.
Bruce
One of your
O'Rourke?
bosses?
Yes,
The date of this is Thursday, July 11th of 24, correct?
yes,
And the time is 3:57 p.m., correct?
yes,
And the attachments are Proctor IAS 2024-0014 report draft, ... correct?
yes.
And so this is addressed to Captain and Goose, correct?
Yes.
Captain is O'Rourke.
It is.
Who's Goose?
Goose is DLT John Costa.
What do you mean?
That's his nickname,
It is, yes.
right? And so your
The plaque for the
email
alternates
says,
is
on
down
July
in the
11th,
ladies' room.
Attached is the draft report for IAS 240014, correct?
Yes,
Please review and let me know any suggestions, corrections, changes. It has not been peer reviewed yet. For the interest of time in being able to submit it tomorrow. Goose, if you could look at it too, make sure I didn't miss anything. Thank you. Kevin.
Talk to me,
did I read that
Goose.
correctly?
Who's on my 6?
And so this is a draft of the final report that you're sending to Captain and Goose, correct?
I don't believe it was the draft of my final report. It was the draft at the time.
Correct. I
Goose.
misspoke. I'm sorry.
Yes,
It is
yes.
a draft of a proposed report,
Correct.
correct? And you're sending it
Goose!
on July 11th,
Goose!
correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no.
8 days before
Oh, no.
Proctor's interview.
Correct.
3 days after his duty status hearing.
Yes, sir.
Tough scene.
And is it fair to say that as of July 11th, DLT, you're not finished with your investigation?
I'm not.
And you make the statement that it has not been peer reviewed yet. What does that mean?
So prior to us submitting a final report, when I read a report, it gets submitted to a peer for another set of eyes to look at it to see if anything was missed.
Okay. And you state for the interest of time and being able to submit tomorrow.
So's Mike
What do you mean
Johnson.
by that?
I can't speak that probably for another review. At that time, I can't speak to what I meant by that. The invoice wasn't done yet, so I don't know why we'll submit. I assume it was to submit it for a peer review.
Well, don't the words "for the interest of time" suggest that this was a priority?
This case was a priority.
And don't the words "for the interest of time" suggest that somebody might have told you, hurry this case along?
No, sir.
Nope.
You just wrote those words.
I did, sir.
And so this document has 8 pages, correct? The draft report.
Thank you, Buzzing for Truth. And thank you for the one yesterday. I think I missed it,
And on
but thank
page
you.
6, you have conclusions, correct?
I do.
So you had conclusions already drafted on page 6, 8 days before Michael Proctor's interview, correct?
As a draft, but I
got you.
believe, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, this is bullshit.
I also, in somewhere in one of the emails, I specified that any conclusions that I drew was based only on information that I knew at the time, and was pending the results of Proctor's interview.
Okay. You said you put that, you wrote that somewhere?
Are you seriously pulling this shit, dude? Like, your client decided Karen Reed was guilty within 16 hours of
But
John
in any
O'Keefe's
event,
death.
sir,
Stop it.
For the record, this was-
Without having interviewed anybody.
I apologize. I apologize.
All right, what did you just give to Mr. Martin?
A courtesy copy of an email he already has, that was produced in the same production that the department gave to counsel for the appellant as part of its full production prior to August 12th as ordered by the commission. This is a courtesy copy because I suspected Attorney Moynihan was going to go here and attempt to misrepresent the record. This is an attempt to correct the record.
Woo! Holy shit. That's awesome. This dude's not fucking around. He's like, I knew this dude was going to try to misrepresent the record. This is an attempt to correct the record. Yo. Homie. This dude is not fucking around. What the fuck you smiling about? The dude straight up looks like an uncircumcised penis.
Have time to read it?
I quickly just read it. There is an email. I don't have, I can move on.
Right, I'm just saying, do you want to submit it? You want
No,
to do that later?
I don't wish to submit it.
Okay, thank you. I'll hold on.
I don't wish to submit it because it proves my shit wrong.
Please proceed.
Guilty. I asked you a number of questions.
BLT.
Factual questions here this morning about this draft, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have I misrepresented anything to you?
Nope.
Thank you. Now, on the draft, it's dated August 14th, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was the significance of August 14th?
So if I could, it's actually dated August 14th, 2025.
Yeah, right.
Which would have been about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I can only surmise, but this was probably a Word document. The Word documents I use auto update the date field. So I assume that that was the date that this document was printed. That is not the date that I drafted that letter.
And was there any significance to August 14th of 24?
Not that I can recall, sir.
But in any event, you do have conclusions on page.
What's up, Nikki?
Correct.
And they take 3 pages.
They do.
Follow Nikki on X, y'all.
You look at Exhibit 30, please.
Yes, sir.
And we have on APP 014 3150, an email from you again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's from you, correct?
It is.
To Suzanne Caravaggio.
Yes, yes, it is.
What the fuck, man? What is going on with the sound?
And also copied to Bruce O'Rourke, the captain.
Yes.
And the date of this is Friday, July 12, 2024, 10:33 a.m., Friday morning.
Correct.
Same day. And you say to Suzanne, attached is the draft report for IAS 240014 for your review. Thank you, Kevin. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And you correct me if I'm wrong, I think you told us you were not aware that Suzanne was trying to schedule the trial board already on that day.
Correct.
And this is 8 pages, correct?
It is.
And again, you have conclusions already made, correct?
I do.
No, not if you're wearing headphones. Like mine was cutting out in one ear. So it was driving me crazy.
And why are you sending it to Suzanne?
It's normal process to have multiple people look at a report to, again, find any missing elements or something that needs to be addressed.
Is it normal process to send her a draft of a report before the subject's been interviewed?
It's not unnormal or abnormal.
How many times have you done that?
I can't put a number on it, sir, but I'm sure I've done it multiple times.
I was gonna say abnormal. You idiot.
I couldn't speak to that,
Michael
sir.
Proctor's case?
Fucking moron.
It could have been.
Abnormal, not unnormal. Stupid.
Could you go to 31, please, which is APP 00160?
Hope you die for getting that wrong.
I'm there, sir.
All right, and so we have here an email from Suzanne Caravaggio, correct?
Yes, sir.
To you.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Subject Proctor.
Exactly, Cassie.
Friday, again, it's a busy day, wasn't it?
A lot of emails.
Son of a motherfucker.
Friday, July 12, 2024 at 12:46 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the attachment is Proctor, case number, report, ... correct?
Yes, sir.
And Suzanne says to you, Kevin, please see the attached draft report with edits. Thanks, Suzanne, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the first thing I have to ask you about is on the first page of this, now the report's 9 pages, correct?
Yes, it is.
And again, this is 7 days before Michael Proctor's interview, correct?
Yes.
And so on the first page of the report with edits, the date is changed by somebody, correct?
Again, I believe that's the auto update feature because it's again changed to August 14th, 2025.
Okay. Do you know what date originally was on these documents?
It appears it was July 12th, 2024.
And so in any event,
Hey, Independence Day.
she makes additional edits to the report, correct?
She does.
And it now becomes 9 pages.
Correct.
And this is a week before Michael's interview, correct?
Correct. I believe it went to 9 pages though, because when Suzanne looks at it, she uses what's called track changes.
Yeah.
So the bulk of her edits have to do with grammar or spacing. So when you make the track changes, it doesn't take out what was originally written. It just puts her recommendations in there. So that's why it makes the document longer.
Could you go to Exhibit 32, please, sir? Appellant's Exhibit, which is APP 0171.
Yeah. Cherry's a limey, Boosh McFadden.
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Cherry's a
All right,
limey.
so this is
She's a
another
red
email
coat.
from Suzanne Caravaggio,
Nothing
correct?
she says in
To
regard
Kevin Dwyer,
to the subject
correct?
Yes,
is
sir.
valid.
And its subject is Proctor, draft charge outline, correct?
It is.
And the date of it is Friday, July 12th, 24, again, correct?
Correct.
12:49 p.m.
Correct.
3 minutes after she sent you her draft report with edits, correct?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
And this is 4 days after the duty status hearing where Michael was suspended without pay, correct?
Correct.
and it was 7 days before the interview.
Correct.
And she's sending you a charge outline, correct?
For potential charges, yes.
So is it fair to say that Suzanne Caravaggio is advising you of what charges you need to find Michael Proctor guilty of?
That is not accurate.
Well, what is the purpose of this?
To advise me what the potential charges are. I think that is unfair to say that anyone tells an investigator what charges to find guilt on.
Okay, well, I'm just reading a document.
Charges to what?
To find guilt on.
I'm just reading a document, sir, and I'm trying to infer what it means. But you told us that you don't decide the charges and how the case plays out at the end, right?
I do not.
Well, would it be fair to say Suzanne does do that?
Suzanne is part of that process, yes.
So Suzanne's the person who decides what the charges should be.
She,
Has to answer.
I believe Mr. Martin, I believe the witness did say she's.
Yeah, he's just up here trying to twist shit. Like,
and so
this dude was like, nah,
she
dude.
then attaches an email. With her email, she has an attachment with potential charges, correct?
She does.
And she has 4 charges listed.
She does. Yes, sir.
And the first one is unsatisfactory performance.
It is.
And that's ultimately what Michael was charged with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's ultimately what Michael Proctor was fired for, correct?
I can't speak to that, sir.
You don't know that today?
I don't know what caused that, the termination for
No.
discipline.
My question, sir, is,
Hold on a second.
sorry.
His voice is dropping and you're asking the
Apologize.
question. So what I have so far is I don't know what caused the termination for the.
I don't know what played into the process to cause the termination, as far as what weight was placed on which charge.
Okay. But you know that as we sit here today, that Michael Proctor was fired for unsatisfactory performance, Class A, correct?
Correct.
And that's one of the charges Suzanne Caravaggio suggests to you.
It is.
And then she has dissemination, alcoholic beverages, and use of equipment, correct?
Correct.
Now, use of equipment is a Class C violation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Madam Commissioner, could I have 1 second just to?
Get glarer drip
I could just have a moment.
and hit the merch store. Get glarer drip. Look at this guy. I can't stand this motherfucker, dude. Like, I can't even look at this guy without even getting agitated, bro. I can't stand this guy.
Could you go to?
He's awful.
Exhibit 26, please. Yeah, I have this. Thank you.
26, you said?
26.
Right, he looks greasy, bro. Like, he looks fucking greasy. He looks like a fucking scrotum, dude.
It would be R0667.
Like a shaved scrotum.
I'm there, sir.
R0667.
He looks like a testicular cyst.
Okay, thank you. You ready, sir?
I am, sir.
So let's go, first of all, let's work from the bottom up. Use of equipment is a Class C violation, correct?
Correct.
And looking at page 1 of 5, R0667, Class C violations for a First Amendment offense, you can't be fired for that, right?
For the first offense, no, you cannot.
Okay. Looking up alcoholic beverages and drugs, which we'll talk about later, that's a Class B offense, correct?
It is.
First offense, Class B, you can't be fired for that, right?
Correct.
Dissemination of information, Class C. First offense, Class C, you can't be fired for that, right?
Correct.
Unsatisfactory performance, if you could turn to page R0669 of this index of rules and regulations. Actually, let me back up, sir, just so we know. What are we looking at here?
This is the Appendix A. It's the discipline guidelines.
Discipline guidelines for the Department of State Police.
Correct.
And this is the essentially the rule book for disciplinary offenses and what the department can do in terms of the finding of a guilt on a disciplinary charge, correct?
Correct.
And they're regulated by these guidelines.
They are.
And so looking at page RO669, tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. And so Suzanne recommends 5.82 unsatisfactory performance, Class A, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so looking on page 3 of 5, RO669, do you see 5.8.2 in the middle of the page under unsatisfactory performance?
I do.
And is it fair to say, sir, that the department can choose at its discretion to classify it as a Class D, which would not be fireable, correct?
Correct.
Class C, which would not be fireable, correct?
Correct.
Class B, which would not be fireable.
Correct.
Or Class A, which would make it fireable, correct? And so it was discretionary in this case to classify Michael Proctor's unsatisfactory performance charge as an A, B, C, or a D.
I don't think I can speak to that, sir.
Well, no, I'm just going by the guidelines.
Oh, well, yes, based on the guidelines, yes,
Right.
it is, yes.
And Suzanne, in this email, is telling you unsatisfactory performance, Class A, correct?
Correct.
And Michael Proctor was never charged with dissemination, was he?
I don't believe so, sir.
Could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 33, please? Which is APP 0174.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, this is an email from you, correct?
It is.
To Suzanne Caravaggio again.
Correct.
Subject Proctor draft charge outline, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is on that Friday afternoon, July 12th of 24 at 1:08 PM, correct?
Correct.
And your email to Suzanne is attached as the copy for you to continue reviewing. Thank you.
Correct.
Oh, the chat is killing me.
And again, the date on the report is misstated again, correct?
It is.
And this is again an 8-page report, once again, correct?
It is.
And on page 6, we begin with a conclusion section, correct?
Correct.
And this is 7 days before Michael Proctor's interview.
6 days. Yes, 7 days. Correct.
Could you turn to Appellant's Exhibit 34, please? Which is APP 0184. Page number.
Yes, sir.
All right. This is another email from you to Suzanne Caravaggio, correct?
It is.
She's the prosecutor for the legal department.
She is.
And again, subject Proctor-report, correct?
Correct.
This one's dated Tuesday, July 16, 2024 at 5:06 PM, correct?
Correct.
And it says, thanks, Suzanne Kevin, correct?
Yes.
Now, apparently just prior to that, Suzanne had sent you an email on July 16th at 5:06 PM, correct? Does it appear that way?
Yes.
And it says, subject Proctor report, and it says, hi, Kevin, attached, please find your current draft of your report in Proctor with my changes. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thanks, Suzanne, correct?
Yes.
And the
I
report is
certainly
now 9
hope so.
pages, correct?
Yes.
But if he does take the
And this is
stand,
3 days before my.
or if he does testify, it probably won't be
Yes,
until
sir.
October. Because today is the last day.
Could you go to
until
Exhibit 35, please?
October.
APP, page number 0196.
Can you please repeat that?
Page number APP 0196.
I don't know if he's a union lawyer. I wonder,
Yes, sir.
since he was fired, if he no
This
longer
is
has
an
union
email
benefits.
from you, correct?
It is.
To Jeremy Sweeney.
Correct.
Who's Jeremy Sweeney?
Jeremy Sweeney was a DLT that was an OPIA.
And the date of this is Wednesday, July 17th, 2024 at 7:07 PM, correct?
Correct.
And the attachment is Proctor, case number, report draft, ... correct?
Correct.
And attached to this, sir, is a report of 12 pages, correct?
Correct.
Draft report of 12 pages.
Yes, sir.
So the report has now grown from 9 to 12, right?
Correct.
And this is 2 days before Michael Proctor's interview.
Yes, sir.
So at this point in time, July 16th, this report's been reviewed by Suzanne, by you, by Goose, and by Sweeney, right?
Correct, sir.
By Goose and Sweeney.
And Suzanne had suggested to you what the charges should be, correct?
She did not suggest to me what the charges should be.
Well, I guess, let me just, I don't want to miss.
This guy keeps trying to play these little tricks.
What is she doing there when she sends you that potential charge outline?
So I believe that's what the potential charges would be.
So she's not suggesting that to you, is that what you're saying?
It's not a suggestion.
She's not suggesting to me as in regards as to how my
She's just saying this
should
is what
move
your
forward.
options are.
Fair enough. Now, on page 6, if you could, of the report, which is APP 0203, could you please look at that?
Yes, sir.
So you added paragraphs 9 and 10, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in paragraph 10, you state, now this is dated July 16th, correct?
It is.
So in paragraph 10, you say, on July 19th, 2024, I, along with Detective Lieutenant Jeremy Sweeney, interviewed Trooper Proctor at General Headquarters, correct?
It does.
That didn't happen yet.
No, but if you notice, those two paragraphs are in bold.
Yeah.
So this is a draft copy of my report.
Okay.
The way I do reports is I write the report as it goes. At the time that I wrote this, the interview was scheduled for July 19th.
Right.
So I pre-wrote this because that is a boilerplate paragraph. That is the same language that's used in every paragraph, but I put it in bold because it was subject to change.
But answer this question, sir. Had the interview happened yet?
It had not.
And you state that Trooper Proctor was accompanied by Sergeant Johnson and Spam attorney Daniel Moynihan. We hadn't arrived yet, right?
Again.
Yes or no? Yes or no? With all due respect.
Nope, it has not.
Oh,
And you say that 4 lines down, this interview was digitally recorded with the consent of all persons present and later transcribed. That hadn't happened yet.
Objection.
Correct.
We've been through this. He says it's a form paragraph that is written. It's the same in every report he writes. He fills in the details and then he corrects it after the fact.
It's called being efficient.
But he has already testified that this is something he pre-filled before the interview took place because it's a boilerplate paragraph. This questioning is badgering and irrelevant and misleading.
I'll allow the question. Thank you, Mr. Conlon. Do you want Mr. Monahan to repeat that question?
Please.
Paragraph 10.
So it says this interview was digitally recorded with the consent of all persons present and later transcribed. Again, that hadn't happened yet,
It
correct?
did not happen yet, correct.
And then in paragraph 11,
Because that's what he does every time.
you say, in summary, Trooper Proctor stated the following with a colon, correct?
Correct.
And then it says Trooper Proctor said, ... right?
Correct.
Right.
So in
He
other
doesn't know
words,
what he said yet.
you were going to fill in the blanks.
That was a placeholder. So when I completed Trooper
Wow.
Proctor's interview, I could fill in what he told us. Yes,
Is it still your testimony, sir, that nobody told you to rush this case through?
it is.
Is it fair to say that Michael Proctor's subject interview here was just a formality?
That is not true.
Is it fair to say that Michael Proctor's termination was just a predetermination?
I can't speak to that, sir.
Now, on page 10 of that report.
He's doing his job.
look
He's a
at that.
good lawyer. No, he's a good lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Now, you spent quite a bit of
he's
time
dirty,
with Attorney
but
Carly
he's good.
going through your sustained findings, did you not?
I did.
And here, 3 days before Michael Proctor's interview, before your investigation is finished, you have made 12 recommendations, correct?
Correct.
And you've recommended whether to sustain or not sustain before the interview's done, before the investigation is done. Is that fair to say?
Again, this was a draft report, and I would point you to that email that I sent before, saying that these recommendations were only based on the information we knew at the time, and they were subject to change pending Trooper Proctor's interview.
Did any of these recommendations change?
I don't believe they did.
So fair to say again, sir, that 3 days before the investigation was, let me strike that, 3 days before he gets interviewed, before your investigation, you've made 12 recommendations to sustain or not sustain, correct?
Based just on the information that we knew at the time, correct.
And it was these charges, were they not, that got presented to the trial board?
These recommendations
Yes.
in the final draft, yes.
Yes. And it was these charges which served as the basis to fire Michael Proctor.
Yes, sir.
So he's twisting the situation. They knew what they were investigating.
In the regulation,
They were just keeping notes.
Michael Proctor, as an employee of the Mass State Police, was entitled to all constitutional protections, correct?
Correct.
And doesn't that include due process?
It does.
Dude, stop it right now. Oh, I can't wait.
Now, I want to ask you a series of questions about Michael Proctor's interview on July 19th.
Yes, sir.
So this interview took place on July 19th, 3 days after that last report we just looked at, right?
Yes, sir.
And I was there,
You were?
and
wait, I say
there's another
they
attorney
are.
there, correct?
Correct.
And you were
were.
there, and then Mr.
You're
DLT
too
Sweeney was there, right?
Correct.
And is it fair to say, as of that date and even up until the present, you've never seen the entirety of these text message threads?
Can you?
And
ask
I
that in two questions?
believe in
sorry.
his soul.
Let me say it up to today's date. Have you ever seen the entirety
Dot.
of these text message threads, hundreds of thousands?
I have
of
not,
texts?
no.
We only have these clips, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we went with on July 19th.
It is.
So it's fair to say that there are 4 groups of text messages, and I'll go through them, just part of my question. There's a text message with friends that he grew up with, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that those guys all grew up in Canton?
Yes.
And then there's text, and I think we discussed this, there are 38,707 total texts between him and his friends over a period of time, correct?
That number sounds accurate, yes.
And we don't have all those.
No, sir.
And then the text with his sister, correct?
Correct.
And there were 2,865 total texts between him and his sister, correct?
Sounds to be right, yes.
And then there were texts with his wife Elizabeth, correct?
Yes.
And these are private texts, right?
Oh, God.
Yes, sir.
And there's such a thing known as a spousal privilege in the law, isn't
Oh,
there?
shut
Yes,
the
sir.
fuck
And
up,
Michael never
man.
asserted that privilege, did he?
He did not.
And there are 1,162 texts between he and his wife, correct?
I don't know the number, but that would
Sound about
surprise me.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but we didn't have all those.
We did not.
And then the text with other troopers in the unit. There were 43,380 texts between he and the other troopers in the unit, correct?
Again, sounds about right, yes.
Okay. By the way, was any other, and these all happened back in 22, the text with the other troopers?
Yes, sir.
No other trooper faced discipline as being part of these conversations, did they?
I don't know if I can speak to that, sir. I wasn't involved in any other process.
Okay, fair enough.
Wow.
Did Michael Proctor ever deny the authenticity of these texts
He did not.
in his interview
He did not.
at the trial?
He did not.
Did you ever find him to be untruthful in any way?
I did not.
Bro. Michael
respect to the
Proctor is
text,
the
with respect to
grown-up
his investigation.
equivalent of somebody
not.
going,
And
well, he did
is
too.
it fair to say that Michael Proctor has repeatedly apologized for these texts?
He has.
What a
And he's
pussy.
told you and others, many, many others, that they were unprofessional and regrettable and juvenile, correct?
He did.
Now, you served as a detective in a DA's office, correct?
I have.
That was in Worcester County?
Yes, sir.
And you were there for 6 years, right?
Approximately, yes.
And you're familiar with the protocols of a DA's office and detective units?
I am.
And so there have been terms used here, lead investigator and case officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are those the same thing?
Essentially, yes.
And so in the Reed case, Michael Proctor was assigned by his bosses to be the case officer.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that a case officer is kind of like a secretary for the case?
I don't know if I would use the term secretary. My understanding of case officer, while they're the person responsible for the complete investigation, they're not necessarily the one that does all the work. They do a bulk of the work, and then they ensure that everyone else who's assigned different tasks in that invest do what they need to do.
And it's the case officer's responsibility to collect everyone else's reports, correct?
Correct.
And there are many people who work in an investigation on a homicide, correct?
There are.
And so as case officer, it doesn't mean Michael Proctor's in charge of the unit, does he?
It does not.
And he's kind of like spoke in the wheel, right?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And so by coining Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the Reed case, it suggests that he was in charge of the investigation, does it not?
I think the argument could be made that, I don't know if in charge is the right term, but he's the one that's responsible for the investigation.
Okay, but he still has to answer to Sergeant Buchanan, right?
Correct.
And DLT Tully.
Correct.
And Lieutenant Fanning.
Correct.
And Captain Collins.
Correct.
And Major Coppenrath.
Correct.
And Lieutenant Colonel Connors.
Correct.
And ultimately Colonel Mon and Deputy Pinkham, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so he's at the bottom of the run.
No.
In that chain of command, yes, he
In
is.
that chain of command.
So he does,
yeah.
and as a trooper, you're obligated to
This
follow
guy is
the
a
orders
master
of your superiors, correct?
Yes, sir.
flipping perspective.
So
Like,
is it
this
fair
dude
to
is
say that
slick.
a homicide investigation, which you're familiar with, right?
I am.
It is a collaboration between all members of the DA's of the SPDU unit.
It is.
And it's also a collaboration between the State Police SPDU unit and the DA's office.
It is.
And Michael Proctor did not have authority to supervise this investigation in the Reed case, did he?
As a supervisor, no.
And he did not have authority to decide what to charge Miss Reed, did he?
Correct.
And he did not have authority of whether to charge her, correct?
Correct.
That's the decision of the Norfolk County DA's office.
It is, yes.
Wow.
And so could we go to Respondents Exhibit 20, please?
Like, so
Said 20?
I'm fascinated by Michael Proctor's
And it is,
mentality here.
Base number RO 513, 514.
I'm fascinated by his mentality here. Like, how does he expect to go back to the Massachusetts State Police and have any respect from any of his fucking colleagues?
RO 514
That makes no
is where it
sense.
starts, and I just need to get my bearings to go to the specific page.
Like, he's trying to get his job back by throwing everyone else under the bus.
And I'm going
How
to
does
go
he
to-
think, like, what does he think he's going to do there?
I'm going to go to base number RO 521.
Well, yeah, we know they're all dirtbags, but how does he expect to save face
sir.
around them? How does he expect to
So,
have a functional
this is
working
exhibit
relationship
AAA
with all of
in the
them
Reed case,
after
correct?
this?
Correct.
Dated 6/12/24.
Yes.
And going through this, first of all, this is the text message chain with his friends who grew up in Canton.
Yes, sir.
Now, when conducting an investigation in a homicide, is it fair to say that as an investigator, you form opinions about the case after a certain amount of investigation has been conducted?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that you form opinions as a human being about the suspect based on fact and reason.
Yes, sir.
And it's natural, it's human nature, is it not, to form an opinion about someone you believe to be the suspect of a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but it should be based on fact and reason.
Correct.
Thank you, on top.
And you have conducted, I think you told us previously that after you conducted an investigation, you formed opinions about suspects, correct?
I'm sure I have, sir, yes.
You don't have warm, fuzzy feelings for somebody you think committed a homicide, correct?
I probably wouldn't know, and I have not, yes.
And you said in your report, it's entirely reasonable for some investigator to form an opinion about a suspect.
Yes, sir.
And it's entirely reasonable to express your personal opinions to family members and close friends, correct?
It is, but as a police officer, there are certain things that you cannot share.
Okay.
There's that, and also
And
his personal feelings can't drive his investigation, which is what showed he did. He may already made up he already made up his mind about her 16 hours into the incident.
And me and everyone has an expectation.
There's a
of
clear
privacy on
bias
your
there.
personal cell phone, correct?
As a citizen, but as police officers, we have a different expectation.
Okay, but we did say earlier, did we not, yesterday, that there's no state police policy governing personal conversations on a personal cell phone, correct?
There is not.
Like, his lawyer is so good, he's making me mad.
My recollection is that
he's
there
pissing
was
me
no
off.
specific policy violation suggested with regard to Detective Lieutenant Dwyer's investigation, but it is not the same thing as there is no policy that governs the conduct of an investigator like Michael Proctor with regard to their behavior using a personal cell phone. That is not the same thing.
I agree with Mr. Carly and Mr. Martin, it's not the same thing.
Man, I didn't ask about conduct. I asked about personal content of conversations on a personal phone, and we've discussed the fact there is no policy. If DLT Dwyer can go through the 1,000 pages of policy and find it, then let's go do it.
I'd be happy to point him at the charges with which Michael Proctor was brought up and convicted.
I understand, but he said that it isn't a state police
Policy. Correct, that's my question.
I'm just saying, what do you have in regards that we close to that?
I'm sorry.
The policy, there's a policy about the state police work phones, isn't there?
Yes.
What?
Well, no. So let me clarify. So
See, this is where shit
the-
gets complicated. What policy, based on what policy was he fired?
But what I'm suggesting as a
And
representative,
if he can't answer that, we got a problem.
is that the rules governing the conduct of members apply at all times, including Article 5. They do not differentiate between personal cell phones, work cell phones, or any cell phones. They simply apply at all times to all members. And it's possible, without reference
Right, it's
to
an
a
ethics
phone,
issue.
as Michael Proctor did, to violate those policies by means of a phone. But it doesn't matter whether it occurs via email or smoke signal or personal cell phone. It doesn't matter. Those policies equally apply to all behavior of the member as members of the Massachusetts State Police. So it's misleading and it's argumentative to suggest that just because a specific policy was not written for this member's misconduct, that therefore no such policy applies to him. That's simply false.
I'll accept Mr. Carly's explanation and his objection.
May I follow with a question that's very, very specific and not like the discussion that Attorney Carly just presented. It concerns only whether there exists a policy concerning personal content on a personal phone in a private conversation. Is there or is there not a policy? And we talked yesterday, there is not a policy. I'm just
today.
confirming.
Do you have an objection to that question, Mr. Carly?
Come on, man.
I don't have an objection to the question being posed, but the premise under it is flawed.
I understand.
Thank you, Sarah.
Mr. Dwyer, do you want him to repeat the question for you?
Please.
Thank you.
We have probably 1,000 pages of policy and regulations, correct?
Correct.
is there a policy or regulation prohibiting the way that you speak to friends and family on your personal cell phone?
There's not.
Thank you.
See that little technicality?
So could we look
is
at
bad.
Bates RO 521, please?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Bates RO 521.
That's just good
And so,
lawyering
are
right
you
there.
with me, Lieutenant?
I am.
Guilty. And so the first text is late in the evening on January 29th of 22, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it comes from somebody named Bird, right?
It does.
And we learned from the video we watched yesterday that Bird's one of these guys from Canton's nickname, right?
Correct.
And he's also known as 1311, who's it's the last word of his cell, I suppose.
Yes, sir.
And then we have, just so I'll go through it now, we have 1311, we have 5051, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that another person's cell phone, the last four numbers?
I would assume yes.
All right, and then following on the page, we have more, 5051, and then we have down the bottom of page RO 522, 0095. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And so it appears from this initial text thread that there are three people on this, correct?
It would appear that way, yes.
And there's Michael Proctor and then three buddies from Canton.
Yes.
And so the first text is late in the evening on January 29th at 10:36 p.m., correct?
Could we back up? I just don't want to be, so it does appear that there's three phone numbers there. It also appears in the gray, there's a fourth person. I assume that's Trooper Proctor.
Yes,
So-
right, that's what I
so
said, Trooper
before.
Proctor
Okay,
plus
okay.
three buddies from Canton.
I apologize.
And so, and you may not know this, but I think I asked you, are you aware that Michael Proctor was assigned to this case in the early AM hours, around 6 a.m. on the 29th of January 22?
I don't know when he was assigned as a case officer.
You're familiar with the fact that there had been work all day long, 16 hours plus on the investigation, correct?
So I don't know when the invest started, but yes, I would assume that
Right,
there was
where they
full
interviewed
day's work
nobody.
put into this.
And you're familiar with the fact that Trooper Proctor had been with Sergeant Buchanan pretty much all day conducting investigation?
I'm unaware of that.
All right. It's fair to say that there would have been many units of the state police, Canton police, all doing an investigation, correct?
Again, I wasn't there, but I would assume that there were multiple assets there.
And based on your experience in the DA's office, Worcester County, fair to say that when there's a
Worcester.
homicide early in the morning, there's a debriefing at the conclusion of the day?
Sometimes there is, yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the fact that at 10:36 at night, that night, Michael Proctor was at home?
I am unaware of that.
Okay, fair enough. Could we look at Exhibit 48, please? Appellant's exhibit, and I'll have the Bates number in a second, Madam Commissioner.
Shit is awful, bro. It's fucking awful. It's not that I'm
It's,
worried
Bates number
about.
0297.
It's that this guy is a really good lawyer. Like he knows how
Yes,
to
sir.
flip the script
I am.
really
We have
well.
here a Canton Police report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told us in the previous hearing that you don't know who was there at the scene. You don't know how many people were there because you
I don't.
didn't go there, right?
Correct.
You aware of the fact that Michael Proctor didn't go there either that day?
Can you?
Are you aware of the fact that Michael Proctor did
I'm
not
not
go
aware
to
of
the
that.
scene?
Like,
No.
can this guy out lawyer the attorney for the Massachusetts
And,
State Police? Because he
this
just
Canton
did.
Police report is dated January 29th of 22, correct?
Correct.
And right at the top, it says it's done by Sergeant Sean Good.
Yes.
And it says above his name, January 29th, January 29th, 2022 at 8:24 in the morning, correct?
For the report date, correct.
Right. So Sergeant Good has completed his report as early as 8:24 in the morning, correct?
I'm sorry, objection. Can we go to sidebar, please?
I thought this was public.
Like, dude, be better than him, dude. Oh my God. Like, this basically, Proctor's lawyer is just out lawyering right now the Massachusetts State Police lawyer. That's what he's doing. And he's doing so in a very surgical way. He's deliberately flipping the script, and he's doing so in a really, really creative, cool way. And it's so good that it's frustrating the fuck out of me watching him do it, listening to him. But the problem is that he's also doing it to piss off the other attorney, where he goes, he just keeps doing that. You got to be better than that, man. You can't just start fucking throwing tantrums and going. He keeps doing that. Look what he's doing. It's argumentative and he's playing tricks, and you can't do that shit. You're just gonna have to fucking outlawyer him, dude. You're gonna have to outlawyer him. That's the only way to beat a guy like that. Like he wants him to fucking start throwing tantrums and going, can we go to sidebar? This is not right. Because the fact is, there is no specific policy that says that you can't communicate with cell phones and say the things that he said. He's citing this fact that there's no specific policy. That and the Massachusetts State Police lawyer is like, wait a second, no, man, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter if he sends smoke signals and he behaves like this. It's unethical for a cop to do this. But his lawyer is like, well, we're not here to talk about what we think is right or wrong. We're here to talk about whether or not there's specific policies that he violated under Massachusetts State Police conduct regulations. And if you could just sit there with that kind of confidence and sit back all cocky like his lawyer does, just sitting there going, all I'm saying is there's no specific policy. Like, cite me a specific policy, you know what I mean? And we'll all go home. But if you can't fucking do that, then give him this job back because he didn't fucking do anything. Like, that's scary. That holds some water. Because he is totally doing that shit. He's going, oh, well, all of these people, Tully, he answers to Tully, and then this person getting higher and higher. And he's at the bottom of all that, right? He doesn't have any responsibility. Really? Like, no, man. Okay. Doesn't mean that he's in charge of the investigation. It means he's responsible for the investigation, which means it's under it. They don't give a fuck how he gets it done. Get the investigation done. Make sure everything, it's on you to make sure that all of it gets done. So delegate however you see fit, or don't delegate at all and get the shit done yourself. However the fuck you want to do it, produce the results. That's what being responsible for the investigation means. That's what being the lead investigator of that investigation means. Doesn't mean that he necessarily has subordinates, but he can. He can delegate. But he twisted that and made it seem like, oh, well, he's not actually in charge of anything. What do you mean? Slick as fuck. Slick as fuck. Because the flip side to that is, well, no, he had Buchanan working under him, Fanning, all these other cops that at the end of the day were basically answering to him. Not that he had power over them. It's just that since the investigation was his responsibility, they answered to him. They provided him with results that they produced. But he tried to make that seem like, no, well, don't look at that. Look at the fact that he had Tully above him, and then Tully had this person above him, and so on and so forth. And he's at the bottom of that. He had nothing to do with anything. He didn't do anything. This is all misleading. My client didn't have any responsibilities here whatsoever. Why can't he have feelings about a suspect? Oh, well, that's interesting. Is there you said yourself that it's normal for them to have feelings about a suspect, right? That for a cop to have feelings about a suspect? Sure. Okay, but not if you already developed this opinion before you even started investigating them. That's where it becomes a conflict of interest. But he had this really cool way of shining a light away from that and just being like, no, you said yourself that it's perfectly normal for police officers to hold opinions and personal opinions and feelings about the suspects. Of course, dude. Of course. You want some sort of emotional investment so that they're passionate about producing the results that they want. Of course you want that. But you don't want it to cloud their judgment. When you don't have any facts on the case at all, and you've already decided that this person was guilty, that's a problem. No, it's unethical to develop feelings that early on into the investigation. You haven't investigated anything yet. This is just fascinating. Because, like, I'm telling you, Proctor's lawyer is good. And it's scary. Because if Proctor gets his job back, it's going to be because this guy just lawyered the fuck out of it and got him reinstated on a technicality. And that may happen. That may happen. Prepare yourself for that.
Thank you, everyone. We're back in the record. Everyone, we're back in 36 Day2. I believe Mr. Morgan has recorded his question.
Yes, and I'll ask first, sir, you're experienced as a homicide investigator, correct? You're an experienced, the answer is yes, I think. You're an experienced homicide investigator.
Yes, sir.
And so when there's a homicide, it's necessary for a lot of state police units to appear at the homicide scene, correct?
Usually, yes.
Who are those units that show up?
It could be anyone from the SPDU to crime scene services. If a firearm's involved, ballistics, the crime lab, it could be a number of units, sorry.
And so is it reasonable, is it also fair to say that the local police show up at the homicide scene?
Yes.
And there would be EMTs there?
There could be, yes.
Possibly, and fire departments possibly?
Again, possibly, yes.
And so in this particular case, we're talking about Karen Reed, is it fair to say that all those units were probably there at the scene that morning?
So I would assume,
based on your experience,
I would assume a number of those assets may have been there, yes.
Okay. And could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 48, please?
Yes, sir.
It's APP 297. This is a report from the Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
And on page 2, there are persons listed, correct?
There are.
And there are how many people listed as persons being present?
On this page, there are 7.
And then 3 on the following page?
Yes.
Total of 10 persons present at the scene?
Correct.
And are you familiar with Canton?
I am not.
All right. Familiar with the fact it's a small town?
I know nothing about Canton.
Good, okay. Back to Respondent's Exhibit 20, sir, RO 521.
Yes, sir.
Now, again, Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor was not charged with dissemination of information, correct?
Correct.
And so looking at that first entry, these are all, again, just don't want to repeat, but January 29th, 10:36 is the first text message, correct?
Correct.
And it's from Bird, and it says, as we heard in the video, I need to brandish a gun more often, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And then somebody 5051 at 10:37, a minute later, says it's bold.
Correct.
Correct. Now, did you ever interview any of these friends from Canton to find out what they knew and what they didn't know?
I did not.
Is there a reason for that?
It was irrelevant to my invest.
How do you know, how would you know what they knew already before Michael Proctor texted them?
Again, that was irrelevant.
Oh, okay. All right. So you don't know who 5051 is?
I do not.
And you don't know who Bird is?
I do not.
And that wasn't relevant to you?
No, the focus of my investigation wasn't that Trooper Proctor was advising people or teaching people about information. It was the fact that the information he shared, he should not have shared.
Okay. And so at the bottom of page 0521.
Just right. The fact that he drove drunk
5051, who we don't know who it is, correct?
Correct.
Says, and by the way, I guess Mike's nickname is Chip, correct?
Yes.
So 5051 at 10:52 on January 29th says Chip, name of that VPD cop, correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, there had been no transmissions from Michael Proctor, correct?
It does not appear to be, yes.
Do you know how this guy, 5051, already knew that the decedent was a BPD cop?
I do not.
Is it not clear that this guy already knew that the victim was a BPD cop?
It appears that he knew, yes.
And based on the text, that information did not come from Michael Proctor.
I don't know where that information came from, sir.
But not from Michael Proctor on this text chain.
From what I see in front of me, no.
Right. And you never spoke to 5051?
I did not.
Wow, dude. Wow.
And is it fair to infer, sir, that people in Canton as well as the Boston Police Department would have known during the day of January 29th of John O'Keefe's death?
People would have known. I don't even know what council's asking. It's
Right.
completely vague and inappropriate.
Cross-examination.
Can you raise the question?
Fair to say, huh? Officer O'Keefe's body was found early in the morning of the 29th of January, correct?
Correct.
And he was a Boston cop.
He was.
Boston Police Department would have known about this during the day, correct?
I would assume he would, yes.
And people in Canton would have known about it at some point. Various people in Canton would have known about this during the day, correct?
I would assume, yes.
So is he being accused of sharing the fact
And,
that he was a Boston police officer? What are we talking about
During
here?
Michael Proctor's interview, he told you that many of his comments about waffling and various things were opinions of his, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that as a homicide investigator, and again, with human nature, you formed opinions about a case after conducting a full day of investigation, correct?
You would.
And
amazing, bro.
Fair to say Michael Proctor did not share any investigative strategy in his text messages, did he?
Yes, he did.
All right, well, let's look at your prior testimony. You recall testifying in a trial board in this matter?
I do.
Could you go to exhibit 20, respondent's exhibit 28B?
I hate Proctor's lawyers so much that I kind of like him.
Oh, okay.
Give a page number, sir.
Just give me a moment.
He's an
Page
excellent lawyer.
159, line 11.
I'm sorry.
Page 150, RO 969, page number.
Right, Cherry. I mean, that's the thing. When everything is so fucking incriminating, and he's finding this brilliant way of minimizing it, meaning nothing.
Yes.
It's crazy. It's making me mad.
So let's start at the top.
But he's good at it. He's fucking good at it.
When Mike Proctor was interviewed by you, we told you that many of those comments you made were opinions, correct? And your answer was correct, right?
Correct.
Going down to line 11. But he didn't share any investigative strategy was the question, and your answer was not that I'm aware of, correct?
No, that's not what I said.
I'm reading that incorrectly?
You are.
How so?
If I could read.
Those two lines?
Yes, sir. Line 5.
Doing it
No, sorry, for line 11.
All right, I was looking at line 5.
No, I'm looking at line 11. Question is, he didn't share any investigative strategy, and your answer is not that I'm aware of.
Objection. Doctrine of verbal completeness. The witness has just directed counsel's attention to line 5, where that question was asked the first time. And the witness's answer, if I may read from this page, lines starting on line 7, answer, well, so he did send a text saying that he was going to place Miss Reed under arrest. It's completely inappropriate for counsel to then point to line 11 and then suggest that the witness's answer in line 7 and 8 never occurred.
You know, Ms. McCartney, I know it's uncomfortable sometimes to hear the other side of the story. But I asked you to look at line 11.
He did ask you to look at line 11 only.
That's true.
Okay, so
What the fuck is going on?
Line 11.
We're making recordings, we have a stenographer. It makes your job difficult. If
I understand.
one person is speaking.
I'm just trying to.
My job difficult because I'm gonna listen to you in real time. All right, so when there's an objection, you finish your question, there's an objection, the person has the floor. Then you can speak again. But I can't keep reminding people, just stop speaking over each other. Okay.
Okay.
Did you get all that?
Holy shit.
No, I'm off the record for a second. When there's crosstalk, I can't. So I go with the reading person at the time,
Yeah.
who's Dashes. So crosstalk is really an issue.
Okay. So do you, how far do you want us to go back?
No, I mean, the record is what it is, but you said that you can speak again, but I can't keep reminding people, Mr. Moynihan understood. Then you, Commissioner, stop speaking over each other, so we could pick it up from there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So, Mr. Moynihan, Mr. Carley's made the point that if you look at the page, and I understand that you're directing Mr. Dwyer to line 11, but there is preceding information. Mr. Carley, I'll leave that to you to do later in your redirect, but I'll allow Mr. Moynihan to continue. But again, please don't talk over each other.
Could the commission
I can't
take
believe
notice
this
of the
motherfucker's
doctrine of
chewing
verbal completeness,
gum?
that it's inappropriate for counsel to select and cherry pick lines out of this witness's prior testimony and to suggest that he answered something he did not answer?
I understand all that, but we can revisit that in your redirect.
That's fine.
Okay. Please go, Mr. Moynihan.
So let's be verbally complete here, I guess, so Mr. Carley is satisfied. Line 5, I asked, he didn't share with anyone investigative strategy, and you said, well, so he did send a text saying that he was going to place Ms. Reed under arrest, correct? Is that what you're referring to, DOT? Just so we're clear.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to be accused of misrepresenting anything by Mr. Carley. And then I said, but that was after the indictment, and you said, correct.
Correct.
So that was after she was indicted already.
Correct.
By a grand jury.
Correct.
And the next question, which I was originally asking you about, was line 11. But he didn't share any investigative strategy, and your answer was what?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And the next question I asked was, he didn't share any specific collection of evidence, correct? And what was your answer?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And the next question was, he didn't share any specific statements by suspects, did he? What was your answer? You said, I believe he did to a text, I believe to his sister, correct?
Correct.
Okay, fair enough.
Yo, I hate this guy so much.
The next question down the bottom, line 23, he didn't share any specific damage to Miss Reed's vehicle, did he? Your answer was what?
No, I don't believe he did.
And the next question was, he didn't share any statements or opinions of any other investigators in the unit, did he? What was your answer?
No, he did not.
This is fucking wild, bro. This is fucking wild.
Could we go to your report, DLT Exhibit 18, and I'll get the base number in a second. It's base R490, again, beginning of the report.
Copy, G.
Yes, sir.
All right, could we turn to paragraph 21, which is page 10 of your report, and it's date stamp R5, I think it's 500. I could be correct.
21 starts on 499.
Paragraph, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. 21 starts on 499.
I'm there.
Okay. I could just have a moment. It's actually on the following page, sir, 500, you know, in paragraph 20. "14 lines down. Where it says there is no evidence to show.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
I do.
So you concluded, did you not, that there was no evidence to show that Michael Proctor's personal feelings influenced his actual investigation in the case, correct?
Correct.
And if you could go to paragraph 30, which is page R0503, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And you stated in your report after your investigation that there was no evidence to show that the police actions taken by Michael Proctor were directly influenced by his personal feelings about John Reed, correct?
Correct.
And then up in paragraph 29, sorry to jump around. You stated in there, it's about 5 lines from the bottom of paragraph 29, that there was nothing learned in this investigation that showed that Michael Proctor acted with intent to affect the outcome of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And so you had testified previously, and I'll get the transcript if we need, that the integrity of Michael Proctor's investigation was not compromised by his personal feelings, correct?
Again, nothing in my investigation showed that it was, but my investigation did not focus on the facts of the criminal invest.
Okay, but you did make that statement, and you made that conclusion.
I did.
And you told us that his performance, in your opinion, was above grade, correct?
I said from what I found, there's nothing to suggest that it was not.
And do you recall telling us also that his personal cell phone text did not affect the performance of his duties in this case?
Again, nothing found suggested that it did.
And you told us also that there was, based on your investigation, there was no evidence of bias in this investigation.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
And paragraph 23, you also looked into this business about the allegation of a gift. You recall that?
I did.
And you addressed that in paragraph 23. You testified about it previously. And you concluded that there was nothing learned through this investigation that suggests that Trooper Proctor or his wife ever had communications with a potential witness about a gift, correct?
Correct.
And you concluded that that statement was made as a joke.
Correct.
Jest. And you concluded that Michael Proctor clarified that he had no intent for Karen Reed to kill herself, correct?
Correct.
And you did tell us also that not every text can be taken literally, correct?
With the family member, absolutely.
And this business about news, there was much to do made by Alan Jackson. You looked into that as well, correct?
About the nudes, yes, sir.
Yeah. And Michael Proctor admitted that he had regret about that juvenile comment, right?
He did.
and he told you it was unprofessional and inappropriate, correct?
He did.
But you also told us that it is common when searching, strictly, first of all, Michael Proctor was looking at Karen's Reed photo because she was a criminal suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he had a search warrant for that.
That's what I believe, yes.
So he was entitled to search her phone pursuant to a court-ordered search warrant.
Correct.
And his purpose in looking through the phone wasn't to look for nude photos, was it?
It was my understanding that he was looking for, I believe, geographical data, any text pertinent to his invest, things along those lines.
And so, in your experience, I think you told us yesterday, it's very common when searching a suspect's phone that in this day and age, people take selfies and pictures of others in a nude fashion, correct?
It is not uncommon.
And so, it could be a joke that guys in the unit are joking around about, correct?
Correct.
And you concluded that this comment about no nudes was a joke, in fact, correct?
So I found his explanation reasonable on that aspect, yes.
And you concluded that he was not looking for nudes, he was looking for incriminating evidence, data, location data, correct?
Again, there was nothing to found that suggests that he actually did look for any photos.
And there was never any allegation in your investigation that Trooper Proctor planted evidence, is there?
No.
Or that he compromised any evidence, correct?
No.
And so, as a case officer,
I mean, did they do a celebrate?
is it fair to say that one of his duties is to collect evidence
Yes.
and to analyze evidence?
Yes, to the extent that a case officer can, yes.
Correct, because some things have to be done by a lab or some specialist, correct? And it may be his duty to draft and execute search warrants, correct?
Correct.
And it may be his duty to communicate with the labs who are doing testing, correct?
Yes.
And it may be his duty to respond to requests from the DA's office, correct?
Yes.
And it may be his duty to prepare and testify for a grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And it may be his duty to prepare for testimony at a trial, correct?
It would be, yes.
And it may be his duty to coordinate with other agencies in conjunction and collaboration on the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Moynihan, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we do need a call in recess at 11.
A break, is that?
Yeah, so this would be a good place for
Oh,
you to
sure,
take a
yeah.
break. I'm sorry to inform you earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you. 15 minutes?
Sure.
That'd be good.
Unbelievable. I can't with this, dude. I can't with this. This is crazy as shit. Because this strategy, this guy is basically surgically minimizing anything that Michael Proctor did. Like, apparently so, because with his phone and saying no nude so far, he's putting the focus on whether or not he actually searched for nudes. That's not the point. The point is that he was acting in an unprofessional manner and suggesting that he's looking through with it to his coworkers, looking through his phone, looking through her phone, a key piece of evidence that belongs to the subject of a murder investigation. Completely and totally inappropriate to even say those things about a suspect. That's a major conflict of interest. It's a problem. But he's minimizing that in this brilliant way where he's going, well, did he actually look for the nudes? So what are we talking about here? We're just talking about words, right? You know, just it's so crazy. It is so crazy. So all of this stuff, these things, like he's basically taking this, what Alan Jackson did in the middle of a murder trial, and expose this behavior of his to the entire world with him on the hot seat, on the stand, and making it seem like, I mean, but was it really that big a deal? You know, like it is infuriating to watch. It's infuriating, but it's fascinating to watch at the same time because I'm blown away that he's pulling this off. Because he's doing it, and he's doing it systematically, question by question. Well, did you investigated this, and you came to the conclusion that he actually didn't look for nudes in her phone, right? And you concluded also that he conducted the investigation above par, correct? So he's sitting here focusing on the investigation, which is not what he's there for. He's there for the inappropriate texts. At least that's what the statement from the Massachusetts State Police said when they released it. So he's basically just taking anything that he was fired for, all of this misconduct, all of this unprofessional behavior, and making it seem like, well, he didn't actually break any rules, though, did he? You know, show me the policy. Show me the guideline that says that he broke it. It's crazy. And right, you know, this is fair. You guys are saying that Dwyer didn't do his job. That's fascinating because he probably really didn't. This is what we're dealt with. This is what we're left with. How ironic that Karen Reed technically walked for a lack of investigation, for a lack of integrity in an investigation, where they basically didn't investigate anything. They had no case against Karen Reed, right? But how ironic, because she's actually innocent and he's clearly guilty. And yet this guy is going, hey, you know, you didn't really, like, you rushed this, didn't you? And he's saying, without saying, wasn't this really about just firing him because it was a good look to do so for the MSP? That's what he's getting at. What Mr. Lawyer is getting at here is, okay, well, I mean, at the end of the day, he didn't really break any rules. Crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Yeah, man, I just can't even, because it's ironic. He's like, he's going to put most of his eggs in that basket of, well, Dwyer didn't really do his job. You just rushed this. At the end of the day, this isn't about, you know, holding up the integrity of the Massachusetts State Police. It's about holding up the appearance of the Massachusetts State Police, isn't it? That you guys just don't want to be associated with somebody who's capable of saying things like this, but that he didn't actually break any rules, though, did he? So who's the problem here? Is the problem that he acted the way that he did and didn't break the rules? Or is the problem that you don't actually have rules that exist that need to be upheld here? You're sitting here holding him to a standard to hold up and live up to these rules that don't actually exist in the Massachusetts State Police. So how, and you want to fire the guy? Shit is fucking crazy, dude. I mean, I hate it, man. But I'm telling you, Proctor's lawyer is a good lawyer. He's a damn good fucking lawyer. He knows exactly what he's doing, and it's working. It's working right now. Now, there's a long way to go. Now, this doesn't mean for everybody to just be like, oh, fuck, this is over. He's getting his job back. There's still the entire month of September to come. And then before in October, there's more proceedings. So in October, there's going to be 3 days consecutively of proceedings in late October. So almost the whole month of October. I think she said the 21st, the 22nd, the 23rd. I think she said. I'm not sure though. Don't quote me on that. But I mean, there's a long way to go for this process. So, you know, and that's going to give this guy, because I guarantee you that the gentleman representing the Massachusetts State Police in these proceedings, I guarantee you that this is a big wake up for him. At least it better be. This is a big wake up for him. He's like, okay, I see what this guy's doing. I see what he's capable of. And he's got nothing. He's got nothing except complaints, which is not a good look. Your Honor, it's not fair that he's doing this. Your Honor, it's not fair that he's doing that. Wah, wah, wah. That's what well, not Your Honor, but Commissioner. Wah, wah, wah. You know what I mean? Commissioner's going to be like, well, you know, okay, well, I'm sorry that you have a problem with it. And dude is even sitting there all chill. Proctor's sitting there chewing fucking gum, dude. Proctor is sitting there trying to get his job back, and he's not humble at all. He's cocky as shit. He's chewing gum, and his lawyer is going, well, I'm sorry if what I'm doing makes you uncomfortable, dude, but, you know, it's crazy. I don't hate defense attorneys. Some of my favorite people are defense attorneys. I don't even want to hear that shit. But again, that's what I'm saying is, like, you can't sit here and fucking, like, you guys think that fucking Alan Jackson and David Yannetti and Robert Alessi and Tim Bradle and fucking Mark Betterow, you think that those guys only defend innocent people? You guys are fucking crazy if you think that those guys only defend innocent people. You think Eliza Little only defends innocent people? No. They're defense attorneys. Chances are, if you got arrested, you're guilty. You know what I'm saying? It's naive, you know? So you can't get mad at defense attorneys when you know them to defend innocent people, but then they do their job and defend somebody who's guilty to the best of their ability. So, I mean, that's why I can look at Proctor's lawyer and kind of appreciate him. You know, I know nobody wants to hear that shit, but he's an artist, man. He's a fucking artist. Like, what he's doing is what I imagine to be the fucking impossible. And somehow take this horrible shit that Michael Proctor did throughout this investigation and make it seem like, I mean, but really? That's just good fucking lawyering. I don't like it, but it's good lawyering. Yeah, he should absolutely be on the Brady list. See, that's the thing is, and let me address this comment that I keep seeing from many different people throughout this since yesterday. Yeah, so I kind of hope that he gets his job back so that they could fire him again. I don't get that mentality. I can't relate to it. I can't relate to that mentality at all. I don't want him to get his job back. The one day, 1 fucking hour of this guy having a badge and a gun is a risk to the public. It's a risk to the public. One fucking 60 minutes of that guy on the job is a risk to the public. And I don't want to see that fucking happen. Captain Trips, thank you so much. The problem isn't the lawyer. It's allowing the police to form a union that's against our interests. No, man. I mean, I don't know about that, man. I can't say I agree with that. I think I don't think there's anything wrong with people who are working a job to unionize and protect each other. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Now those unions can become corrupt. I'm not for that, but the theory and the theorized purpose behind a union, I stand behind 100%. It does protect bad cops, but you know what I'm saying? Good defense attorneys defend bad people sometimes too. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. But the truth is I really don't know enough about unionizing to debate on it. I really don't know enough about it to debate on it. So I'm not going to be that ignorant guy who talks about shit that he doesn't know anything about. But the theory, as far as what I know them to be and the purpose that they serve, I think is a good thing. Workers' interests shouldn't outweigh public safety, but there should be some sort of way to where everyone is there's got to be a balance to that in some way, shape, or form. But again, I'm talking fucking about fairy dust and shit, man. I don't fucking know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I'm sitting here singing Kumbaya about something I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, so I'm not going to debate it. You know? Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Is in a society and a justice system that's based on the principles of innocent until proven guilty, you know, defense attorneys are absolutely necessary. And as Kevin Keen's saying in the chat, it keeps the balance. The purpose is to keep the balance. If you're innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, then that person needs to be represented ethically and to the best of a defense attorney's ability. That person has the right to a fair prosecution and trial as anyone else. If you're presuming everyone's innocent, then you treat them as though they're innocent. And you give them a fair shake to defend themselves against the allegations. That's the balance. That's the balance of justice. It's just how it is. Yeah, that's what bothers me. My biggest issue with all of this is that he's not being how could internal affairs conclude that he conducted that investigation soundly? I don't understand all of the details that we're talking about here. Like, and the only way that the only thing that makes sense as to why Dwyer would reach that conclusion is because he didn't even investigate Proctor soundly. So at least that's how it's coming off. So I just don't see how. I mean, you look at that. You look at like the fact that Proctor didn't interview almost anybody. He didn't even issue a warrant for 34 Fairview. He barely asked anybody anything. He took weeks to ask key witnesses and interview key witnesses. He allowed key witnesses to talk to each other and be present during interviews with each other. He allowed key witnesses to come to his home and conduct interviews in his home. This is all, there's no way you're going to tell me that he conducted this investigation soundly. You know what I mean? And I saw people saying something to the effect that maybe Dwyer's in on it. I wouldn't doubt it. I'm not going to accuse the guy because I don't fucking know. Because here we are, the guy ended up fired. But it could just be, it all makes sense to me that Dwyer was put in a position to, hey, get this done. I think that there's some truth in Proctor's argument that this was done in haste. That somebody above Dwyer said, get this done and get it done swiftly. Make this happen. Make this asshole go away. Throw him to the wolves. Like, I have no doubt that could have absolutely taken place. It's almost naive to think it didn't. Because look at how it happened. I mean, it's really weird that for months they allowed this guy, knowing the contents of his text messages, that they allowed him to still investigate cases on full active duty, knowing that he behaved in this very unprofessional manner in which he's being fired for currently, but yet they allowed him to work. They allowed him to investigate. If this is such a big red flag, if this is what's going to be a big problem here in these proceedings, is if this was such a big red flag to the MSP that he behaved in this unprofessional manner to the point to where they fired him for it, why, when they found out about it initially, did they allow him to still be on active duty and investigate crimes, homicides? How could they do that? So at the end of the day here, the MSP are really the ones in the hot seat here. And Proctor's lawyer is doing a damn good job of doing that, of putting the MSP in the hot seat here, putting internal affairs at the MSP in the hot seat. Because I'm not convinced that the Massachusetts State Police and the internal affairs unit within the Massachusetts State Police conducted a sound investigation into Michael Proctor. I don't think that they dotted all their I's and crossed all their T's. The same way that Proctor, at the very least, did not do in the Karen Reed case. And I find that ironic. Because Proctor might just get his job back because of it. And I do believe that happened. And I don't believe that they expected Proctor to appeal his termination. I don't think they expected him, just like I don't think they expected, I think they expected Karen Reed to plead guilty. And I think that they expected him to just roll over and drink himself at home into a fucking self-depression and just sit there and fucking mope around the house He's gone. Get rid of him. He's in our rearview mirror. He's behind us. Nothing to worry about anymore. And then what does he do? He hires a lawyer and realizes that he can appeal this decision. And they didn't expect to fight back. And they're going to challenge whatever steps the MSP took to fire him. He hired a lawyer to challenge the steps taken that reached the decision to terminate him. So all cops appeal? Is that what you're saying? All cops appeal who get terminated? I don't know about that. And maybe they did. Maybe this is all a big show. Maybe this is all a big show. So the MSP says, okay, well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to fire you. And then you just appeal it. And then we'll hire you back because we'll fire you under bad, and you can appeal it under technicalities that you'll win. And then this all goes away and then everybody's happy because at least it shows the public that we made the effort to fire you. That could absolutely be the case. I don't know. All I know is this is a shit show. What we're watching right now is a shit show. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. Again, this is very early into these proceedings. This is just the second fucking day. So now there's going to be more proceedings in October, towards the end of October. But I just don't see how the public is going to stand for this guy running around working cases with a state-issued gun. I just don't get it. Like, how does the MSP think that's going to fly? If that's the case. Right. They don't care what the public thinks. That's also a very, very strong possibility. We've seen a demonstration of this for the past 3.5 years. That the MSP really doesn't give a fuck how they look. So that's probably the case. And like, how long is this cross-examination going to take? Because he's just working this guy's whole investigation down. He's basically just working it down piece by piece. Question by question. How long is it going to take? Is he going to take the rest of the day? Is he going to wrap it up before lunch? The fuck? Oh, fuck yeah. I love Mark Randazza so much. Randazza tweeted, "I'm all for cracking the skulls of idiots who burn flags in the street, but I can't think of a constitutional way to make it illegal." So instead of making flag burning illegal, why not pass a law that you can use force to defend a flag? Yeah, I like that. I prefer that. And I'm just trying to find, like, here we go. Here's some tweets. Let's see what Ted Daniels saying about. Good morning from 100 Cambridge Street in Boston for the second day of the hearings in fired state trooper Michael Proctor's appeal to get his job back. Proctor's lawyer continues his cross-examination of Detective Kevin Dwyer, who did the IA on Proctor that led to his termination. So, yeah, it's nothing we don't already know.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare
Norman Corey, thank you. Proctor will never be able to testify without this shit not being dragged in, and no one will want to work with him. Just like Dever, he will be sitting at a desk drinking nips, right? And that'll be it. And then he'll get his pension. I just don't think he should get his fucking pension. And that's all they're there for. They want his pension. He just wants his pension.
Thank you for your patience, as you know, technical difficulties happen in real life. So we're going to go back on the record. So again, the time is 11:27 a.m. and Mr. Moynihan is continuing his cross.
I know he has another 10 years, but that's why he's trying to get his job back.
Good morning again, DLT.
Sir?
So we just went through all of the duties of a case officer, correct?
Correct.
And in other words, all of the duties of a case officer, all the duties that Michael Proctor would have had as a case officer, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say, sir, that you testified, and it's true that there's no evidence that Michael Proctor failed to properly perform any of those duties we specified, is there?
No, there is not.
And his duties, in this case, were to collaborate with others to identify the cause of John O'Keefe's death, correct?
That would be one of the duties, yes.
And this IA investigation, I call it IA, Internal Affairs Investigation, is solely about personal cell phone messages, correct?
Correct.
And many of them were while off duty, correct?
Correct.
And his personal cell phone messages had no relevance to his duties as a case officer, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that. I would agree that there was nothing shown that his duties were affected. But as a police officer, I think all of your behavior is relevant to your duties.
Could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 28? And it would be RO 977 page stamp.
To making it count. Mike Proctor's, their okay.
What was the stamp, sir?
The base stamp?
Yes, sir.
RO 977.
Right, no, I get all that.
The appellants or the respondents?
Respondents. Yeah.
You say it's
Oh, I'm sorry. Respondents.
And is your handle seriously a line from Titanic, or Titanic as it's called? Titanic.
Yes, sir.
So looking at line 13, question, all right?
Yes.
Question was, so these personal cell phone messages had no relevance to what we just went through, all of his duties as the case officer. That was my question to you, correct?
Correct.
What was your answer?
Correct.
So you agreed with me on that.
Yes, and what I said previously is that while the text messages weren't his duties, they affect everything that he does.
But in this case, he's charged with unsatisfactory performance of duties, correct?
Correct.
And so is it fair to say then, DLT, that his personal cell phone messages did not affect his ability to perform his functions as a case officer?
There's nothing to find to suggest that it would.
And the actual steps he took as an investigator were based on fact and reason as far as your investigation, correct?
So I can't speak about the steps that he took as an investigator.
But you found no evidence to suggest that the steps he took as an investigator were not based on fact and reason, did you?
Correct.
And
right, that's the biggest problem here.
Did present this to a grand jury, correct?
See, they fucked up real bad. They fucked up real bad when they didn't call him out for not conducting a sound investigation, because they knew that would make the entire MSP look bad. So they were like, no, he conducted the investigation. The investigation into Karen Reed was sound, because they didn't want to risk admitting that and then that being used as exculpatory evidence to exonerate Karen Reed. They didn't want that. So what they ended up doing was calling him out on this other bullshit, but it turns out he didn't actually break any existing policies from the MSP, and they're saying, and this guy is sitting here riding on the fact that the MSP said that he conducted a sound investigation. So now it's blowing up in the public's face.
Okay. And could we go to page 3, page RO645, page stamp.
Yes, sir.
All right, and so 5.8 is titled unsatisfactory performance, correct?
It is.
And if we turn to the following page, we see 5.8.2, correct?
Yes.
And that's the charge that Michael Proctor was fired for, correct? 5.8.2?
One of them, yes.
Well, that's the only one he's fired for.
Okay, yes,
correct? Because the other one is a Class B.
Correct.
And so 5.8.2, we've already demonstrated that can be classified by the department at the discretion of the department as A, B, C, or D.
Yes, sir.
And here's an A.
Yes, sir.
And so looking at 5.2, there are a couple of components to that section, are there not?
There are.
And so the first one is, it says unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated by, first, a lack of knowledge of the application of laws required to be enforced, correct?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of that on Michael Proctor's part in this case?
There was not.
The second part is an unwillingness or inability to perform assigned tasks. Was there any evidence of that on the part of Michael Proctor?
There were not.
The third part is the failure to conform to work standards established for the member's rank, title, and position. Now, you just told us that Michael Proctor did not derogate from any of his duties, correct?
From his DA duties, correct.
Correct. And there's no evidence that he derogated from any of his duties as a investigating officer, correct?
Again, as it relates to his duties with the SPD.
Unreal.
Correct. His job.
Correct.
As an investigator.
Correct.
I wish
And
this
the
guy
next
could just be
part
like,
of that is the failure to take appropriate action on the occasion of a crime, disorder, or other condition deserving state police attention.
Correct.
And there was no evidence of that uncovered, correct?
Correct.
And then, I'm sorry.
Correct. There was no evidence of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you answer, sir?
It was correct, yes.
I'll slow down.
I just missed the word, thank you.
And the fifth part of 5.8.2 is states by an absent without leave, correct?
Correct.
And there was no evidence of that here, correct?
Correct.
But Mike Proctor was charged with unsatisfactory performance, Class A, 5.8.2, and that's what he was fired for.
Correct. Again, if I could just clarify, I found no evidence to suggest that any investigative steps or things that affected the case were affected by the text messages.
Okay.
Again, I didn't look at his duties as a trooper or as a member of the SPDU.
Yeah. And so you didn't come up with the charges, we concluded that, right?
Correct.
And who's Captain Scott, do you know?
Captain Scott at the time was the assistant department prosecutor.
You can look for that while I ask. And DLT Dwyer, you uncovered no evidence of any unprofessional conduct on the part of Michael Proctor, other than on his personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing except on his personal cell phone that affected his credibility, was there?
Nothing that I could find, correct.
Wow.
And did you ever talk to Captain Scott about the appropriate charge in this case?
I did not.
I just have a moment. Could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 58, APP 0382?
And there, sir.
All right. And so this is a to from, as you call it, correct?
It is.
Dated August 2nd of 24.
Correct.
And it's from Captain William T. Scott, Assistant Department Prosecutor, right?
Yes, it is.
And it's directed to three people: Suzanne Caravaggio, the Department Prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
Major Keith Hagan, the Deputy Division Commander of the Division of Standards and Training, correct?
Yes.
And to Lieutenant Colonel Robert G. Shoemaker, Division Commander of the Division of Standards and Training, correct?
Yes.
And the subject is review of case number Trooper Michael D. Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And Captain Scott, now is Captain Scott an attorney?
I don't believe so, no.
And so number one in his to from is, I have read and reviewed the material contained in case file IA 2414. Would that mean he read your report?
Yes, sir. I would assume that.
And he says, number two, my recommendation for the appropriate charges in this matter is attached, correct?
It does, yes.
And then Captain Scott identifies charge summary, charge 1, Article 5.8, unsatisfactory performance, correct?
Yes.
And he labels them three specifications as Class A,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And then charge 2, 510 alcoholic beverages labeled Class B, correct?
Yes.
And so was it was it William Scott who was responsible for the decision of what to charge Michael Proctor with?
I was
Sorry, Madam Commissioner, I have to object again. We covered this. The appellant, the witness has now testified several times that he was not involved in that process. It does not know, and that it is a process suggesting it involves multiple individuals. This question is now repetitive, and it's asked and answered.
I'll allow him to ask a question. Do you want to repeat the question?
Please.
You looked at this document from Captain Scott, correct?
Yes.
Right.
After the investigation was over, correct?
That's it. I'm talking about today.
Yes.
Right. So was it Captain Scott who was responsible to decide what to charge Michael Proctor with?
Again, I wouldn't know that. I know there's a process that's involved, and there are multiple people that are involved.
Okay, fair enough. Just have a moment. Now, could you look at Respondent's Exhibit 24, DLT, it's Respondent's 24, date stamp 0643. We just looked at it.
Yes, sir.
And could you turn to,
Sorry, is that respondent 24?
yes, respondent 240643.
Jesus Christ, bro.
You have that in front of you, sir?
I do.
And so, Michael Proctor admitted to you the texts were unprofessional, immature, juvenile, poor choice of words, correct?
He did.
And that they were unbecoming,
He did.
and that they brought the department into disrepute.
I don't know if you use those words, but yes.
You used those words.
I did, yes.
And by the way, that term disrepute, that means the opinion of others has now been changed, correct?
Correct.
And you familiar with 5.2 unbecoming conduct?
Yes, sir.
What is the genesis of that charge?
What are you referring to with Mr. Cohen? Mr. Whitehead, are you saying that Mr. Proctor is unbecoming charge included?
No, my question to the DLT, and I can lay more of a foundation.
Yes, please.
So you're familiar with Article 5, correct?
I am.
And you conducted investigations under 5.2 unbecoming conduct, I assume, correct?
I've never, so when I do an investigation, it's not under a specific rule or reg.
I get you, but as a department IA officer, it's incumbent upon you to be familiar with the rules, correct?
Yes, sir.
In Article 5 and Article 6 and so on, correct? And so you're familiar with the term, the Article 5.2 unbecoming conduct, are you not?
Yes.
Okay. And so what is the genesis of that charge?
I'm sorry, I still have to object. I don't know what counsel is asking. What is the genesis of it? Is he asking who wrote it? Is he asking where it came from? What is he asking?
I'll read it.
At a time, please. You finish, Mr. Cohen?
Yes, I'm honestly asking. I have no idea what that question is asking. Is he asking for the origin of the genesis means the origin of something?
Right.
What is he asking about 5.2? Who wrote it?
Mr. Whitehead, do you want to finish your response?
I can do either of two things. First of all, I'm asking about his understanding of it.
Do you want to respond to what Mr. Carter just said?
Yes, I'm asking the DLT about his understanding of what unbecoming conduct, the basis of it is. And I can also read the article itself.
I think what I've heard is that the witness is saying when he's investigating, he has to conduct first, not the charge, and then what's the conduct, and he goes by what the conduct is, and then examines the department's rules and regulations. Are you asking what unbecoming conduct is?
His understanding, based on his experience.
I'll allow him to answer the question.
I'm fine with that question.
If he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
I mean, that was my question. It might have been
Sir,
improperly worded.
There's a process. I'll allow you to ask the question.
So you asked me what my understanding of 5.2 is?
Yeah.
Generally speaking, it says that the behavior of a member, whether on duty or off duty, should reflect favorably on the department.
Okay. And in fact, 5.3 reads, does it not, on page RO644, members shall maintain a level of conduct in their personal and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the law enforcement profession, correct?
It does.
Members shall not participate in any act which impairs their ability to perform. I'm sorry. Do you want me to start again?
Yes, it's meant to take it from members.
Okay, I'll start all over.
Okay, thank you.
5.3 general conduct, DLT, reads as follows. Members shall maintain a level of conduct in their personal and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the law enforcement profession. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Members shall not participate in any act which impairs their ability to perform as members of the state police or causes the state police to be brought into disrepute. Correct?
Correct.
Now, you have said that Michael Proctor brought the department into disrepute, right? That was one of your standard sustained findings?
Yes.
And I believe it's responded to 26. Commission?
Of course.
Sir, I have it in front of me now. Respondents Exhibit 26, if you have it in front of you.
I do.
It is RO 667.
Yes, sir.
Could you look at page?
Right. Kevin Albert's name hasn't even come up
Three.
here yet. I find that interesting.
Which is RO 669.
Yes, sir.
And do you see there 5.2 unbecoming conduct?
I do.
And what is the level of discipline that is titled per the regulations of the state police?
Class B.
And there's 5.21, which is also Class B, correct?
Correct.
There's also 5.2.2, which is Class A, B, or C, correct?
Correct.
All right, but 5.2.2 is not related to this because 5.2.2 says members shall not frequent or remain in any place where they know or should know criminal activity is occurring unless in the performance of the duty or official business, correct?
I have to check that.
I'm sorry. Back to RO 643.
Yes, that is correct.
So, and that doesn't apply in this case.
It does not.
And 5.3 above that general conduct, which we just read, that's a Class B.
It is.
And if you can look back on page 1 of this appendix for the state police rules, a first offense Class B carries no more than a suspension of without pay of 30 days, correct?
Correct.
And Michael Proctor was not charged with unbecoming conduct, correct?
I believe he was.
Now, you also investigated Michael Proctor for this allegation of drinking on duty, correct?
I did.
And this concerned a trip to the Cape in July of 22, correct?
Correct.
And it had nothing to do with the Karen Reed case, correct?
No.
And this came up only because you started to put a magnifying glass on Michael Proctor, correct? In the investigation.
Argument.
I thought this was cross-examined, sorry.
Yeah, still no argument is allowed under cross-examination, and counsel knows that.
address me, not each other. Please, with the crosstalk. Okay? I'll allow him to ask questions.
You started to focus on Michael, the department and you started to focus on Michael Proctor, correct?
No, the alcohol aspect became a focus of the investigation because that's what he testified to in the trial.
Okay, right, so he had volunteered that information?
Yes.
Okay, fine. In any event, it came up unrelated to Karen Reed's case, correct? Except it came up in the trial?
Correct, yes.
But July of 22 going
Yes,
to the Cape had nothing to do with it?
Unrelated to the Karen Reed investigation, correct.
And so the trip to the Cape wasn't to go to the beach, correct?
No, it was not.
It was with another law enforcement officer, correct?
It was.
And it was to investigate a cold case, correct?
It was an unrelated invest, yes.
Okay. Cold
Cold
case,
case,
what
correct.
is a cold case?
The argument
so
is
I'm not-
that it wasn't misconduct because there were no actual rules against it.
Typically a case that has been around for a certain amount of time, and as they get older and needs lessen, it becomes a cold case. Again, that's a very rudimentary.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. In any event, he went to the Cape on business, on job duty.
Correct.
To investigate, to speak to witnesses, correct?
He did.
And in the investigation that you conducted, his interview, I should say, he was completely truthful about what occurred that day, correct?
Correct.
And all of his statements were confirmed by this auto vehicle locator device that are in the cruisers, correct?
It was.
And it was all his testimony, and his timeline was confirmed by the administrative log, correct?
Yes.
And when he went down to the Cape, he wasn't wearing a standard French electric blue state police uniform, correct?
I don't believe he was. No.
He would have been dressed as an investigator with a suit on, probably.
Most likely, yes.
And he told you that he went down to the Cape in an unmarked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And he told you that he conducted interviews, correct?
Yes.
And he told you that on the way back, after working down the Cape all day, he went to dinner, correct?
Correct.
And he told you that he had 1 or 2 beers while he was having dinner.
He did.
And in fact, there's been a receipt produced from that dinner, correct? In this case?
Not to me, there was not.
We have Exhibit 39.
Is this appellate still in there?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
What was it, sir?
Appellant's 39, APP 0263.
Okay, sir.
Have you ever seen this document?
I have not.
Okay. And you're not aware of a receipt?
Prior to today, in preparation for today, yes.
You did see it?
Yes.
Okay. And so are you familiar with the fact that this was an investigation by the local police department concerning that day?
Yes.
And they obtained from the Treehouse Brewing Company in Sandwich a charge for $34?
Yes, I do see that, yes.
Okay. And that was for the dinner and the drinks at that establishment, correct?
That's what it shows, yes.
And there was another stop where somebody purchased something else, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, Michael Proctor told you that he, by no means was he intoxicated as a result of having dinner and 1 or 2 beers, correct?
Correct.
And he never told you that the other officer was intoxicated, correct?
Correct.
Doesn't
And he told you
matter.
also
He was
that when
drinking
went
on
into
the
restaurant, He
job.
locked his firearm in his glove box, correct?
He did.
And that is appropriate per policy
It
in
is.
the law, correct?
I don't know if it was a glove box, but it was locked in an approved container.
Okay. And he did not inappropriately request overtime, correct?
He did not.
This is just insane, dude. This is absolutely wild.
Could we go to appellant's exhibit 38, please, which is APP 0245?
Right. All of this is misdirection, man. I mean, this is what his job is. This is what Proctor's lawyer's job is to do. It's
Sorry,
to
the APP number?
No,
look over here, it's not over there.
Base number is 0245.
What was the exhibit number?
38. Appellant 38.
Oh, okay. I got it, sir.
All right.
Right.
And so this is an email again from Suzanne Caravaggio to you, correct?
Correct.
And its subject is Proctor report, correct?
Yes.
And the date is now Friday, July 26th, 24, 11:36 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Late at night. And so Suzanne Caravaggio says, "Hi, Kevin. Attached, please find your report in Proctor with my latest additions and comments, questions. I'm on vacation next week and won't have access to my email, but you can reach me by phone with any concerns."
Yes, so now okay? I don't have
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
I-
I'm on vacation next week, I'm sorry.
I'll go back, I'm sorry. I'm thinking everyone has this in front of them, I'm sorry. Let me go back. So this is an email from Suzanne, correct?
It is, sir.
And it's to you, Kevin Dwyer.
Yes.
The subject is Proctor report, correct?
Yes.
And it's dated Friday, July 26, 2024, correct?
Correct.
At 11:36 PM.
Yes.
The attachment is Proctor, case number, report, correct?
Yes.
And now this is a week after Michael Proctor's interview.
Correct.
And it reads, "Hi, Kevin. Attached, please find your report in Proctor with my latest additions and comments / questions," correct?
Yes.
He then goes on to tell you she's on vacation next week.
Correct.
So it's fair to say that Suzanne is making additional
Well,
edits to your report, correct?
it's not a judge. It's
So
a
again, the edits,
Civil
I think
Service
it's important to note
Commission.
that the edits are mainly grammar and formatting, the edits. The bulk of her, what I'm looking for is her questions and comments about what is in my report.
Okay. But in any event, this page now, I'm sorry, this report has now grown to 16 pages.
Yeah, and again, that goes back to whenever she makes a comment or an edit in there, it doesn't take out the previous written, it just adds to that.
Yeah. So if you could look at page 14, which is APP 0259.
Yes, sir.
So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You have 11 charges there, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, there are 12 charges, correct?
With the L, yes.
And are any of these findings different than the report you sent with sustained and not sustained findings before the interview?
Yes, it was determined that, I can't off the top of my head which one, but some of them were, they covered the same aspect. So we decided rather than have two separate ones to cover the same aspect, it was combined into one charge or one finding.
Okay, but my question is, the previous document we saw with the report with 12 findings.
Yeah, the shooter's dead. The shooter in Minneapolis is dead.
It still has 12 findings, correct?
20 injured.
I believe yes.
3 are
I believe
dead.
So.
And those findings that you had proposed before the interview have not changed now with this final
Including the shooter.
editing process. have
They did not.
And so then after this report's done, he's been interviewed, the report gets finished, and it goes to Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
Correct.
And he's the designee of the colonel.
He is.
And were you aware that Suzanne and I were communicating as early as July 22 about scheduling a trial board before the report was submitted?
No, sir.
And I assume you're not aware either of, in early August, that I was questioning about a trial, date for a trial.
No, sir. I'm not involved in the communications.
Are you aware of the fact that the trial board was scheduled for September 5th?
I believe. I can't say for certain.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I can't say for certain.
All right. Now you're aware that the after this all began July 1st, that soon thereafter the state police asked Michael Proctor to surrender his work phone,
Yes.
and the work phone would be one that the DA provided him with.
Yes.
And Michael Proctor voluntarily produced his work phone to the state police on July 10th, correct?
Yes.
And he also provided, John Staples, counsel for legal, asked me to have him provide his passcode, correct?
Correct.
And he voluntarily gave the passcode, correct?
He did.
And so then that phone was then extracted for other information, correct?
It was, yes.
What was the purpose of extracting his work phone?
To determine if there were any other text messages in that phone that could have been derogatory about Karen Reed or other cases.
And that phone was extracted. Who's Matthew LaVoy?
He's the lieutenant that runs the unit that has the technology to get that information.
Was it he or under his direction that work phone was extracted?
Yes.
And then you saw that report, correct?
Yes.
And could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 26, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so APP 0129 Bates number, we have that in front of you.
I do, sir.
And this is a, first of all, down the bottom, we'll work backwards. There's an email there from you, correct?
It is.
Dated August 2nd of 24 at 11:30 a.m.
Yes.
And it's to Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
Yes.
And to Captain O'Rourke?
Yes.
And to DLT Goslin?
Correct.
And to Siobhan Kelly, legal counsel, correct?
Correct.
And copied on it is Scott Cooper. Who's Scott Cooper?
He was another DLT that was an OPIA.
Okay. And also David Toomey. Who's David Toomey?
He's another DLT that's an OPIA.
All right. And the subject of this email is Proctor work cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And you say, good morning all. The iCloud for Proctor's work phone was looked at today. There was hardly anything on there other than some photos and videos related to evidence from the Reed trial, in parentheses, the Canton driveway and plow truck, that I believe has already been entered into the trial. There were no messages or other content. The iCloud has 5 gigabytes of storage available and only 7% of it was used, which supports that there is hardly anything there. From what can be seen, there is nothing currently in the iCloud that would be of concern. If anything new is learned, we will pass it along. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Thank you,
So
Jerry.
nothing
I'm
was
not going to go
found
over it.
on the work phone.
Correct.
And so next, the department decided to go a step further and do what's called a cruiser dump, correct?
Correct.
What is a cruiser dump?
So again, I'm not a technical person. My understanding is that I believe that when certain smartphones connect via Bluetooth to a vehicle, that some information can't get stored on the computers of the vehicle's computer. So a cruiser dump is essentially taking or searching his cruiser's computer to see if there's any data from his cell phone on there.
So let me just back up. The work phone would be the department phone.
Correct.
And the cruiser obviously is a department, personal property of the department.
Yes.
And so the cruiser dump would be designed to try to find something incriminating against Michael Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Well, I'll rephrase it. What's the purpose of it?
Can we go to sidebar?
Please come to sidebar. Please come to sidebar.
Wow. So this guy doesn't know what a cruiser dump is, so he takes advantage of the fact that he doesn't know what a cruiser dump is, and then defines what a cruiser dump is, and then leaves the guy in a position to just be like, okay, if that's what you say it is. So of course the MSP lawyer is going to be like, what the fuck, man? So this is fucking crazy. I am just at a loss, man. Well, I wasn't going to go over this, but
I don't have specific information on that I can release. The question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Was this outside or both inside that he was shooting?
The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side of the church, inside through the windows. It appears he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building. So, yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city. The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area. So obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene. The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all three. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Chief, was this individual licensed to conceal and carry? Did he have any?
Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information. And I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either.
Was he dressed at all in any tactical type of gear or anything?
It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo type pants. I guess you could interpret that as, however you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for helping us to get the information out today. We have a lot more work
questions?
that needs to be done. We will return back later today to provide more details as they become available, and we'll let you know how you can know about that in the moments to come. Thank you.
Okay.
How can the public help?
All right, we just heard from Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara.
How can the
and
public
Minneapolis
help?
Mayor
By
Jacob
shutting the fuck up and
Frey
staying
there.
out of the
Chief O'Hara
way.
telling us that 2 children, ages 8 and 10, were
Jesus.
killed this morning at Annunciation Church, just near Annunciation School. 17 people injured, 14 of them children. 2 are still in critical condition. The chief saying that the gunman was on the outside of the school, had parked in the school parking lot, and was firing a rifle through the church windows. That's how those 17 people there were shot.
What was really disturbing is outside of firing outside the church windows is the fact that the gunman apparently had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol at this location, which alludes to what you were saying before, Jen, as far as they're going to have to go through those guns to figure out and trace those guns, how that person, in fact, got those guns.
That will be part of the investigation.
So tell us more about the
It's
person
not
who.
the immediate. It's the immediate.
I want to know more about the
police,
shooter.
Right. And Maria, he
Right
talked more about the shooter there too.
Yeah, he did. He said that the shooter was outside the church, as AJ said, shooting through the windows inside the church.
Right.
At the people and children in the pews.
Jesus,
and police said that 2 children, like you said, 8 and 10 years old, were killed in their pews as they.
Jesus Christ.
Dump on Michael Proctor's cruiser, correct?
Correct.
What is a cruiser dump?
Again, a cruiser dump, without the technical knowledge, it's essentially to see if Trooper Proctor's cell phone had connected to his cruiser via Bluetooth, because it is known that sometimes information from a cell phone can be stored on the vehicle's computer when that connection happens.
And in this particular case, what was the purpose of performing this cruiser dump?
To ensure that we did a thorough search to find any other possible relevant text messages that may have existed on his cell phone.
And is it fair to say nothing was found?
Correct.
And so there were 2 devices belonging to the state police that were searched and dumped, correct?
Correct.
Nothing was found in either one.
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say that you were focusing quite a bit on Michael Proctor's case in July and August of 24?
Yes.
I'd like to go to Felons Exhibit 40. And it's a bait stand 268.
I mean, a cruiser dump is exactly what it sounds like. It's a fucking police cruiser, and they fucking extract the data from the cruiser.
This is an
from
email
his police
from
issued
you
vehicle.
to Robin
I would
Marrero,
imagine.
correct?
Correct.
And who is Robin Marrero?
Robin Mira works in the in the Division of Science and Training. One of her functions is to complete the transcripts of interviews that are done.
She's a stenographer, essentially.
Correct, yes.
And it's copied to Jeremy Sweeney, and he's your colleague.
Correct.
And it's dated, is the subject, I'm sorry, it says interview transcript, and then there's the case number, correct?
Correct.
And it's dated Friday, July 19, 2024 at 6:31 p.m., correct?
Correct.
That's the same day as Michael Proctor's interview.
It is.
And it's at the afternoon following the interview, correct?
Correct.
And you say, hi, Robin. I uploaded an interview with Michael Proctor to your SharePoint folder. Interview was conducted today at GHQ by Sweeney and I. Others present were Sergeant Christopher Johnson, Attorney Daniel Moynihan, and Attorney Michael DiStefano, correct?
Yes.
The next line says, I'm sure you have others you're working on, but can this one move to the top of your list? This is a priority case for the department. Those were your words, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've told us a number of times that no one at the department told you that this case was a rush, correct?
Correct.
What's the difference between it being a priority case and a rush?
Certain cases always take priority over other cases. It is no secret that there was heavy media attention on this case. Based on that, this would be a priority case in addition to the allegations that were made. When I sent this interview, when I sent this email to Robin, this was an effort to her move this transcript to the front of the list, take it to, she has a long list of interviews that she transcribes. So it's an effort to say, this one is a priority. Can you please move this to the top of your list?
So although no one told you to rush the case, it was a priority.
Correct.
There you go.
Could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 45, please, APP 0283?
Yes, sir.
Now, this was introduced as an exhibit in the trial.
This
correct?
is already bad because there's so much being put into this cross-examination in comparison to the direct examination. The direct examination seemed like it was like, whatever. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Okay, cool. But now there's this cross-examination and it's taking fucking already a full day in total.
And charge sheets.
Correct. I believe they come from her, but again, it's not something that I'm involved in.
And you're aware of the fact that this was sent to me on August 15th,
Yes,
and that was admitted in the trial board, correct?
correct.
And there's a cover letter dated August 15th, correct?
Yes,
And this letter is from Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
it is.
And he is the designee of the colonel.
Correct.
And on this letter, there is a recommendation for termination, correct?
Correct.
That was August 15th of 24.
It was.
And are you aware of the fact that the report was recalled after that?
I learned that after the fact, yes, at the trial board.
And this letter of termination, which was a recommendation from the designee of the colonel, was introduced at the trial board, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware of the fact that the trial board was postponed again from September?
Yes.
And if you could look at Exhibit 47, please. Appellant's Exhibit 47.
Yes, sir.
And this is a date stamp number APP 0292.
Yes.
And this also is another email from Jenny Prokopovich, correct?
Yes,
And this one is dated October 29th of 24, correct?
it is.
And it says, "Good afternoon, Attorney Moynihan. Attached, please find a cover letter on the charge sheet regarding the Michael Proctor's case number," correct?
Yes.
And
That number again, Mr. Moynihan?
APP 0292.
What's the number?
Exhibit 47. I was just making, if I may proceed.
Please go ahead.
I didn't know if you were ready.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So DLT, this is from Jenny Prokovich. I'm sorry if I'm destroying her name. And it's dated October 29th of 24, correct?
Correct.
And again, this attaches a letter of recommendation from Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
It does.
It's just a different date on it, October 29th, correct?
Yes.
And it again recommends termination of Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And then we have the charge sheet accompanying it, correct?
Yes.
And this time the report was included with the recommendation termination, correct? It's not with the exhibit, but if you don't know that.
I wouldn't know, sir.
Okay, fair enough. And Colonel Noble was sworn in as the new colonel in early October of 24, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, the next step in the normal process of an IA case is after I or counsel gets report that we try to negotiate some resolution, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then if we can't, we go to a trial board.
Correct.
And in this case, we did have a trial board. We had 3 days, correct?
Yep. Yes, we did.
I have a moment now. It's Respondents Exhibit 28, DLT. And we'll go first to R0677.
Yes, sir.
And the first, are you there, sir?
I am.
Right. And so we had 3 days of a trial board, really 25, correct?
We did.
And without knowing, I would suggest January 15th, February 10th, March 13th, those sound familiar?
Yes.
So the first day was January 15th, and that's the day that the trial board was first sat, correct?
Yes.
And so on this trial board, we had Captain Timothy Blackwell, correct?
Yes.
and he was the president of the board member, correct?
Correct.
We had Lieutenant Talitha McCarthy Johnson as the secretary of the trial board, correct?
Correct.
And we had Lieutenant Stephen Heen, H-E-A-N, as a member of the trial board, correct?
Correct.
And the location of this was at the headquarters in the second floor, correct?
It was.
And if we could look at Respondents Exhibit 25.
Yes, sir.
But I just need to find it. And this would be R0658, page number.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is Article 6 of the regulations of the state police, correct?
Yes.
And if you could turn, sir, to RO 6.5.1, which is Bates stamp number 662.
I'm there, sir.
6.5 deals with hearing on charges, correct?
Yes.
And it's 651, a member who has served for 1 year or more and has been formally charged in accordance with department rules and regulations shall be tried by a state police trial board appointed by the colonel/superintendent, correct?
Correct.
Now, so it makes clear that the colonel decides who sits on the trial board, right?
Correct.
And so Blackwell, McCarthy, Johnson, and Heen were appointed by Colonel, no, is that fair to say?
Based on that, but I'm not involved in that in the selection process.
Well,
but yes, they were appointed as the board members.
And in January 25, the colonel was Colonel Noble,
Correct. Correct.
And this occurred in January 25.
Correct.
And so policy tells us that the board members are appointed by the colonel.
Yes, sir.
And if you could look at 6.7.8, and 6.7, first of all, governs the proceedings of trial boards, correct?
Yes.
And 6.7.8 on Bates stamp number 663 reads that the trial board, by a majority vote and in writing, shall summarize the evidence and make findings of fact. The trial board shall enter a determination of guilty or not guilty for each charge specification. I read that correctly?
You did.
And it then tells us that the board shall forward their findings to the lieutenant colonel/department superintendent, correct?
Were you seeing that, sir?
6.7, the following page, 664.
Yes.
So in this trial board for Michael Proctor, we had 2 recommendations from Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker as designee of the colonel, wherein he recommended termination, correct?
Correct.
Those were introduced as evidence.
Yes.
We then had a trial board that was appointed by the colonel, correct?
Correct.
And it was their decision to decide guilt or innocence.
Yes.
I have Exhibit 56. Can we go to Appellant's Exhibit 56, please?
No, sir.
And this would be Appellant's Exhibit 37, page 372. And what is this, sir?
This is Article 3 of the Rules and Regulations for the regulations establishing the duties of sworn members and civilian employees.
And under 3.1, it's titled Superintendent, correct?
Yes.
And it tells us that under 3.1, the Superintendent of the Massachusetts State Police, that would be Colonel Noble, correct?
Correct.
Or Colonel Mon, remember,
Correct.
also known as the Superintendent,
Yes, sir.
That he shall hold the rank of colonel and shall be the executive and administrative officer of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Correct.
They shall promulgate all rules, regulations, policies, procedures, orders, and directives governing the Massachusetts State Police, including, but not limited to, discipline, organization, government, administration, training, and compensation. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Those are all the powers of the superintendent, correct?
Yes.
And then it describes the deputy superintendent's powers, correct?
Correct.
If you could go to 3.3 on Bates 0373.
Yes.
And this is entitled staff officers, correct?
Yes.
And it reads, staff officers, with the exception of the colonel/superintendent, shall be appointed by the colonel/superintendent and shall exercise such authority and supervision over the functions of the Mass State Police as may be assigned, correct?
Yes.
And it then tells us 3.3.1, the term staff officer shall include the following ranks: colonel/superintendent, lieutenant colonel/deputy superintendent, lieutenant colonel, and then major, correct?
Correct.
And it tells us in 3.3.2 that the colonel/superintendent shall fill vacancies in the ranks of lieutenant colonel, deputy superintendent, lieutenant colonel, and major with those officers who are eligible for such promotions, correct?
Yes.
Officers so appointed may be returned to their previous rank or to the rank of captain at the discretion of the colonel/superintendent.
Correct.
I read that correctly?
You did.
And so is it fair to say that the colonel has authority to promote and demote?
Correct.
And 3.4 deals with commissioned officers, correct?
Yes.
And it tells us that a commissioned officer shall exercise such authority and supervision over the functions of the Mass State Police as may be assigned by senior supervisory members or proper authority, correct?
Yes.
And 3.4.1 tells us that the term commissioned officer shall include the following ranks: 1, detective captain; 2, captain; 3, detective lieutenant; 4, lieutenant, correct?
Correct.
It then goes on in 3.42 and tells us that the colonel superintendent shall fill vacancies in the ranks of detective captain from officers holding the rank of captain, and shall fill vacancies in the rank of detective lieutenant from officers holding the rank of lieutenant. Any officer so appointed to the rank of captain, of detective captain or detective lieutenant may be returned to their previous rank at the discretion of the colonel/superintendent. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And so in this trial board for Michael Proctor, with those 3 commissioned officers who are appointed by the colonels and who received into evidence 2 letters of recommendation of termination, it was their task to decide whether Michael Proctor should have been terminated, correct?
I believe it's their task to find guilt or not guilt.
And to make a recommendation.
Correct. Yes.
And they recommended termination.
They did. They did.
Objection. Can we go to sidebar, please?
And it is that trial board. Oh, I didn't know we objected.
I am so sorry about that, guys. No, I got a phone call that I had to take. One of those things where if I didn't take the phone call when I got it, who knows when I would get that phone call again. So yeah, so it was pretty important. But I apologize for stepping away. I wish that I had commentary on what's going on right now because I don't. I missed what was happening lately at the last part of this. I apologize. But if I had to guess, I'd say that Homie was answering questions that were, for the most part, just technicalities and trying to show that Michael Proctor, because this guy's strategy is pretty slick, man. He's basically using this guy's own reports to paint a picture that Michael Proctor overall was an efficient Massachusetts state trooper. And we know that he's capable of being an efficient Massachusetts state trooper because of the way that he conducted the case into Brian Walsh. Now, there are those issues with the warrants, but that sounds like that falls under Bukaki and his slip up. But I mean, so does anybody know why this sidebar took place? Did things get heated again and then they had to take a sidebar? Right. I don't think Proctor had anything to do with the warrants either. As a matter of fact, his request for a warrant was sound. That's exactly when, dude, I remember breaking that down with attorney Melanie Little. I remember breaking that down. Like we know that he knows how to conduct a sound investigation. His request for that warrant was like boom, 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 boom.
Good afternoon. The time is now 12:46 p.m. We're back on the record, and Mr. Monson is going to resume his cross-examination.
Thank you, Ma'am. And so, PLT, we had a little break there. The trial board we talked about is tasked with deciding guilt or innocence, correct?
Correct.
And they're also tasked with coming up with a recommendation for discipline, correct?
Correct.
And it is that trial board's decision, which is the reason that we've appealed this to this body, correct?
Correct.
Now, looking back at Appellant's Exhibit 56, page 0375.
Yes, sir.
So, looking at 3.7, entitled Supervisory Members, you see that?
I do.
And it talks about the duties of supervisory members, correct?
It does.
And then on to the next page, 0375, 3.7 is continued, correct?
Yes.
And it says supervisory member, I think it should be plural, shall, and there's a colon there, correct?
Yes.
And there are numerous subsections, and it looks like there are 12 of them going on to the next page, right?
There are, yes.
So 3.7.7 says that supervisory members shall ensure that rules, regulations, policies, procedures, orders, and directives of the Massachusetts State Police are enforced and adhered to by employees under their charge, correct?
Correct.
3.7.11 says that supervisory members shall, and then it says, any unusual occurrence that may have an adverse impact upon the Massachusetts State Police shall be reported through channels to the division commander and as appropriate to the colonel superintendent, correct?
Correct.
How do you interpret that?
If you learn of something that could impact the job's duties or performance, it needs to be forwarded through the chain of command.
Okay, and then the next page, 3.7.12. Again, supervisor remembers responsibility. Any unusual occurrence that may result in a question of the department's liability and/or result in heightened community or media interest shall be reported through channels to the division commander and as appropriate to the colonel superintendent. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
How do you interpret that?
Same as the previous. If you learn of something that could be impactful, it needs to be forwarded through the chain of command.
Could I just have a moment? I may be wrapping up there, Commissioner. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Wow.
Thank you, DOT.
Amazing. Fucking about time, bro.
So it's a good time to take our lunch break. It's now
12:49 p.m. We ended earlier than I thought we were. Let me go off the record.
I'm imagining they're going to take
the plan
lunch
that they have
now.
in place to provide help to these victims.
Right.
And
it's a lot of victims. And remember, these victims, many of them, most of them are children, right? And so
Now, have you motherfuckers hit the like? Have you motherfuckers subscribed? Have you?
having right now. I think back, I have children who are in this age, who are these elementary school kids here, middle school kids here. And I remember a couple years back, my one daughter, it was after a school shooting, and I remember her asking me, why?
Worked this morning, the plan that they have in place to provide help to these victims.
Right.
And
it's a lot of victims. And remember, these victims, many of them, most of them are children, right? And so gunshot wounds, it's a smaller area in their body there, so it'd have a larger impact for them. I'm thinking today of what conversations families are having right now. I think back, I have children who are in this age, who are these elementary school kids here, middle school kids here. And I remember a couple years back, my one daughter, it was after a school shooting, and I remember her asking me, why? Mommy, why would someone do this? And I remember at the time thinking, Connie, I don't know. I don't have the right answer for you. And in that time, in these past couple of years, I still don't have the right answer for you. But this is the time now.
I can tell you
where
exactly why they do that
whether or
shit.
not you have any connection to this school, whether
I can tell you exactly why they do that shit. They do it for fucking, they do it. It's a tantrum. It's a way to feel sorry for themselves, and it's a way because they want to fucking kill themselves but be remembered in some way. They want to kill themselves but remain immortal. They don't want to deal with the hardships of life, but they want the benefits of becoming legendary without doing the work. That's what it boils down to. Cunts. Clout chasing, entitled, whiny cunts is what boils down to a school or mass shooter. Period. All the ones you've ever seen that have these little video manifestos, like the one fucking, like the Aurora, Colorado shooter, the one who shot up the Dark Knight Rises theater. Cunt. Dress up like the Joker, all the theatrics involved in it. That's it. It's not a gun problem. It's an entitlement problem. It's the guns. We have to take away the guns. We have to outlaw the guns. Look at England. You know, I'd rather get shot than stabbed. One way or the other, somebody wants to kill you in England, they're going to fucking kill you. No, man, it's not bullshit. I don't give a fuck if you agree with me or not. And you're free to disagree with me. That's fine. But I live in a place where almost everybody fucking carries a fucking gun and nobody's getting shot. And I have to say that it sure as fuck comes off that the reason why that is because everybody's carrying a fucking gun. So I don't want to hear that shit. Now, and again, you're free to have your feelings about firearms. That's fine. That's what makes America America. That's cool. But I mean, the fact is that nobody picks up a gun to go shoot up a school because they're just like, oh man, well, it's a gun. I got one. Might as well go use it. That's not the rationale behind going and shooting people. It's, oh my God, what I can do, because I'm a fucking coward, is I can go and make a name for myself and be a murdering piece of shit and then suicide myself by cop so that people can write about me. These people don't seem to understand that these are legends in their own mind. That's it. They're the star of their own movie. And in their mind, the way it ends is a lot different than the way that that the reality turns out to be. Because what happens is, yeah, you get written about, but I couldn't tell you the name of the school or the mass shooter from fucking couple months ago in fucking wherever. I don't even remember where it was. The last three, I couldn't even tell you the names of the people who fucking did it. But make no mistake, that's why they do it, because they think that we're all going to talk about them forever. We talk about Columbine because it was fresh. It was new. Now you're just another asshole. So if you're going out thinking about doing that, remember the fact that you're just going to be another asshole. Just so crazy to me, dude. Like, and all it does is just end up making people argue over stupid shit. Like the gun argument is just so fucking dumb. Like, as long as these guns are being manufactured on a mass level the way that they are, they're not going anywhere, dude. They're not going anywhere. Guns are not going to go anywhere. Understand that. You can sit there and whine and bitch about their existence all you want. It's not going to make them go away. Because there are millions and millions of them in circulation right now. Millions of them in circulation. You could stop production on them, and then guess what? Somebody will begin production of them illegally. You could stop the legitimate production of them, but because the technology is out there and it exists, it's just like Terminator. Why do you think they had to destroy Arnold Schwarzenegger at the end of Terminator 2? Still one more chip. Why? Because the technology existed. You had to destroy the concept of the technology in order to ensure that it doesn't fucking get reproduced. The technology of firearms is out there, man. It's been a thing. You're not going to stop it. People are making guns with 3D printers, bro. You know what I'm saying? So this whole argument about, ban guns, it's fucking futile. They banned cocaine too. Look how that worked out. Look how that worked out. They banned weed. Look how that worked out. They banned alcohol. Prohibition. Look how that worked out. Like, it's not even a question of what I think is right and what you think is right or wrong. It's not a question of what's my opinion on whether or not you should ban guns. That's not the argument. The argument is simple, that there is no banning guns. You can't. It can't be done. It physically cannot happen. Guns are going to be out there. Killers who find guns to be the most efficient way to execute someone, they're going to employ the ability to seek out and get and obtain a firearm. That's what they're going to do. You're not going to stop them from it. It's going to happen. It's a futile argument. Dude, I don't even love guns. That's the funny thing, is I get nothing out of them. Like I've fired guns before, but I never subscribed to that mentality of, oh my God, you get such a rush. Oh, the power in my hands. And I never subscribed to that fucking mentality once in my life. And I've gone shooting on 2 different occasions in my entire life. And I'd like to go more often, if I'm being honest. But the only purpose is because I live in a fucking reality where guns are fucking everywhere. And I'd rather have my chances against a gun. And the only chance I have against a gun is by knowing how to use one myself. Now, I'm not ready to even own a gun yet. All I want to do is go to a shooting range regularly and learn how to shoot. Just have the know-how. That's it. But I still have no desire to actually own a gun and carry one with me everywhere. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe, yeah, because to me, I look at, like, when I'm firing a gun, it's not a rush. It's just me wanting to get good at it. You know, like I'm trying to get as close to the target as I can. You know, that's it. I'm thinking of it no different than I would be as a video game, that if I do it wrong, I could actually kill somebody, you know? Obviously, safety is a big deal. So I'm practicing trigger discipline and all of these things, because safety, I'm more nervous holding a gun. I want to continue to do it so that I don't feel nervous with a gun in my hands. You know? I want to be able to have enough experience with a firearm to where I don't feel nervous with it in my hands. But no, yeah, I don't particularly like guns. I'm not a fan of guns. I don't read gun magazines, and you know, I couldn't tell you how to clean a gun. I couldn't take one apart and clean it. I couldn't do that. You know? But I'm a realist who understands that the reality of things is guns aren't going anywhere. And guns are also the reason why I have my independence. Guns are absolutely the reason why I have my independence and my freedom right now. If you want to blame guns for mass shootings, then I want to credit guns for my freedom. Isn't that a fair argument? If you can blame guns for mass shootings, then I can credit guns for my freedom. See what this lady says.
Of some of the adults in the room, several of them were shot. We know that. We know of the 2 8 and 10-year-old killed right now. We know there's 14 kids injured, several seriously, but we also know there were at least 3 adults that were shot as well and have survived. And so we don't know if they were part of the service, if they were teachers, but I'm sure we're going to hear the stories of how lives were saved.
Did Kate give any more details that her daughter shared with her?
Just that it just, the massive horror of watching these kids get shot and then laying down underneath these pews trying.
Now, yeah, the fact that this happened in a church fucking infuriates me. But listen, there's this tragedy that some fucking coward shitbag shot through the windows of a church and killed kids and injured a shit ton even more. But the flip side to that is that the cops showing up with guns and taking that piece of shit down saved lives. That's the flip side to that coin. So this piece of shit armed with a fucking gun, yes, cost lives. The fact that he had a gun cost lives, but the fact that the cops had guns saved lives on that scenario, in that scenario. And that can't be overlooked. Oh, he shot himself? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. But in other scenarios, it's the same thing. In other scenarios, it's the same thing. Had he not taken himself out, the cops would have taken him out. Can we not all agree on that? Details. I mean, this is absolutely a coward. I mean, I can't imagine what's going through somebody's head. And I'm not going to sit here and blame mental illness either, man. Oh my God, we have a mental health crisis in this country and blah, blah, blah. Yes, we have a mental health crisis in this country. The mental health crisis in this country is that we give people too much grace and let them use their mental health as an excuse to do fucked up shit. That's where I stand on that. Everybody's got mental health issues, man. Find a way to manage it. Figure it out. Get help. Do what you got to do. Take medication if you have to. Do whatever the fuck you got to do so that you don't go around fucking justifying in your head that it's okay to kill kids. Fuck you. Because at the end of the day, you're killing kids because you want attention. Because you feel entitled to attention. Because society made it okay for you to feel entitled to attention and makes excuses for you. I have no sympathy for that shit, and I don't have patience for it. The rest of us got to fucking work on ourselves and be better. Why don't you? Fuck you. You know, I don't want to hear that shit. Oh, but Will, you know, maybe he doesn't have health insurance and he can't get the help that he needs and the care that he needs. Find a way to manage it. Figure it out. Find a way to manage it. If you know it's wrong to kill people, find a way to get the conviction within yourself to make sure you don't do that shit. You know the difference between right and wrong. Stop it. I mean, I'm on the mend from a busted knee. I don't know how to fucking, I'm not trained in physical therapy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trained in physical therapy. I'm not a doctor. I never went and saw a doctor for this shit. I understand that my reality is I don't have health insurance. And the fact is like, I've been through this before and I know exactly what a doctor's going to fucking tell me. And guess what? I'm on the mend right now. Now I may need surgery, but I'm nowhere even near knowing whether or not I do just yet. But I know I'm on the mend. I'm walking easier every day because I knew what to do. Because I played the hand that I was dealt. That's what I did. I took accountability for the fact that my shit was fucked up. I was like, all right, this is what I got to do. I'm going to order this from Amazon. I'm going to ice it. I'm going to elevate it. I'm going to try to stay off of it as much as I can. It's taken forever for me for it to heal, only because I haven't been taken care of. I haven't been staying off of it the way that I'm supposed to. I have to get around. I'm on my own. I don't have a choice. It is what it is. But I also understood that going into it. You can ask Cherry. I understood going into it. This is probably going to take longer to heal because I can't stay off of it. I can't just lay up with my fucking leg elevated like I'm supposed to. So I managed. I'm managing now as we speak. And I am currently able, as of recently, to walk around with a limp, but walk around without the use of a cane. Put weight on it. Each day, I try to stretch it out and straighten it out a little bit more and more, and I can do it a little bit more and more each day. I can walk my dog in the park. Slowly, carefully, with a cane, but I can walk my dog in the park finally for the first time in like 2 months. My point being is, I'm not the person that you give excuses to when it comes to shit. You know? Like, I'm just not. Like, I like to go exercise, work out. I have not been working out. I could have worked out at home this entire time. I did not. That's on me. I have no excuse for that. I chose to lay around, watch movies, eat DoorDash. I could have absolutely used this as an opportunity to test myself and push myself. I did not do that. I have no excuse for that. But what I'm not doing is laying around feeling sorry for myself and blaming the world for my shit. And I just don't have patience for people who do that, especially grown-ups. Yeah, man. Rocky said the world is a nasty place and it will beat you to your knees if you let it. And that's what that boils down to. Somebody let the world beat them to their knees, and then they say, oh, well, if the world isn't going to treat me right, then I'm not going to treat the world right. And I'm going to start shooting innocent people. That's all that shit is. All because somebody didn't smack that motherfucker around when they needed to get smacked the fuck around. Yeah, I said that. World got fucking soft. We don't hold people to the same standards that we used to. And that's why and then we wonder why the world got worse. Instead of holding people to a standard, we make excuses for them. That's what happened in the world. It's just that simple. Like, since when did things that happen to every human being since the beginning of time all of a sudden become an excuse to fucking have shitty behavior, dude? Like, you imagine what it was like in the fucking 1700s in colonial times? Go back a little further. Go back to when the Pilgrims were here, dude. Native Americans, they were just giving each other fucking disease, dying in each other's fucking arms. But the way they saw that shit, it was just life. It is what it is. It fucking sucks. Move on. Survive. Take care of what we got. Try to avoid that from happening to the next person. That was the attitude. Now it's just like, oh my God, it's the end of the world because my fucking grandmother died. That's what grandmothers do. They fucking die. They're old. My grandma, my meemaw was everything to me. Oh, I'm going to go kill everybody. Or even worse, my dad touched me. Okay, man, that sucks. That fucking sucks. But how is that an excuse for you to go around and shoot people? It's just wild to me, man, that like, dude, I was just not raised like that, man. Like in my household, dude, my mom, that shit just didn't fly, man. You know? Dude, nobody I know pulled their bootstraps up like my mom did. Nobody I know. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like the example that I had set for me that I mostly failed to follow most of my life. Like the example that I had set for me was fucking stellar. I mean, sure, there were tough times, man, like real tough, you know, real tough. The thing is, man, like you're either raised to look at those tough times as things that are strengths, or you look at those tough times as something to feel sorry for yourself for. Like you're one person or the other. You know what I mean? And now for some reason, it's like society is like programming, they're like programmed to you know, to go that latter route. Just coddle to that shit. It's crazy to me. Yeah, I mean, I was in like I was switching back and forth last night from Aiden's chat to James Jackson's chat. And him and JFK were live on James Jackson's channel, and they were like by the shore, I guess, or whatever. And they were just, it was just a general chill little thing, you know. And I was I was talking about that, and we were talking about something, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I made that point that, you know, scars are, you know, that's just how life is, man. You get scars, you know, like Brad Pitt said in Fight Club, I don't want to fucking die without any scars. You know, like I feel that shit. And the thing is about scar tissue, man, scar tissue is stronger than your regular dermis, your natural unscathed dermis. Scar tissue stronger. It's a good thing. It might be a little unsightly, but it's a good thing. So, like, you could either take these things. I mean, if you choose to let these things define you, then choose how you're going to allow it to define you, right? I mean, that's how I would look at it. It's like, if these pivotal events in my life are what define me, then how are they going to define me? Are they going to define me as a person who learned from them and decided to make something positive out of those things? Or am I going to be one of those people who just allow it to become a black hole that just sucks me in, and I get lost in oblivion of self-delusion and self-oblivion and no ability to take accountability at all whatsoever in my actions? I mean, God, what a miserable existence that seems like, you know? And then other people got to pay for it. Then it becomes someone else's fucking problem because you don't know how to fucking deal with your own problems. You haven't figured that out yet. And then what happens? The people in your life set boundaries and go, no, man, no more. You're not going to fucking suck all of my fucking life force out of me just because you can't figure out your own shit. Fuck you. I'm done with it. Right? And then what do? They write a manifesto trying to justify their shit in their mind. And then they fucking go and get guns. And then they shoot up a bunch of innocent people going, see what you did to me and made me do, world. Fuck off. Fuck off. My dad never hugged me. Motherfucker. You know how many people don't have dads? You know what I mean? My dad never hugged me. Motherfucker, dads didn't hug their kids until the 70s. Shut the fuck up. Like, what are you talking about? Dads didn't start hugging their kids till the 70s, bro. What are you talking about? Cosgrove. Let's hear what they're saying now.
Finished. There was an office at the Department of Homeland Security known as the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, or CP3. The staffing in that office has been significantly reduced. The funding for that office has been significantly reduced, and there is not an expert leading that office anymore. So in the absence of that office doing this critical community prevention work, I do hope that other federal, state, or local entities will step in and work with communities to try to create these prevention networks, because again, there is not solely a law enforcement solution to ending the epidemic of mass casualty events in this country.
Well, the mayor said earlier, Sam, we must stand with these families who are suffering, and trying to understand how this happened is one way to serve them. Sam Vinograd, it is always an honor to talk to you and cash in on your expertise. We appreciate you so much for serving the conversation today. All right, so let's get personal. There's a little boy named Weston in that community who tonight will shake in his bed.
Why won't they say these things?
And our viewers had let's hear from one of the young people who was inside when the bullets started to be fired.
Let's listen to a 5th grader who says his friend saved him. Listen to this.
It was like right beside me. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
Yeah, that's a tough kid right there.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that
I
what
got,
Rowan tried to do?
I think I got like gunpowder on my neck. Yeah.
When you heard the
Goddamn.
shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head. My friend Victor like saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Oh my
Your friend laid on top of you?
Yeah. And he got hit.
Jesus.
Gosh, when you hear that
It's
about
fucking
the
crazy.
bravery of that child to help his friend, and just a child describing that moment when he heard the gunshot and then realized that it was something more than just a noise he was hearing.
9 and 10-year-olds shouldn't have to save their classmates.
No, no. And you can imagine that the teachers, I'm sure, were doing the same thing in there. The adults that were in the room were doing the same thing there. I'm sure that is not the only story that we will hear of some bravery like that happened this morning in that church right there. Let's take a live look here in South Minneapolis. You can see the scene still quite active in this spot. We know families are still being reunified here, parents still coming in to pick up their kids. Again, this was started 15 minutes after school had started there in that spot. So people were already on their way with their day, whether they're heading back home or the kids were dropped off on the bus, then to be called back then there. There's a school shooting.
Yeah, man, my whole thing, dude, is I just don't. What I just ranted about is, in my opinion, common sense. Just about everybody in the chat agreed with me. So why won't anybody talk about that? Why won't, why spin this narrative in mainstream media that it's a big mystery as to why these things happen? I just explained why they happen. I mean, it's real simple. Why are people afraid to go on TV and say this? Is the big question.
Right, I think, again, a grandfather of one of the students there at that school. So you know that this is a school, it is a true community school. It is a private school. It is a Catholic school there. But these are kids that come right from that neighborhood. It's right on the border of Richfield and Minneapolis. You got a lot of Minneapolis kids there. You got a lot of Richfield kids coming in there. A lot of these kids, their own parents went to that own school. So I have no doubt that as parents rush to that school, grandparents rush to that school, friends rush down there to that school.
I just want to add perspective and context. So the grandfather that we just heard from, that was the grandfather of the 9-year-old. That's his granddad. So he's talking about, look, when this happens to your grandchild or someone, it hits differently and you take it differently. So that's the perspective that he is coming from it now. He is experiencing this firsthand, saying my grandson dealt with this, and maybe now he's saying I have a different mindset with this as well. So just the context there.
It's something that you can't say, well, this is over there or this happened to someone else. He now has this real in-person experience. And I think, as you mentioned, AJ, earlier, they were talking about wrap your arms around everyone and think of all of these as our kids.
Yeah. Let's go back to the sound from that little one there that we had talked with earlier, talking about the drills that they do at school.
We practice it like every month, or I don't know, but yeah, we've never practiced it in the
I love
the
this
church,
kid,
though.
dude. He's awesome.
Only in school, so it was way different.
And that is something that's different because we know that since Columbine,
Yes.
Kids have done school drills. And
And
Heather, as
he
you
said
mentioned,
every month they are doing these drills. These drills are very specific. They are told that they need to close the classroom door, that they need to hide there. No one prepares for someone to shoot into the windows of a church sanctuary where you have hundreds of children and community members sitting in there. Yes, they did these drills, but they did not do the drill in the church.
And they're all sitting there open, vulnerable, in
why
these
should
pews
they think
next
they
to
would
each
ever
other.
need to?
Right.
And you think of church too as a place, come as you are, a place that's welcoming, and you don't imagine it being a place where you have to experience something like this.
I'm so
But
sick
when
of
you
that
think back to
fucking bullshit argument. That doesn't happen in the UK because guns are outlawed in the UK. I don't give a fuck, dude. Listen, in the UK, you get fucking stabbed. Same difference. In the UK, you get thrown in jail for Facebook posts and tweets. I don't want to hear that shit.
They were barricaded
Outside of the church,
Outside of
yes.
the church were barricaded with these 2x4s. So it's disturbing to think that this could have been planned when we don't want to speculate because we don't have
We don't
that
know. We don't know
information
how
yet.
those
We don't know
barricades
that
got up
yet.
there, but we do know that it could have meant entry exit
Exactly.
was blocked.
Exactly. So that's the other part. As this investigation unfolds, that part of the puzzle will still have to be told because we know, Jen, as you talked about before, even though we are focused on the victims, as what we should be,
Yes.
there's a law enforcement side of this that is being put together as we speak right now.
There's the one side that we have our focus on, which are these victims, these families, the community, all of us who have been impacted by this. And at the same time, law enforcement is doing their job. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the FBI, the ATF, police, any resources they are pulling in right now to try to get more information about the suspected shooter, who we know died by suicide this morning. And if there was any notes, clues left behind, if there was any warning signs that were seen or missed. There's so many questions that they are working on right now to unravel. And in a time like this where there is such deep grief, it's hard to think about the person responsible because we don't want, it doesn't change the grief and the pain that families and everyone is feeling. And there's a job that law enforcement needs to do to hold this person accountable and to find out information about them. And so that's part of what I've been tracking today to learn information. We know that this person is in their early 20s.
Listening to local coverage there in Minneapolis, Minnesota from our team at WCCO as we see these pictures of parents being reunified with their children who were on the inside of that sanctuary as the bullets came through the windows from the shooter. And on that point, we do have some breaking news. 3 law enforcement sources tell CBS News that the shooter is identified as Robin Westman, 23 years old, from suburban Minneapolis. Once again, 3 law enforcement sources
Minneapolis.
tell CBS News, Robin Westman, age 23, from suburban Minneapolis. That bit of information coming from our affiliate WCCO, who we're going to listen to right now.
This horrific attack.
And when the chief spoke earlier, he was saying that he believed he acted alone. And he also added that he did not have an extensive known criminal history. So I'm sure they'll be looking further into that to see how any of these pieces
A
connect.
reminder here, this apartment is in Richfield. We know that the church, that the school is right on that border of Richfield and South Minneapolis. So not clear. We'll find more information in just a bit about exactly where this would be over here, but not far from where the school would be. Richfield's not a huge city down there.
So a couple of different scenes. So you've got the scene in Richfield. You also have the scene of the church and the school that's in South Minneapolis. We also have cameras over at HCMC. We have cameras over at Children's Hospital.
Where they have victims there at both of those hospitals. So we have 7 victims now, an update from Children's just in the past minute or so. 7 patients there they are treating. We understand 17 patients were over at HCMC. Now, most of these patients, some adults were some of these victims, but most most of these patients are children between the ages of 6 and 14 years old.
Yeah, last check, they said they were actually operating on 4 people right now. There are no fatalities. That was at HCMC, but you just alluded to 6 to 14 years old. So very, very young patients who are being operated on right now.
And we did get that information earlier from Jonah, from one of the council members, that one of these students, again, shot in the back, as we heard from one of the students who said he was actually shielded by his friend. And then we also heard from that same council member that there was an 11-year-old who was shot in the head. So just serious, extensive injuries that the medical teams are navigating.
We're coming up on 12:32, and if you're just now joining us, maybe this is a good point to do a reset as far as what we've learned so far this morning, because this has been a very, very active scene. Unfortunately, we have 2 children who are 8 and 10 years old who are dead after a shooting that took place inside a church. The shooter apparently outside, we heard from the police chief, fired shots outside the church, into the church, and this was during Mass today, Heather.
It was during a Mass for the school, in fact. Annunciation School is connected there to that church in that parish, and the students go to that Mass. It was a welcome back to school Mass. The students had just started there on Monday, so this was their celebratory Wednesday morning Catholic school Mass. That's, if you've gone to Catholic school, you know that the kids all join in there. So they were in the sanctuary. And one thing that really got me is we did talk to a boy who was in the church at the time. He was right near the stained glass windows where the shooter had been standing, shooting in from the outside. And he said, we do these drills all the time. We do these drills at least once a month, but we never did these drills inside the church. And all I can think of is, why would you think that you would ever have to do these drills inside that church there?
So first responders, the shooting takes place, first responders respond. And the thing that really stuck out to me is the first responders who go in there, and they have to look in the classrooms. They have to look through the church and go room by room.
Right, the kids were in the church, and then many of them, you can only imagine here what had happened. The shooter, according to police.
Yeah, that I got rid of him for the day. He can come back tomorrow.
What it sounded like. Did it sound like firecrackers? Was something crumbling? And they didn't realize right away what was happening. And then they were told by the teachers, by other students, to hide there under the pew. So we understand from the chief that when officers went in there, they first went into the sanctuary to try to help those students and those staff that were injured there in that spot. But then they also fanned out through the school because people had run out of that sanctuary looking for places to hide in there. And I suspect that they were looking for closets or bathrooms and going to try and find some of these children, some of them as young as just 6 years old there. This is a K-8 school.
Let's listen to the mayor and his reaction to everything that unfolded. Mayor Jacob Fry.
The horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends.
Why do I feel like he's laying it on a little
on the
thick?
Playground.
Why don't I believe him?
They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
We're also hearing from the president this morning, who says that he posted on Truth Social, I should say, "I've been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved." Again, that's coming from the president of the United States.
Right, and let's head back outside, take a live look at Annunciation Catholic School, Annunciation Catholic Church there over in South Minneapolis, right near the border of Richfield in that area, over in a busy spot, 54th and Lindale. And as we've been mentioning all morning long, police asking right now people to just stay away from that area as families are being unified as they continue the investigation into what happened here just before 8:30 this morning.
Yeah.
And kind of speaking to how this is really a community of family in this neighborhood, Caroline Cummings just sent a message saying she received a text from a state lawmaker who saw one of the earlier interviews and breathed a sigh of relief because he coaches someone and a bunch of the kids from the school who play sports in Richfield. And, you know, everyone's so connected here, and it doesn't just impact the people that we've seen on the screen holding hands and reuniting, but there are people we don't see who are feeling the impact of this too, and still trying to make sense of this tragedy.
And Sheila, we've talked a lot about this morning, is that these students started school this week. There are so many students that start school on Tuesday. We already know that for many students, it comes with anxiety of heading back to school there. And the conversations that families are having today and over the next week are really challenging. I don't know. Truly, I've been thinking about this throughout the morning as I go home, what you say to your kids about this.
Right, because some of them are just, they may be starting a new school, or they're just worried about the school year in general. And then you layer on top of it a tragedy of this magnitude, and it adds just another anxiety and more questions that parents are going to be trying to find answers to, and maybe leaning on some of those professionals that work in the mental health space for guidance on how do I reassure.
If they're teenagers, you take them to the fucking gun range. That's what you do.
You know, when you go to school, there are people that love and care about you that are going to make sure that you're safe, and finding the language around that to help them navigate a moment like this. Even if this wasn't their school, they still have to go to school.
Well, this goes to, it takes a village, right? It takes a village. It's going to take a village for us to heal. Let's check in with Caroline Cummings, because Caroline, Shayla just mentioned what you mentioned before. A huge sigh of relief, I'm sure, but then also heartache at the same time.
Muted that.
Are we having a problem with Caroline's microphone there?
10-year-old.
There we go.
Oh, we're losing microphones here. Oh, can you hear me, guys?
Finally.
Yes, I got a text message from Representative Mike Howard. He lives in Richfield. He's a state representative, and he saw on TV as we took that interview with Weston, that really brave fifth grader you heard from earlier. And he says, I've been worried about him and was so happy to see him. He coached basketball for Weston and several other 10-year-olds, he tells me, who attend this school. And he said something that I feel like really speaks to what you heard if you were watching Weston. He was so brave, sharing what it was like to be inside that church when those shots rang out. And he says, quote, it tracks that he would be brave. He was our most fearless and rowdy player. And he says there's a lot of anxious Richfield families trying to find out the status of the children and students here at Annunciation Catholic School, because a lot of them played sports in Richfield. And so it just kind of speaks to that kind of reverberation beyond just the four walls of that church and this school. This is a tragedy that touches so many in our community, and so many people have a connection to this school. And even if you don't, you are just waiting to hear good news about the condition of those children who are currently in the hospital, guys.
Yes, and Caroline, I'll say the same thing. My kids play hockey with a lot of the kids that go to Annunciation. So these kids know kids from all over. So as Shayla was mentioning, it's not just affecting the people in this school, it's all of their friends that are in all the other schools and those families as well there too.
You think about Weston in the fifth grade and him being so brave
And his friend
and
being so
his
brave.
friend being so brave to shield him. Let's listen to Weston right now.
My mom was waiting outside of the church when it happened.
Yeah. What was it like seeing her?
I was super happy because, like, I was scared that I wasn't going to see her because I didn't know what was happening.
So brave.
Right, again, little Weston there, 5th grade there. Caroline
kid's gonna
Cummings,
be famous.
as she mentioned, has been talking to him throughout the morning there. Let's take you back out live to Richfield. This is where we understand there's a large law enforcement presence. This is at the home or one of the residences of the suspected shooter there. Jen, what can you tell us here?
Yeah, so what we know is that law enforcement had this name early on. So right away, they get to work when a situation like this happens. And they go to, the places that they go is look at the car, right? Look at what they had with them. But they also go to where they live and they try to contact anyone else.
I feel you, man. Like, I think I feel you, man. I don't blame anybody right now for feeling uneasy about letting their kids go to school. Matter of fact, I mean, not just for the risk that they could get shot for no reason is already one fear, but it's just one fear out of everything else that's going on in schools these days. Like, I wouldn't want to fucking let my kid go to school either. Dude, I remember my kid was a teenager, man. Like, the math he was doing, I was like, I don't even know what the fuck this is, dude. Like, I was completely lost at everything that he was doing. I had no fucking idea. Gables GH, thank you so much. We did it, Tommy. We stop it. Stop it. Oh my God. Y'all are the worst. All right, we're coming back here. Hold on. Soon. Let's see. Let's give this a chance. But I have it pulled up on another. But court is coming back. Let's see if they bring it back here, but I doubt they will.
A rifle, a pistol, and was wearing all black. That's what we know about what this person, how this person appeared on the scene this morning when they opened fire into that church where they were holding mass.
Now, again, this apartment is in Richfield, and that school there, the church there, is right on the border of Minneapolis and Richfield in that spot. We did ask the police chief this morning if they understood that this person, the suspected shooter, had any connection to the school. And this was probably about 2 hours ago. The chief saying at the time that he wasn't sure. But this, of course, is something that they will be looking closely at as well.
Absolutely.
I honestly don't know why the next hearing isn't until October. I find that to be kind of weird too. But I mean, this isn't about having the right to a speedy trial either, because it's not a trial. It's an appeals process. So however it works, I don't know, but obviously it works different than a trial. It just the reason why it's similar to a trial and reminds you of a trial is because obviously there are attorneys that are representing the parties, but also it's the whole system of keeping order, of making sure that proceedings go and go on record without them being in any way chaotic. So, there's a system here, but I don't think that the same rules apply, obviously. So they could just, the Civil Service Commission can just drag it out as fucking long as they want. I don't know how it works. I'm just spitballing here, just thinking out loud. I have no idea. But Boston 10 came back, so they just have the seal, the Massachusetts state seal, zoomed in on it right now. So, but if they start the proceedings and this channel doesn't come back, because this channel has the best sound, the one that I'm showing right now. But if they stay with the shooting thing, then I'll just switch to Boston 10 and we'll watch from there. Or maybe I'll see if maybe Boston 25 is better.
but like, listen, man, please. And I know you guys are doing it out of kindness. So it's not you that's annoying me. But when I see pew pew in my chat, dude, like, you could fucking say gun, man. It's okay to say gun. We're not fucking 12, dude. We're not 4 even. Like, you could say gun in my chat. I realize a lot of other channels are like, no, because of the monetization thing and blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit about ad revenue to the point to where I see grown-ups in my chat censoring themselves about common household words. It's really weird to me. So yeah, just say fucking gun. It's okay in my chat. Respect other people's chat that don't want you to do it, but in my chat, it's totally okay. Just say fucking gun. Well, Google will auto delete it if I said it that way.
We're walking into.
Absolutely.
Initially they had the bomb squad called in because
I
there
have
was threat of a
I have no keywords tagged to where they would automatically delete. You have to have it set that way. I don't do that. You guys can say whatever the fuck you want in my chat. It's fine. Just don't threaten anybody. Don't fucking dox anybody.
Well, hi there, Heather. So I am right at the corner of West 54th Street in Lindale. This is about as far as you can go when we're talking about the scene here. They have blocked off all of the streets surrounding the school. And so you can see blocked off here. Have experienced truly an unthinkable tragedy. You can see perhaps with Joel Cam here, our fearless photojournalist, that there is still police presence near the entrance of the school. That's where we saw children and their families leave earlier this morning. It's where I saw 2 young children with slings on their arm in the immediate aftermath of this. That was truly a hard thing to see, these little arms in slings, having been in mass and experiencing this really devastating tragedy. But yeah, still a lot going on here in Minneapolis as now investigators are kind of combing through the details of what happened here and learning more about that gunman too, guys.
And Caroline, we know that it certainly takes a village even in these investigations. We just got a statement in from the special agent in charge of Minneapolis Division of the FBI saying they are assisting their local partners. Their hearts go out to the victims, their families, and the Minneapolis community as we face this senseless act of violence against innocent children. They say the FBI will devote every available resource to support this ongoing investigative effort.
Yeah. Again, this is an investigation.
CBS News 24/7 listening in to local coverage there in Minneapolis from our team at WCCO. We thank them for that bit of information. We also have some news to break as it relates to this mass shooting that has taken the lives of 2 children and sent so many other children to the hospital. They're literally fighting for their lives right now. Let's bring in CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga. Nicole, you've got some new reporting on the shooter.
Yeah, Reed, CBS News has confirmed via multiple law enforcement sources that the gunman has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. And right now, investigators combing through the social media, the online postings of the gunman here, determining exactly what timeline of events led up to the tragic incident that we saw today. Law enforcement officials have identified writings on the magazines of some of the weapons that were used by the gunman, hateful rhetoric, including words targeting the President of the United States, Donald Trump, invoking the Holocaust and threatening the lives of children. It also appears that the mother of the gunman was a former employee of Annunciation of the school who had retired a couple back. And so initially authorities had said there was no clear connection between the gunman and the school itself. Now it appears as though the mother of the gunman does have a connection with that school. And as investigators try to piece together more details, more behind the motive of this individual, they're not only going to comb over the social media, they're also going to search the car, the vehicle of the gunman.
I would hope so.
Right now, law enforcement has ruled out a possible accomplice, but it is still very early in this investigation. They did sweep the vehicle that was parked outside of the church. They found no improvised explosive devices, despite initial indications that that might have been the case. They did find smoke bombs, fireworks, sort of rudimentary smoke bombs, that sort of thing inside that vehicle. In total, they are tracing 3 weapons. There's a pistol, as well as a rifle that has been taken from the scene, as well as a shotgun. And we know that that rifle was a semi-automatic weapon that witnesses on the scene described just a volley of bullets, almost all of which were fired outside of the church. And officials, law enforcement officials on the scene saying that they were looking at casings outside of that church where students were gathered for mass, trying to get a sense of just how many shots were fired. You mentioned it earlier, and our associates at WCCO mentioned it, but right now we know that 17 are hospitalized, at least 14 of those children, including 2 that are in critical condition.
Well, and your new reporting.
Okay, so let me do this real quick to shut down. Sorry, Cherry, but you're annoying me with your misinformation about guns on YouTube, because explain to me how the fuck you can have a monetized YouTube channel with fucking 3.3 million subscribers where you can clean a gun, and it says how I quickly, the title of it is how I quickly clean my handguns. You can say gun on YouTube. Who the fuck says you can't say gun on YouTube? That's ridiculous. Gun lube,
which is gun lube.
Gun lube right there. It's right. Gun lube. Gun, 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 shoot guns, 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 rifles, handguns, pistols. Fuck out of here with that. You can absolutely fucking say guns on YouTube. The fuck says you can't? That's ridiculous.
Regarding red flags, it's always very challenging in these situations, Reed, for federal law enforcement to piece together, connect the dots. Should someone have known sooner? So certainly we're going to see investigators asking those questions, but it's very difficult. And in this case, we know that police have stated, the Minneapolis Police Department, that this is an individual who did not have a significant criminal record, but does appear to have broadcast their intentions in videos posted online prior to the shooting.
Nicole Skanga, thank you so much for that. And as we look at the video that is coming from that scene and our team members who have been for hours reporting this story, we know that in addition to talking about the why this story happened and trying to figure out more about the motive of that shooter, potentially at this place, which we think could be one location that could be connected to the shooter, as we look at all of those moving parts, we remember that today is about the victims and those who are rushing to help the victims. Victims like little Weston, who heard the gunfire. Victims like Vincent, who took a bullet because he laid over Weston, the 5th grader, there in that sanctuary. These are human stories in our local communities, and CBS News as an organization promises that we will continue covering this story, not only with an eye to solutions, but with an eye to those who are suffering. We now continue our coverage with Meg Oliver on CBS News 24/7.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving.
And now a word from our sponsor.
What it means for you. Clearly delish. So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together? Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
What happens? One of them gets charged for fucking window intimidation. That's what's That's what happens. What are you talking about? Best journalist. Get the fuck out of here, you bunch of lazy fucks. Your faces. That's all you are. Your faces. Not doing any work. Fucking dumbasses. Yeah, they still haven't come back, man. Like, oh, they're coming back now. Let's see if this channel has it. But I hear it in the background on Boston 10. Let me search. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, the sound's better on Boston 25. Okay, here we go. What? Is that for real? Elizabeth Banks is playing Karen Reed in the miniseries? Is that for real? I mean, I could see it. I could see it. But she definitely would not be my first choice. Look at this asshole. So Elizabeth Banks has been in a bunch of shit, but nothing real noteworthy. What I remember mostly from is the 40-year-old version where he acted smooth. The one time he acted smooth with a girl, she was the one that was like, do you like to do it yourself? We have a lot of books on do it yourself. That's Elizabeth Banks. But I don't know. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head that she's done. But I've seen her in a bunch of shit. And I like her. She's everything I've seen her in, I've liked. Zack and Miri, I've never even watched that fucking movie. Kevin Smith just gets on my nerves. And Kevin Smith with Seth Rogen, Jesus Christ, double annoying.
And Mr. Carly, do you have any redirect for Lieutenant Dwyer?
Yes, I do.
Please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, good afternoon. Could I ask you first to please turn your attention to Respondents 18, Exhibit 18, page R0500. No, sir. All right, sir. Do you recall a series of questions under cross-examination where certain portions or certain portions of your report?
She directed Cocaine
portions of
Bear.
Paragraph 21 were read to you?
Yes, good call. She was in Cocaine Bear. She directed Cocaine Bear, actually. So that is noteworthy as well. I forgot about that.
The sentence regarding.
Yes.
See the word regarding?
I do.
All right. I'm going to read some of these sentences and just ask if I'm reading them correctly, sir. Regarding the information about the investigation that he texted, Trooper Proctor told investigators that he did not provide specifics besides the name of the decedent. While he may not have provided other specific case information to this friend group, he still provided information, including the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries that had not been released publicly. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And continuing at that same point with the next sentence. The comment Trooper Proctor sent about Ms. Reed being a, quote, whack job cunt, unquote, is an inappropriate and derogatory comment that shows Trooper Proctor had a personal dislike of Ms. Reed. Trooper Proctor testified that his comments were partially due to his emotions getting the best of him. Police officers have to act impartially and not based on emotion. However, police officers still experience emotions based on what they are exposed to. While this is understood, it is also understood that the emotions a police officer may feel about an individual are kept in check and their actions are based on reason and fact.
Boy, cunt. You did.
You're a
Continuing
little cunt.
With the remainder of what you wrote in that paragraph, a few more sentences, sir. Did you also write, there is no evidence to show that Trooper Proctor's personal feelings influenced the actual evidence of the case, but the language used to describe Ms. Reed is offensive and created the appearance that he was not impartial. Did I read that correctly, sir?
You did.
Continue. Trooper Proctor's comments about Ms. Reed, quote, excuse me, I'll restart that sentence.
I'm going to see if my dick can do a reading of Proctor. Maybe it'll get the part.
Accent, though, no act, unquote, are inappropriate as they are a commentary on Ms. Reed's appearance and mannerisms. Again, these comments are offensive and created the appearance that he was not impartial. Trooper Proctor's comments, quote, she's got a leaky balloon knot, unquote, and, quote, leaks poo, unquote, are commentary on Ms. Reed's medical conditions. In his interview with investigators, Trooper Proctor acknowledged that the comments were unprofessional and regrettable. Not only are the comments offensive and unprofessional, but they are also medical issues that
Elizabeth Banks as Karen Reed, and the hoity-toity as Michael Proctor.
That paragraph, beginning with the word regarding and going all the way to the end of the paragraph.
Correct.
If I could ask you to turn your attention a few pages later to R0503.
And the Oscar goes to the hoity-toity. I can see it already.
Also asked a series of questions about part of what you wrote in this paragraph.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you to follow along, and I'm going to read aloud from this document, and you tell me if I read it fully and correctly, sir. After reviewing the testimony provided by Trooper Proctor related to the text messages about Ms. Reed that Trooper Proctor sent, as well as information he provided to investigators, and considering the ramifications of his actions, it is clear that Trooper Proctor's behavior was unprofessional. His actions created an image that he was not impartial in his dealings with Ms. Reed. It is entirely reasonable that a police officer may have personal feelings about an individual, but a police officer must act solely on fact and reason.
Woo!
While there is no evidence to show that the police actions taken by Trooper Proctor were directly influenced by his personal feelings about Ms. Reed, his conduct demonstrated that he acted in an unprofessional manner that was demeaning to Ms. Reed and cast the department into disrepute. Is that the entirety of that paragraph, sir?
It is.
Thank you. Now, sir, in the same set of documents, again, respondents' exhibits, the binder you have in front of you, could I ask you to please go to R481, please? R0481. I believe it is 15, sir.
15?
Let me confirm, please. I said 15. Let me confirm, please.
It is 15.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Commissioner. All right.
Okay, in there.
0481, sir, Exhibit 15. I want to ask you, before I refer you, first of all, what is Exhibit 15, just to clarify for everyone?
It is the transcript of the interview that we conducted with Trooper Proctor.
And this would otherwise be known as the OPIA interview conducted in this case?
Yes.
As part of your investigation?
Correct.
Okay. I think earlier you testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, This interview was audio recorded.
It was.
And it was also then reduced to this transcription as well.
Correct.
During the course of your entire investigation, not just this interview, when, if ever, did the discussion or the topic of the February 8th, 2024 meeting between Michael Proctor, his attorney, and members of the department, when, if ever, during your investigation, did that subject come up?
To me, during this interview.
All right. To your knowledge, or as in your training and experience, and given your entire knowledge of your entire investigation, is it your belief that this is the only place in your investigation where this subject came up?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to these pages of the transcript, starting with 0481, there's a series of questions, both by yourself as investigator, a fellow investigator, and counsel for Mr. Proctor on this page and the next two pages. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, sir. And referring you specifically to 481 through 483, this is the part that you were referring to where this subject came up, sir?
It is.
All right, sir. And just with respect to the introduction of the subject, starting with line 4 of 481, I'm going to read it aloud, and again, if you would tell me if I read it accurately, sir. Question. So you said on February 8th, 2024, you met with Attorney Staples and Kelly and DeStefano about the text messages. Was this a breakdown of all the text messages within your phone, or just what was brought up at trial, essentially? And then at line 9, the transcript indicates Attorney Moynihan says, this was in February of 20, and then it cuts off, and continuing with line 11.
Hold on, because they're not saying anything fucking important right now. So hold on a second. Let me talk about this. So I did a little digging here on this Karen Reed miniseries that's happening. So what's happening is this guy named Justin Noble is the writer, but the stuff that I'm seeing on IMDb, he's a TV writer, and this is getting developed. This series is getting developed, and it's a separate project than that has been announced already, like the one that they were talking about in Vanity Fair and Deadline. Totally different than what they've been talking about. This seems like it's like an unauthorized biography kind of thing. And so Elizabeth Banks is set to play Karen Reed in this, and Justin Noble is the head writer. Justin Noble is known for, get this, Sex Lives of College Girls, Never Have I Ever, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, How May We Hate You, which is a TV movie, Idiot Sitter, TV series. So yeah, it's for Prime and developed by Warner Brothers. So like, is this going to be a comedy? Like, what in the fuck is going on here? The writer from Brooklyn Nine-Nine is writing the Karen Reed. Now, this has not been unknown to happen. Look at Adam McKay. Adam McKay has gone on to like be Oscar nominated, maybe even won. I'm not even sure. But Adam McKay, you might know him from doing certain movies like he did that one with Leonardo DiCaprio for Netflix and everything, the one about the climate, whatever. But he also did The Big Short, which is a brilliant movie about the crash in 2008, right? So Adam McKay did these really serious movies and did really, really well with them. But he got his start, like he also co-wrote Anchorman with Will Ferrell and directed Anchorman. You know what I'm saying? Look Up. That's the one. Look Up is the one I was just talking about. So Adam McKay did these things, right? You know, so he evolved into doing serious things from being just doing silly ass comedies. You know what I mean? So it's possible. Maybe this guy's going to do this serious ass series with the Karen Reed story, or maybe he's going to fucking have a very comedic twist to it, because you look at some of the people. How do you not make Gallagher a fucking comedic character in a dramatization of the Karen Reed story? There's no way to not do that. There's no way to make Gallagher seem like a serious guy. There's no way to do that. And imagine if they add the Turtle Boy aspect to it. You bring in like Grant Smith Ellis and characters like that, dude. It's ridiculous. Like it'll be. There's no way that it won't be comedic. And I'm hoping for that. Like this is actually good news to me. Like I'm sitting here. It's maybe I'm coming off like I'm criticizing the idea of a comedic writer, a comedy writer writing this. I'm not against it. Let me be clear about that, because there is a lot of aspects to this that make it fucking hilarious. Trooper Paul, how the fuck do you make Trooper Paul a serious guy? You know, how do you not make right? And Alan Jackson, how do you not make Alan Jackson somebody who's gonna fucking like just clown the fuck out of these insanely fucking ridiculous witnesses? How do you not make a comedic interpretation of Jen McCabe or Matt McCabe for that matter, especially? How do you not do that? Welcher, fucking Welcher. Absolutely.
Yeah, line 6, sir.
I'm all for this. I'm all for this. I can't wait to see what this is going to turn out to be. Like if it's made for Prime and it's a mini series, oh man, yeah, because there's no way to just make like a little movie about it. I mean, I guess you can, but I have to hope that if they're making a mini series about this, that it's going to be like they're going to cover all kinds of shit, like Turtle Boy and Karen Reed and the whole, like, I oh my God, it'll be fucking amazing. I really hope that happens.
Transcript and that portion of the interview. Do you have any personal knowledge as you sit here, sir, of what took place in the meeting between Michael Proctor, his attorney, Michael DeStefano, Major Kokrak, and staff from State Police Legal? Do you have any knowledge of what took place in that meeting, other than what comes from this portion of the transcript on February 8th of 2024?
I do not.
All right. So in terms of questions that you were asked on cross-examination about, well, you weren't aware at the time, but you're now aware of that. Do you recall those questions, sir, in that form?
Yes.
The answers you gave to those portions of the questions, or those questions posed to you on cross-examination, did those come from your personal knowledge or from essentially hearsay and rumor around the department?
It was from rumor.
All right. And those answers you gave to those questions, that was not based on any investigation that you performed. Is that accurate?
Correct.
All right, sir. I want to switch topics now and ask you about a series of questions you were asked on cross-examination concerning the timing of the duty stats hearing for Michael Proctor. Do you recall a series of questions on that subject?
I do.
All right, sir. I want to ask you, before getting into the specifics of the timing of duty status in this case, some general questions, if I may. First, do subjects based on your training and experience as an internal investigator for OPIA within the Massachusetts State Police, do subjects of internal investigations by OPIA have certain rights under the collective bargaining agreement and Department rules and regulations?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, during cross-examination, is it correct to say that you were asked a series of questions by counsel about some of those rights?
Yes.
You recall questions and answers related to due process rights of the subject of the investigation, things of that nature?
Yes.
All right, sir. Is it fair to say that some of those rights come into play once a subject is brought forward for a duty status hearing?
Yes. That'd be accurate.
Okay. And if they have their duty status changed, if a given member has their duty status changed, based on your training and experience, do some of those rights under the CBA and under Massachusetts state police regulations kick in at that time?
Yes.
All right, and would one of those rights be presenting the subject with evidence of the misconduct that is the basis for the allegation so that they can defend themselves during the disciplinary process?
Yes.
All right, sir. And you know that to be a right that subjects of internal investigation that you pursue have in your investigation?
Yes.
And you also know that Michael Proctor had that right as well as one of the subjects of one of your investigations?
Correct.
Did you, or to your knowledge, did anyone at the Department of Massachusetts State Police have documentation, physical evidence or documentary evidence of the alleged misconduct, the alleged text message misconduct, either at the meeting in February 8th of 2024, or the Colonel's meeting that you mentioned before, March 4th of 2020?
None that I'm aware of.
All right. And based on your understanding of the non-disclosure agreement that you described previously in your testimony, were you permitted to do anything with that information other than open an internal investigation at that time, meeting March 4th of 24?
No.
All right. Had any documentation as of March 4th of 2024, had any documentation been provided to you or to your knowledge anyone else within the department underlying the allegations of inappropriate and disparaging text messages by Michael Proctor?
No.
So there was no documentation provided to you?
Correct.
And you were the assigned investigator in that matter?
Correct.
Would, if documentation had been provided and shared with the department, would it have come to you as the assigned investigator?
Yes.
Based on your understanding of the NDA, were you allowed to share even the existence of the allegation of inappropriate text messages outside of the group of people who signed the NDA?
No.
When was the first time, sir, as the assigned investigator, when was the first time that you received information and details about that alleged misconduct by Michael Proctor via the text messages that allowed you to move forward with your investigation?
When Trooper Proctor testified at the criminal trial.
As you understood the NDA, sir, you were not in a position to move forward with your investigation until you received Michael Proctor's public testimony about his conduct.
Correct.
And the department could not bring Michael Proctor forward to relieve him of duty, whether it be restricted duty or suspension with or without pay. It could not do so until it could provide the subject with documentation to support the accusation of misconduct.
Yes.
All right, sir, I want to ask you about the charges. You were asked a series of questions about Article 5. Do you recall some questions about that, sir?
I do.
All right. I ask that you go please to Article 5, which is Respondents 24.
No, sir.
All right, and for council and the commission's benefit, that's R0642 is the first page. All right, sir. You have, let's call it 0642 is the cover page, 0643 is the first page of content from Article 5.
Yes.
Could you read? It's a very short. It's a very short thing, but just 5.1, if you could read, not 5.1.1, just 5.1.
5.1 is titled Violation of Rules. Members and civilian employees shall not commit nor cause to be committed any acts or omit any acts which constitutes a violation of any Massachusetts State Police rule, regulation, policy, procedure, order, or directive.
All right, sir. And could I refer you then to R0644, the next page, specifically 5.3. Do you see 5.3 general conduct?
I do.
Could you just read very briefly that one sentence, general conduct?
Members shall maintain a level of conduct in their personal and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the law enforcement profession. Members shall not participate in any act which impairs their ability to perform as members of the state police or causes the state police to be brought into disrepute.
Now I'd ask you to please, to drill down on this a little bit more. Please go to R0645. It's page 3 of that particular document. You have 0645, sir?
I do.
All right, looking down.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be the mini series for Prime that just was announced. I feel like it's gonna be a hit piece. Like I think that it's gonna be probably very inaccurate. Like I'm counting on it being as inaccurate as possible. What I'm counting on is a Lifetime Movie Network quality miniseries, but with a higher budget. That's what I'm counting on. I'm counting on it to be sheerly entertaining. I'm not counting on it to provide information to the public. I'm counting on it to be sheer and utter entertainment to make fun of from beginning to end. That is what I'm absolutely counting on. I want the parts that are meant to be funny to not be funny, and the parts that are not meant to be funny to be funny. That's what I'm counting on. I want to be fucking cracking up through this like I cracked up through the whole Chris Watts Lifetime movie. That shit was ridiculous. I can't wait. I'm stoked.
Deserving state police attention or by an absent without leave.
Thank you for reading that, sir. Series of questions for you about 5.8.2 in particular. Understanding your earlier testimony that you are not assigned responsibility for what charges are brought during the disciplinary process. You're only assigned to the investigation and to either sustain, not sustain, or exonerate on each individual allegation, factual allegation. Understanding that, sir, do you see the portion of 5.8.2 that says unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated, and then it proceeds from there?
I do.
All right, sir. Is your understanding that unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated? What follows is a list of possible ways in which 5.8.2 can be violated?
Yes.
All right, sir. It is not your understanding that that is an exhaustive list?
Correct.
All right, sir. With respect to the questions you were asked about 5.8.2, do you recall a series of questions on cross-examination where you were asked to go down and after each one of those clauses, each one of those sections under 5.8.2, you were asked, did you find any, effectively you were asked, did you find any evidence in your investigations to suggest that Michael Proctor violated this portion of 5.8.2? Do you recall that series of questions?
I do.
Did I characterize those fairly, sir?
Yes.
In your view?
Yes.
With respect to your answers to those questions on cross-examination, sir, can you explain how you were answering those questions? What did you mean by your answers when you did not find anything with regard to Michael Proctor's performance of his duties as a Massachusetts State Police detective assigned to Norfolk County?
Yes. So my investigation was focused on the allegations over the text messages. It was not on any aspect that Trooper Proctor took in furtherance of the criminal invest. So when I was answering those questions,
why not?
I was
Is the
referencing
question
the fact that during my investigation,
why
I learned
not
to suggest that any of his actions impacted any of the investigative steps taken during the
wow.
Does it therefore follow from that testimony, sir, that you are saying that there's no evidence of a violation of 5.8.2 at all?
No.
Okay. With respect to, for example, in 5.8.2, failure to conform to work standards established for the member's rank, title, or position. With respect to that, going beyond just the specific investigative steps that you're aware of or became aware of during the course of your investigation, are you aware, based on the conclusions of your investigation and the evidence gathered, of a failure to conform to work standards established for the member's rank, title, or position in that broader sense of Trooper Proctor's duties?
Yes.
And earlier you asked, or you were asked a series of questions regarding your familiarity with Article 5, this document here, Exhibit 24.
See, this fucking lawyer sucks, dude. Like, he had me fired up in his opening statements. He had me all fired up. But the problem with this is I would be putting this guy on the fucking hot seat. I'd be like, how did he not violate? I would be pointing out all the flaws in the investigation and then citing whatever regulations that would be a violation of. You're going to tell me that there's no code that's being violated by him not questioning the witnesses in a prompt period of time, not preserving the evidence, not documenting and logging and memorializing chain of custody of evidence properly. You're going to tell me that none of these things are in any violation of any standard set by the Massachusetts State Police? Get the fuck out of my face with that. I would absolutely be calling him out on these things. I would be pulling up fucking Sleuthy Goosey's fucking spreadsheet, calling him out and going, why wasn't this done and why wasn't this done? You didn't find that suspicious? You didn't think that he wasn't doing his job? You didn't find that to be at least incompetent? If not suspicious, incompetent? I would be going off on shit like that. But he's not pointing any of this stuff out.
Specifically, a conversation you had in conjunction with the duty status here.
I do.
All right, just to refresh everyone's recollection and the commission's recollection, what was the date of Michael Proctor's duty status hearing in this case?
It was the first.
Well, so the administrative leave went through on July 1st.
Yes, is that the 12th, I believe?
Sorry. The administrative leave went through on July.
July 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And the actual duty status hearing didn't occur, based on scheduling issues, didn't occur until July 8th of 2024.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to July 8th in particular, do you recall a series of questions from Attorney Moynihan with regard to your attempts to speak with him at or around the same time as the duty status hearing and asking him to set up a time for Michael Proctor to come in and give the interview?
I do.
All right. And sir, you were also asked a series of questions about your motivations and how much emphasis or how much importance you put on the timing of getting that interview done quickly.
Yes.
And you were also asked about how common it was, for example, for you to go to, for example, the counsel of a subject of an internal investigation at the duty status hearing in an effort to set up the duty to, that's a terrible question, pardon me, I'll start over. Do you also recall a series of questions asking about how common it was for you to approach counsel for a member at a duty status hearing to set up the interview?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that it may have happened before, but it is somewhat unusual to do so.
Correct.
Can you explain why it happened in this case?
Yes. So typically, when someone gets their duty status altered, that typically happens at the beginning of the investigation. In this case, that did not happen.
Why not?
The investigation began in March. I learned of the
Why was he
content
still
of his
on
text
active
messages
duty?
when he testified in the trial in June. At that point, I started my analysis of the text messages to include the analysis of his pay station records at his ABL. At the time of his duty status hearing, my investigation, the bulk of it had been completed. The only piece that I had left to do was to interview Trooper Proctor. So when I approached Attorney Moynihan, it was in an effort to get that interview going.
Let me ask you a couple follow-up questions, if I may, there, sir. When you said you had completed every other step of your investigation except for the interview with Michael Proctor, did that include some of the exhibits we saw in your testimony yesterday For example, your collection and analysis of the ADL data, your collection and analysis of the pay station reports, things of that nature?
Yes.
Those were all complete as of July 8th, 2024.
Yes.
In fact, every part of your internal investigation was complete as of July 8th, 2024, with the exception of the interview from Mr. Proctor.
Correct.
Was there any reason to wait to schedule the interview of Mr. Proctor, given that you were at that stage of your investigation on July 8th, 2024?
There was not.
All right, sir. Switching gears once again, I only have two more topics to ask you about. You were shown under cross-examination a series of emails that you shared with a fellow OPIA investigator, the chief of OPIA, Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, and Suzanne Caravaggio from the state police. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And there were a number of emails, including emails presented to you from July 17th of 2024 in particular. Do you recall those emails?
I do.
All right, sir. And do you recall being asked a series of questions by counsel for the appellant with regard to the different permutations or versions that your report went through in July, around the time of July 17th, 2024?
Yes.
And one of those, you were asked a series of questions about a new version of your report from the afternoon hours or the PM hours of July 17, 2024, that included preliminary recommendations as to each allegation as you put forward in that draft of the report at that time. Do you recall that?
I do.
All right, sir. And do you recall a series of questions about whether or not you had reached premature conclusions in this case?
Yes.
All right, sir. Commissioner, may I have handed earlier hearing from the topic? May you have a copy? May I personally witness with a copy?
Do you have an additional?
I do have an additional.
So are you going to send it to
I was just going to ask.
I agree.
Dwyer to authenticate it, and then I would be offering it as an exhibit. Yes.
Yeah, this IA investigation, the IA investigation is beyond flawed. Is the biggest problem here. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. That's my argument, that this IA investigation is beyond flawed, and this guy representing the Massachusetts State Police as an attorney is incompetent. He is not presenting a strong enough case, even remotely. Why isn't he challenging the IA investigator and why he didn't do his job? This isn't court. This isn't a trial. Just point out why this guy should not be should not be a cop. Why isn't it that simple? Is my question.
And of this email chain as it existed at that time.
Yes.
All right. I would ask that this be, would it be respondents exhibit 37?
Can you tell me who Jeremy Sweeney is again?
Sir, would you please tell the commission who Jeremy Sweeney is?
He was a DOT that was assigned to OPIA.
Yeah, this all seems like it's for show.
Yes, sir.
Crazy.
I'm going to refer this. Well, I promise.
I admit that is respondents exhibit 37.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll now refer to it.
Thank you very much.
I'll now refer to it as exhibit 37, sir, for clarity. On exhibit 37, is it fair to say that this particular email was drafted after you had submitted within OPIA the new version of your?
Why isn't he being cited or called out for not having any signatures on any of the statements, not taking statements in a prompt and timely fashion in order to produce the most accurate results to get to ensure a conviction in his suspect? I mean, none of this, like, he's not being called out for anything that had to do with the investigation, and that's where all of the problem really lies. I don't personally give as much of a fuck about the text messages as I do about the way he conducted this investigation. Are we all forgetting the fact that Karen Reed was fucking framed? Like, the fuck is going on here? So it looks like the Massachusetts State Police are more concerned about looking bad themselves than keeping Michael Proctor off of their payroll and keeping the streets of Massachusetts safe from taking a dirty cop off of duty. I mean, this is fucking wild.
And did you also check the earlier versions that you had entered into the draft copy of the report, the boilerplate that you mentioned before? Did you check that for accuracy?
I did.
Yeah, why isn't that being driven home?
Did you also have occasion at that point to analyze and incorporate Michael Proctor's testimony into your findings and conclusions in your report?
I did.
Now, do you recall a series of questions on cross-examination about how the draft copy of your report existed as of July 17th, 2024, a couple of days before the interview, and the final version as it ultimately ended up? Do you recall a series of questions about that?
Yes.
Do you recall questions specifically directed to you as to whether or not any of your recommendations changed after the interview with Michael Proctor?
I do.
All right. Can you tell us why none of those recommendations changed after the interview was complete?
Nothing was learned in the interview that changed the facts as we already had them. For the most part, Trooper Proctor had confirmed basically what he had testified to. So the sustained charges were kept. In addition, he also confirmed the charges that we did not sustain as well.
During your interview, did you have occasion to ask clarifying questions or additional questions that were not necessarily asked during his public trial testimony?
Yes.
And did you consider those questions of importance to you in your investigation?
Yes.
And with respect to those questions, were you seeking additional information and insight as to whether or not Trooper Proctor's, each individual allegation against Trooper Proctor was accurate?
I'll be back in a second,
was
guys.
supported by evidence?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to ask all of those questions and Trooper Proctor answered?
Yes.
All right. And in answering those questions and clarifying your questions as an investigator, in clarifying the answers to your questions as an investigator, did Michael Proctor give you in that interview any reason to change any conclusions that you had reached as a result of what you knew going into the interview?
No.
All right, so last topic, if I may. Under cross-examination, you were also asked a series of questions with regard to Michael Proctor sharing information about the active homicide investigation with individuals outside of law enforcement. Do you recall a series of questions about that?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall being asked if you looked into whether or not certain individuals knew certain facts as of, for example, the evening of January 29th, 2022 at around 10:30 p.m.?
I do.
And you recall stating in your testimony that it was not relevant to your investigation what the pre-existing knowledge of those other individuals was?
Correct.
Can you tell us why it wasn't relevant to your investigation? What they did or did not know at that time?
Because my investigation was focused on whether Trooper Proctor was authorized or not to send that information, not based on what someone already knew.
All right, sir. As a reminder to the commission, I know you touched on this in your direct examination. As a reminder to the commission, who or what is the entity legally charged in Massachusetts with all homicide and unintended death investigations in a given jurisdiction?
The DA's office.
All right, so the local DA's office and jurisdiction is the legal authority by state law.
Correct.
And are troopers assigned to district attorney's offices required to follow the lead of the district attorney or his or her designees in their office for homicide investigations?
Yes.
And does that include following the lead of the district attorney and his or her office as to what is shared publicly with the media?
Yes.
Do you recall testifying in the trial court in this matter?
I do.
Do you recall being asked a series of questions under cross-examination at the trial court on this particular topic?
I do.
And do you recall a series of questions designed to elicit from you whether or not you had any information about how public certain information was in the hours following the discovery of John Keefe's body?
Yes.
As a result of being asked about that at the trial court, as the investigator in this matter, did you have occasion prior to today to go seek out additional information to nail down the timing of when the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office authorized release of certain information?
I did.
Sir, to your, based on the information you tracked down from the source, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, when did that office first make a statement about providing any information about the discovery of the deceased John Keefe's body?
I believe it was in the late afternoon of the 29th.
Based on the information provided by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and their provision of information publicly, did they, at that time, meaning the late afternoon of the 29th, did they confirm, for example, that the deceased was a Boston police officer?
I believe so.
Do you recall whether or not on the afternoon of the 29th that they had indicated there was an individual found outside the residence, they were taken to a hospital and pronounced dead?
Yes, that sounds accurate.
Do you recall information received from Norfolk County that it was at 3:19 or thereabouts on January 30th before they confirmed that the decedent was a Boston police officer?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not, when they confirmed that to an outside source, to the public, that the individual was a Boston police officer, did they confirm the identity of the individual, meaning not just a Boston police officer, but specifically Boston police officer John Keefe? Did they confirm that at that time on the 30th?
They did not.
When was the first time that they confirmed additional details, including the identity of the decedent and the arrest of Karen Reed?
It was on February 1st.
As part of that process, and as part of your investigation overall, did you have occasion to look for any information, one way or the other, as to whether or not Mr. Proctor, as of, for example, January 29th, 2022, was authorized by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to reveal what he did in those text messages?
Yes.
Did you find any information to suggest that Norfolk County had authorized him to reveal that information?
I did not.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything, Mr. Dwyer?
Just a few
Very
questions,
briefly.
Commissioner. Just to backtrack, DLT, Michael Proctor was not charged with dissemination of information, was he?
No, sir.
And regarding this non-disclosure agreement, do you have a copy of that?
I do not, sir.
Have you ever provided a copy of that to?
Why
myself?
don't you have a copy of it?
And do you know if anyone has?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
When was the last time you read it?
Why
I'm
don't
not
you have a
sure.
copy of it?
And you weren't given a copy, I presume.
I don't recall, sir.
Unreal.
You ever recall having in your possession a copy of that NDA?
On March 4th, I did, yes.
Other than on March 4th.
Not that I can remember, sir.
And so on March 4th, I'm assuming correct me if I'm wrong, you've shown a copy of it
Yes.
and you signed it?
Yes,
You read it before you signed
I
it?
did.
So your understanding today is what you recall from March 4th of 24, correct?
It is. It was a very clear understanding.
Yeah, and but you haven't seen that document since March 4th.
I have not, sir.
And and as far as you know, it's never been provided to us.
I wouldn't know that, sir.
Now, as part of that process, numerous other people at that meeting were required to sign the NDA as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Colonel Law included.
I would assume yes, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel Connors.
Yes, sir.
And others, Major Caporath, et cetera.
I would assume yes.
And so they were aware of the contents of the text messages, and they were presumably precluded from disclosing them?
Again, I don't know if they're aware of the contents. All I know is that the people in that room were aware of the existence of the text messages.
Now, you were shown what I believe is Respondent's Exhibit 26 a moment ago. If you could take a look at that and its date stamp number. So I think it's 25. Article 5. I'll get to the base stamp. You can look at Respondent's Exhibits 643, which were shown a moment ago.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
And this is Article 5, correct?
It is.
And you were shown the category of discipline entitled unsatisfactory performance, correct? 5.8 on date stamp 645.
Yes, sir.
And you specifically read 5.8.1, correct?
I did.
And you told us that 5.8.2, first of all, that's what Michael Proctor was eventually charged with, correct?
Yes, sir.
You told us earlier that you don't decide what charge Michael Proctor or any trooper is going to be charged with, correct?
Correct.
But you told us that 5.8.2, which is very clear and specific, only lays out possibilities of examples of unsatisfactory performance, right?
Can you ask that again?
You told us on redirect that 5.8.2, first of all, that's what Michael Proctor is charged with, correct?
Yes.
That only lays out possibilities. Recall telling us that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But 5.8.1 is pretty specific, is it not?
It is. Yes, sir.
And that's the category of unsatisfactory performance, which, as you read, members shall maintain sufficient competency to properly perform their duties and assume the responsibilities of their positions, correct?
Yes.
Members shall perform their duties in such a manner as will maintain the highest professionally accepted performance standards in carrying out the functions and objectives of the state police. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. And could you go to Respondent's Exhibit 26, please?
I'm there, sir.
Date stamp 0669.
Bro, there's some drama going on Twitter, bro.
I'm ready, sir.
All right. So page 669, date stamp. You see 5.8.1 on the category of discipline and the consequential charge.
I do.
And 5.8.1, the section we just read, and that you were asked to read, what classification of discipline is that?
For 5.8.1,
Yes.
it's class C and D.
It could be class C or class D.
Correct.
And that's at the discretion of the department/colonel, right?
Correct.
And so Michael Proctor, if he had been charged with 5.8.1 under the disciplinary guidelines, he could not be fired. But
Under that one, yes, under 5.8.1.
that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really get what's going on yet. I'm still trying to like assess what it is. And I'm not really going to talk about it. But I'm following. I'm following. I'm checking it out. But I ain't getting in the middle of that shit. I don't even know what it's about. Dude, I'm not gonna stop eating, man. I'm fucking hungry. I'm sitting here in front of you guys. All I'm doing is eating cheese. Cherry's favorite.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant. How are you?
I'm well, ma'am. How are you?
So I have a few questions for you. Just I'll begin with asking about your background. When did you first join the state police?
In 2004.
And what were your first assignments?
My first assignment was out of Leominster Barracks.
And you were just a trooper?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And how did your career advance after that?
From the Leominster Barracks, I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit of Worcester County for about 6 years.
Say that slowly. State
The
Detective
State
Unit.
Police Detective Unit for Worcester County.
Worcester County. Okay. Okay.
From there, I was assigned to the High Risk Victim Unit for about 4 years.
That was also in Worcester.
It was a statewide unit.
And what year did you begin that?
It would have been 2016, I believe.
So you were in Leominster for how long?
Over 5 years.
So then,
about 5 years approximately.
So then in 2009, you went to the Worcester County.
I was beginning 2010, I believe.
And then after you left the high risk unit, where'd you go next?
From there, I went to it's called the Public Response Unit.
And that's also statewide?
It's a statewide, well, it's a unit that's based at headquarters.
Which is where?
In Framingham.
So please no acronyms and just
I apologize.
give me all the late presentations. What year did you go to the public response unit? What year was that?
2020.
And you attended the State Police Academy?
I did, yes.
And Lieutenant Dwyer, what is your level of education? Where'd you go to school?
College.
College. Did you do an advanced degree?
No.
And when you joined, when you were at the police academy and after, have you had any trainings since you were hired?
On the state police?
Yes.
Yes.
Investigative trainings and
Yes.
internal affairs trainings?
Yes.
Can you please describe those?
There's been numerous invest trainings when I was in the detective unit for crime scenes, homicide trainings. I've been trained in sexual assault investigations, human trafficking investigations, multiple IA investigations.
Dirty cop investigations. I mean, come
I've done
on,
a
man.
bunch over the years,
Let's
but those
go.
are the ones that
The fuck have you done?
stand out to me now.
When did you become a detective lieutenant?
In 2021.
All right. So I just would like to go over some of the work you did on this matter. So I'll ask you please to turn to exhibit 19.
The respondent or the appellant?
The appellant, exhibit 19. So this is date stamp appellant 107.
You said 19, ma'am?
Yes, so it's date stamp, page 107.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this is dated June the 26th.
Correct.
So is this product the result of your first draft?
No.
What is that?
No, ma'am. This product was a result of watching Trooper Proctor's testimony at the trial and the notes that I took. This was generated just to draft an idea of what the possible violations would have been.
And this, there was another exhibit where you took the notes as well. This was based on that exhibit where you submitted on just notes?
So those notes probably weren't finalized until after that one. It was this draft here was probably based off of all the hand notes that I took.
All right. Someone tell me which exhibit was detective's notes on watching the testimony?
I apologize. I believe it was respondents 8.
So, quick update. So, Turtle Boy had, forgive me because I'm not following the case, but Turtle Boy had the brother of a missing girl. His name was Brad Bradley, scheduled to be on his stream tonight. He was going to do an impromptu stream interview with him today, but apparently it's going to be rescheduled. So that's not happening tonight. Just a quick update.
But they were most likely created after I had drafted that document.
The notes from the video, from watching the live stream?
Yes, the notes are exhibit. That was my final drafts. It was 2 days of testimony.
Yes.
So I spent 2 days just writing notes down. That is not what is Exhibit 8. The Exhibit 8 is me compiling all the notes that I took while watching the trial. I also generated this document here from the handwritten notes that I took from watching the trial.
So I'll just ask you to look at paragraph number 2, which is on page 107.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have at the end of that paragraph that the conduct identified in that paragraph could be, your very last sentence says, this could be a potential violation of rules and regulations 5.23.
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe we said earlier that 5.23 was dissemination of information.
Yes, ma'am.
So I believe that is in respondents 24. Return to that, please. So that's page 652, respondents, page 652.
Yes, ma'am.
And as you look at these, it looks like it goes to about 10 sections, 5.231 through 5.2310. Which section were you considering that this could be a potential violation of?
So I'm not qualified to pick which section.
What are you qualified to do?
Just to highlight the possible violations. So when I pointed out 5.23, I was referencing the fact that those texts could fall under one of those subcategories in the greater category of 5.23.
Okay, so who would be qualified to decide which section it would be after you draft this?
The personnel that are involved in the process to decide discipline. That would be the DST command staff, the legal section, the armed prosecutor, among others.
But if you can just please look at that page 652.
Yes, ma'am.
In looking at those sections, I mean, they're quite, I would say, different kinds of acts. Which ones would you think would match that conduct?
I'm getting some serious Trooper Paul vibes from this guy. Like, this guy's absolutely coming off to me like just some fucking shell of a fucking person to just do some bullshit, incompetent job so that they could just say that they made an effort to do it. This guy's there for show because this guy hasn't presented shit. He hasn't done shit. There's plenty of argument to be made as to why Trooper Michael Proctor, former Trooper Michael Proctor, should never be a fucking cop again. And this guy hasn't presented any argument for that at all. And the lawyer representing the Massachusetts State Police hasn't presented any argument for that at all, other than the fact that he said nasty things about Karen Reed in private text messages. This is all fucked up.
Same page. The last line says, this could be a potential violation of policy and procedure ADM-47 bias-based policing and ADM-18 unlawful harassment / sexual harassment.
Yes.
And what made you choose those?
Again, based on the nature of the text messages, I was just making sure that I encompassed all possible violations. Again, this document was not meant as a recommendation for possible charges. This was just to document what the possible violations may be as the investment moves forward.
It's what he suspected him of, and then he investigated it.
The last sentence, this could be a potential violation of rules and regulations 5.10.4.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your consideration of including that? It's page 108, paragraph 4.
Let's look at the probate rule. Because that one specifies that they shall not consume alcoholic beverages. So that one was pretty simple to bend down.
So that was one you decided on your own?
There was no other option for that one, yes.
Thank you. So, the other question I had is, when you were investigating the issue of the text messages and dissemination, did you consider, did you view it as multiple violations?
I did.
Or one violation?
Multiple violations.
How many violations do you think occurred?
So there were 4 separate text conversations. So I viewed each text conversation as its own incident.
Yeah, I fear that. I fear that a lot.
Would you consider them, so you're looking at them as 4 separate, so basically 4 separate chains?
Correct.
4 separate dates?
Multiple dates.
Multiple dates.
Correct.
So you were looking at them as more than one offense then? It wouldn't be a first offense? How did you look at it?
For charging purposes?
Yes.
I don't make that comment.
I just want to look at one more item. Do you recall this morning that Mr. Moynihan went over with you potential charges that you received from Ms. Kavaji?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall that he described that, if you could turn to exhibit, it's actually Bate stamped 172, I believe it's exhibit 32, appellant's exhibit 32.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is where we have to look at more than one exhibit to get the information. I believe it's also respondent exhibit 26.
Really, bro? Really, bro?
The danger of double-sided copies. So our respondents exhibit 26. Do you see on page 667?
I do.
So there are classes of guidelines,
Yes.
A, B, C, and D.
Yes.
And do you recall this morning when Mr. Moynihan went through dissemination information, which is 5.2.
Hey, look at Pretty Fly for a Wi-Fi. Pretty Fly for a Wi-Fi. Actually, you win handle of the day, by the way. But listen, look at Pretty Fly for a Wi-Fi. This is a hearing for Proctor to get his job back. He is questioning the 4 reasons why he got fired. I had no idea why I've been sitting here for the last 2 fucking days. Thank you so much for the update, Pretty Fly for a Wi-Fi. Thank you so much for letting me know why I've been sitting here like a fucking jag-off knob for the last 2 fucking days. Thank you.
More than 5 days,
Correct.
and that's for a first offense.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not gonna look at the alcohol, the 5.10.4, but on the unsatisfactory performance, which is 5.8.2,
Yes, ma'am.
which was in terms of Class A. And you recall that under the first offense, a suspension of not less than 30 days, but up to and including termination for a first offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Carley and Mr. Monahan, was there an ADM 47 admitted?
Oh, why didn't you say so? So it wasn't directed towards me. It was directed towards the other 1,000 fucking people that have been here the last 2 days. Thank you, Pretty Fly, for a Wi-Fi. Appreciate it. Thank you for clearing that up.
Is mentioned, and I was just wondering what it said. So I think that was ADM 47 that's mentioned. It's mentioned in Exhibit A19 in paragraph 3. And that's what I was trying to figure out what it was. So if one of you could submit that. Thank you. Excuse me. All right, thank you.
What
very much, Detective
could be
Lieutenant.
more egregious? What could be more misleading?
Yes.
Than that? And what could be more important?
47, which I'm happy to provide.
Yes.
As the commission may be aware, the department's policies and regulations go through multiple versions over the years. Is there an effective date, or is there a date range that I should target? I'm happy to submit multiple if necessary.
Well, I would be interested in the one in effect on the date of the letter, which is June 26, 2024. And if it's overly, and actually the second one as well, there's 2 of them, ADM 18, unlawful harassment / sexual harassment. So they're 2 documents.
I'll produce both that were effective on this date.
Thank you very much. Do you have any further questions for the Lieutenant?
I just believe, I'm curious if the department's resting. They didn't want to make this big.
Right, I think he's, I'm just saying,
I don't have any.
based on the questions I just asked, I guess that is what I meant. Do you have anything further for your comment?
Nothing for this witness. No.
Mr. Monahan, you're rested as well?
I have nothing else for this witness.
Okay. Well, Detective, you've had a long day, and thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
You're excused.
Thanks for nothing, asshole.
Yes. If you 2 may please approach.
Get the fuck out! Shut your fucking mouth! No problem, John. Shut the fuck up, you cunt! Shut it!
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. It's the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. And you know who's paying for this? Massachusetts locals. You paid for that shit. Fucking mind-blowing, dude. So what the fuck's going on now? Like, are they coming back? Like, what's happening? Are they going to call another witness? Let's see what we got here.
Good afternoon again. So the time is now 3:12. We're going to adjourn until October 21st, 2025.
Thank God.
And we'll meet back here at 9:30 a.m. Thank you all very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
That's a big waste of fucking time. Dude, I'm seriously considering that as a possibility. I'm seriously considering it as a possibility that they were like, all right, what we're going to do is we're going to fire you, and then you're just going to appeal it because we're not going to really fire you on any grounds that are going to hold up. So you just appeal it, and then you got to go through the bullshit with the whole civil services and all that, and then you'll get your job back. Okay? Don't even worry about it. Like, that's what it seems like, because they didn't fire him on anything that we know he should have been fired for. Fucking crazy, dude. Fucking crazy, bro. All right. I may go live again this evening. I might want to discuss this whole Karen Reed casting thing on Prime a little bit more, because I take a great interest in things like that. So I might want to discuss that stuff more. I don't know. But if I don't go live again tonight, then I'll go live again tomorrow. Ginger Freckles. Will is wicked super smart. Thank you so much. That's what they tell me. That's the rumor. I'm not taking a nap, dude. I don't think I'm going to take a nap. I actually had a really good night's sleep last night. For another fantastic YouTube presentation. You're welcome. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, man. Can't believe 1,000 of you guys held on strong all day long like that through that bullshit, and even sat through my rants on gun control and pussy fucking cowards who shoot kids. So 2 p.m. the Walsh hearing and AJ. Yeah, the AJ thing. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably stream that, the AJ thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It depends on how many other people are doing it and whatever. You know what I mean? Worst case is I'll just go over it again. I don't know if I'll do it live. But I don't know. But I'm not gonna fucking scramble with a bunch of other fucking creators in the community over who's gonna go first and who's gonna. I'm not doing that shit to myself. So you know, like, I'm interested in it, but not interested enough to like be first. You know, like, I just don't give a fuck about it that much. You know, like, I mean, I do give a fuck about it, but not enough to like for that shit. I'm still annoyed with it happening before, and I don't want to go through it again. I'm shocked that I'm pretty much the only person that was streaming this, besides Mike Young Jerks, you know, but you know, he's got a day job to consider. So he was just streaming it just to stream it, you know. Like, if you didn't want commentary added and you wanted to support one of the creators in the community covering it, then, you know, that's a good alternative. But yeah, I'm surprised that other creators didn't cover this. They were invested in the Adelson thing, which is cool. I mean, it's an interesting case, but Michael Proctor trying to get his job back, I don't know. Sorry, I'm a little more interested in that. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, wait a second. Tag me like you've been doing, Kyle. Tag me on Twitter, and I'll look into it. That's fucking crazy. Because if I'm predicting, that cause of death is going to be nothing to raise questions about. And then there were billboards and all this shit put up about justice for Enrique. And there is no fucking Enrique. A brain aneurysm. Is that what they're saying? Okay, here we go. I got it. Thank you, Kyle. All right, so here we go. CBS Boston or NBC Boston 10 says here a Massachusetts State Police trooper who died after participating in a training exercise or training exercises at the Massachusetts State Police Academy last September had fatal complications from blunt impact injuries, according to the family's attorney. Enrique Delgado Garcia was hospitalized and later died after participating in a boxing training exercise at the academy in New Braintree last September. His death sparked an independent investigation after Worcester County's District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. recused his office due to Delgado Garcia's previous employment there as a victim witness advocate. Mike Wilcox, an attorney representing Delgado Garcia's family, said a death certificate should be filed with the Worcester city clerk soon, and that the cause of death will be complications of intracranial hemorrhages due to blunt impact injuries at the head of setting of physical training exercises. Okay, so no, that should be investigated. That should absolutely be investigated. Now, whether there needs to be justice, I don't know, but that should absolutely be investigated. Delgado Garcia's family has been waiting nearly a year for answers on what happened to him. Few details about the investigation have been made public. In the wake of Delgado Garcia's death, the boxing program at the academy was suspended, and state police launched an independent assessment of the academy, including training methods, attrition, and injury rates, injury prevention, fitness standards, organizational culture, leadership in alignment with national standards. And in May, state police announced a series of reforms and noted that an outside agency was brought in for further assessment.
Today marks 6 months since Enrique Delgado Garcia died. He is the man who collapsed during a training exercise at the Massachusetts State Police Academy last September. His family says they still don't know why he died. Our NBC 10 consumer investigative reporter Bianca Beltran has new details tonight about who is part of the team that is hired to conduct an independent investigation and what happens next for the academy.
Every morning, Jose Perez said his wife cries for her son, Enrique Delgado Garcia.
Ella llora toda la mañana.
It's been
now, before I hate to interrupt that gentleman, but it's to be noted that that's very different than an aneurysm. Okay. A brain hemorrhage due to trauma that means the dude was hit, and he was hit real hard and probably multiple times. And during a boxing training exercise, that should not have happened. That's all that tells me. So I'm still of the opinion that a very thorough investigation needs to take place, and someone needs to be held accountable for that. Now, I'm not saying that the person who threw the punches needs to be held accountable. I'm saying whoever was in charge of the training program, whoever was overseeing it and supervising it at that time, or should have been supervising it and wasn't, should be held accountable. Whatever the case may be. But you don't get severe brain hemorrhaging like that, fatal brain hemorrhaging like that, unless
something got out of control. Like, that's why you wear headgear. So was he not wearing headgear? And if he wasn't wearing headgear, why was he allowed to train without headgear on? So there's a lot of questions. I'm just giving examples as to questions that that come to mind immediately, but I don't even know if they're valid or not. I need to know more. But let me let his family speak here.
6 months since the 25-year-old died after participating in a... Every morning, Jose Perez said his wife cries for her son, Enrique Delgado Garcia.
Ella llora toda la mañana.
It's been 6 months since the 25-year-old died after
He says that his wife cries every morning, all morning.
Participating in a boxing training at the Massachusetts State Police Academy. His family says they still don't have answers about what went wrong that day. The Attorney General appointed former prosecutor David Dwyer to lead an independent investigation into his death. Dwyer hired 8 investigators to his team. Lisa Holmes oversaw the Boston Police Academy and internal investigations. Norma Ayala Leong, also a former supervisor at the Boston Training Academy. Paul Joyce supervised Boston PD's anti-gang unit and criminal investigations bureau, now a professor of criminal justice. Robert Harrington was supervisor of BPD's homicide unit and Bureau of Internal Affairs. Thomas Larned and Kimberly Lawrence are former FBI special agents, now with investigative firms. Gretchen Lundgren is a former assistant district attorney in Suffolk County and former special assistant U.S. attorney, now a security specialist. And Edith Ayuso is a former witness advocate for the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office. Dwyer said she works with him during their regular meetings with the family of Delgado Garcia. In an email, Dwyer said no member of the investigative team has any past or present affiliation with the Massachusetts State Police.
These are people of high integrity.
A retired judge and adjunct faculty member at Boston College Law, Jack Liu, says while he believes their varied experience in law enforcement will be beneficial to the investigation, the amount of time the investigation is taking may raise questions.
I worry that when we do police investigations, we take too long, and that can make people think that the police get special treatment, and we don't want that.
Each day that goes by,
Y tengo fe en las autoridades.
Jose Perez says he has.
So that's interesting that Jack Liu will say that Michael Proctor was treated unfairly because he's the only one who got fired, even though there were other cops who should have been charged too or fired too. So it's unfair that he got fired, so give him his job back. That's basically Jack Liu's fucking take on all this. But here Jack Liu is saying, well, we don't want to make it come off like certain cops are getting special treatment here. We don't want to, if the investigation is taking too long. Like, I can't with this guy, dude. Like, this guy just he talks on one side of his mouth and then says something else on the other side of his mouth.
Has faith that the authorities will reach a conclusion about what happened. Now, as this investigation continues, the Massachusetts State Police is independent experts to conduct a comprehensive review of the Academy's programs and practices. Now, in a statement, Colonel Jeffrey Noble said, quote, "The department has commissioned an independent assessment to provide valuable insight into the ways in which our training can best equip recruits to become highly skilled, community-focused troopers." He continued to say, "We remain committed to ensuring that all training, curriculum, staff instruction, and physical space fosters professionalism, integrity, and excellence while prioritizing the health and well-being of our recruits." Now, the boxing program remains suspended, and the Academy plans to implement a pilot program that will divide up this year's class into 2 smaller cohorts, one beginning in May and another in October. And they say this approach will provide the opportunity for the Academy instructors to better address the individual needs of each recruit. In the studio.
Unreal. Bullshit. The boxing training program's existence isn't the problem. As a matter of fact, I think it's fucking great that they have a boxing training program at the Massachusetts State Police. Every police academy should have a boxing training program, in my opinion. What if you fucking have to arrest a boxer? Great. What if you have to arrest somebody who's very, very keen in the arts of pugilism? What if? Why not? That's not the problem. The problem is that it wasn't supervised properly. Now, truth be told, is that the reason why it's suspended is they probably are assessing what's wrong with they're doing an overhaul on the whole boxing training program. And when they fix whatever bugs that caused this problem, but I'm of the opinion that the only thing that went wrong here was a lack of supervision. That's what I think. I think somebody who was in charge either walked away or said, hey, beat the shit out of each other. No holds barred. Till somebody gives up and says, I don't want to fight anymore. You know? I mean, I don't know. But apparently there's a video. Who's got the video? What does the video say? What kind of answers does this video hold? Was this an accident? Was there somebody there trying to stop it? See, a video would have these answers. Because the fact of the matter is he died from injuries sustained from that boxing training session. That's a fact. That's what that's what they determined. His cause of death was brain hemorrhaging due to blunt force trauma. So, does that video hold the answer to the question, could that blunt force trauma have been avoided? And whose responsibility was it to make sure that it got avoided? These are good questions. Shouldn't that video hold the answer to those questions? Is what I'm asking. Anyways, guys, I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. People, thanks for hanging out with me the last 2 days. We'll see how I feel later on this evening and whatever's going on in the YouTube streets. But I may come back. If not, I'll make time tomorrow, figure it out. And maybe I know that, listen, Francis Gigalotti, I'm going to have JFK and James Jackson and maybe Kevy Kev. He's invited if he wants to be up here too. I'm going to have those guys up here and they're going to school me on the Francis Gigalotti case. It's going to be sometime in the next couple days. So either tomorrow or the next day. So yeah, because they wanted to do it today, and then I was like, I'm going to be streaming all day. And I want you guys to have my undivided attention. And I didn't want to be all fucking tired and cranky from streaming this all day and then do that with them. It wouldn't be fair to them. And they're very passionate about this case. And I want to be as open-minded about it as I possibly can and try to and be open for that passion to rub off on myself. That's what I want to give those guys by coming up here and talking to me, because I respect how passionate they are about this. So I don't want to minimize that in any way, shape, or form. So soon, I'll have JFK, James Jackson, and hopefully Kevy Kev if he wants to come up too, to explain the ins and outs of the Francis Gigalotti case. I have no opinion on it yet. I just want to have as open of a mind about it as I can and then form my opinion. But anyways, guys, you guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. I love you guys very much. Thank you guys. Make sure to hit subscribe if you're not subscribed already. Make sure to touch me on the like button if you haven't already, and make sure to hit the notification bell so you know when I'm going live. So it gives you that 30-minute heads up, you know, and yeah, you guys are great. And thank you guys for all the support. It means the world to me. I love you guys
very, very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friend.
Watch out!
Today, being retarded means leading a full life. Retarded people go to work or school just like their neighbors and come back to a real home. A supervised home, right in the neighborhood, where they belong. Being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor.